a quorum. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Clerk, please take the roll.
Certainly. Councilmember Soria. Here. Councilmember Carbasi. Absent. Councilmember Arias.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez. Absent at the moment. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
And Council President Esparza.
Present.
All right, we have enough for a quorum.
Okay. I don't see an invocation on my agenda. Whoever's month it was dropped the ball, I think. Is there on there? Oh, why is it on my custom agenda? Thank you, clerk. Oh, okay. Well, the invocation today by Reverend Elias Loretta, senior pastor with the Christian Temple, Fresno. And after the invocation, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Lord, we thank you on this day that you've blessed Fresno. We thank you that under this council we've seen cleaner, safer streets, and we've seen that there is a care for the community with these people. Lord, I pray for them. They're not here for the money because they could all make more money somewhere else. They're here because they want to serve. They don't get paid enough for the attacks that they suffer. They don't get paid enough for the insults. But Lord, I pray that they would realize on this day we don't form our opinions of them by what we see in the media, but by the contacts we have with them out in our districts. Lord, I pray you bless them, bless their families, and bless them for having a willingness and a heart to serve. God bless Fresno today and all its citizens and this council. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. Council Vice President, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, move on to the approval of the agenda. Clerk, do you have any announcements and changes or changes to the agenda?
Certainly. First off, we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available through Zoom. And in chambers, we do have a Spanish translator, Emilia, and she'll let you know what her services are.
Muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos. Esta junta se llevará a cabo en el lenguaje de inglés, pero tenemos interpretación simultánea en el lenguaje de español disponible en persona. Si gusta escuchar la junta en español, por favor encuéntreme atrás del cuarto hacia la izquierda para poder entregarle un dispositivo. De igual manera, si gusta participar en la porción de comentario público, hágalo con libertad, ya que también habrá interpretación disponible. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And there are a few changes to the agenda. The following items have been removed. Proclamation for National Caregivers Month has been moved to November 17th by Vice President Maxwell. The proclamation for lung cancer awareness has also been moved to November 17th by Council President Esparza. File ID 221625, that is consent calendar item 1D, approving an agreement with Arte Americas. That has been moved to November 17th by the administration. Consent calendar item 1U, that is ID 221678, regarding the Ventura Kings Canyon Avenida Cesar Chavez corridor east of 1st Street. That has also been moved to November 17th by Councilmember Chavez. And items removed from the agenda with no return date include consent calendar item 1P, that is ID 221621, accepting a Water Smart Water Energy and Efficiency Grant. That was removed from the agenda by staff with no specified return date. And closed session item 5A, regarding several cases. 5A ID 221508 has been removed from the agenda by staff with no specified return date. And then we have the 10:20 a.m. item. That is ID 221552, considering vesting tentative tract map 6345 and related environmental assessment for property at California and Willow. The ordinance on that item is not subject to veto, and we have received an updated document indicating as such. And the following items were moved from the contested consent calendar to the consent calendar to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1C, 221676, regarding the agreement with Moss Adams for consultant services. 1E, ID 221677, resolution that item has been removed from the agenda. So 1E 221677, that is a resolution accepting the SAFER grant. That has been removed from the agenda by the administration
Until the 17th.
to the 17th. Thank you. Then 1F, that is 221567, has been moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. That is actions repealing and adding fire and life safety regulations in the Fresno Municipal Code. 1J, 221652, pertaining to homeless services agreements provided under the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program. That has also been moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. And 1N, that is 221640, regarding the First Amendment to the Plan Review and Construction Management Services Agreement. That has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. I have no other changes to the agenda.
All right. Any additional changes from my colleagues? Councilmember Chavez?
City Clerk, I want to remove item 1V, the Fancher Creek 10-year amendment with no return date specified yet. Thank you.
All right, so 1V has been removed. V as in Victor has been removed from the agenda.
Council President, I wanted to just pull 1G to contested, just for some comments.
1G pulled for discussion.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it for me.
Yeah, I would just like to register a no vote on 1B and 1N. B as in boy, N as in Nancy.
All right, so 1B and 1N, no vote for Councilmember Bredefield. Any additional changes to the agenda? Okay. I'll be recusing myself due to a conflict on item 5D, as in dog. All right.
Council President, I apologize. May I register a no vote for 1B as well? As in Barry?
So 1B is a boy for Councilmember Carbasi, registering a no vote. Okay. All right. Any additional changes? Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first, second, third. Any opposition to approving the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. All right, let's move on to the fun part of our meeting, the ceremonial presentations. We'll take these in the order presented here on the agenda. So first up, we'll have the proclamation for School Psychology Month, sponsored by Councilmember Carbasi.
Send them up.
Sure. He's just going to get the microphone.
Thank you. And pardon the face mask. It's not a political statement. I just have a cold. So, yeah, there you go. So, yeah, thanks everyone for being here. Thank you, Council. So, we have a group of folks with us today that are instrumental in our education of our children because they focus on their mental health. Kids today go through things that I don't think we went through during my time as a child growing up in Fresno and attending Fresno Unified. The problems we see are compounded by issues like poverty, lack of responsibility, or just sheer challenges with all the media out there and social media and everything they're dealing with. And it's great that nowadays we are more aware of it. You know, if you get sick, I have a cold, so I'm going to go visit the doctor. Well, if you're a little blue, or you see something very traumatic in your life, you see a loved one get hurt, or even see a bad accident out there, you have to have a way to process that. And if we don't focus on that as a society, God forbid we should have things happen like what was in the news recently about the Parkland shooter finally being sentenced to life. And there's a lot of lives lost that shouldn't have been because this person was mentally disturbed and had a little evil in him and did bad things. But who knows, if this person could have received therapy at a young age, maybe those people would still be alive. I'm sorry to be dramatic about it, but that's the stakes of not treating mental illness. So, Ashley, did you want to say a few words?
I did. Council members, Council President Esparza, and we just want to extend sincerest gratitudes to you, Council Member Carbasi. My name is Ashley Triple. I'm the current president of CVA CASP. So we represent over 235 school psychologists in the Central Valley. And we have volunteer board members. Everyone you see up here is a volunteer. And we work tirelessly, like you said, to support mental health and the academics of our children in the Central Valley. But we really just take a lot of pride in what we do, and it's a really tough job, so we're really grateful that you're adopting this proclamation for School Psychology Month in the city of Fresno. We combat a lot of things in the city of Fresno, such as poverty and trauma, and I think that we work tirelessly not just to make sure that they're successful educationally, but successful in their lives, because one day they could potentially be sitting right where you are, but they need the champions and the advocates and those to help them heal if that's what they need. So we appreciate you and your recognition, and we just want to say thank you very much for recognizing the hard work we do. And please, if you know a school psychologist, give them a hug or a high five this month. We work really hard to make sure that the children are successful and loved and taken care of.
Yeah. Definitely need more school psychologists. Okay. Anyone else want to comment?
Tristan?
Okay. Thank you, guys. Clerk, if you'd read this into the record.
Whereas children and youth learn best when they are healthy, supported, and receive an education that enables them to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. And schools can more effectively ensure that all students are able to learn when they meet the needs of the whole child and provide integrated, multi-tiered support. And whereas children's mental health is directly linked to their learning and development, and the learning environment provides an optimal context to promote good mental health through connectedness within the school and community. And positive educational and social outcomes for all children and youth are possible only in a society and schools within it that affirm and value the diversity of each child. And whereas school psychologists take steps to foster a school climate that is supportive, inclusive, safe, accepting, and respectful towards all persons, and sound psychological principles are integral to the instruction and learning, school safety, social and emotional development, prevention, early intervention, and support of culturally diverse student populations. And whereas school psychology has more than 60 years of well-established, widely recognized, and highly effective practice and standards that are clearly articulated in NASPS's model for comprehensive and integrated school psychological services. And whereas school psychologists are specially trained to foster and deliver in the school and community a continuum of mental health services and academic support that lower barriers to teaching and learning. And school psychologists help children thrive by nurturing their individual strengths across both personal and academic endeavors. And whereas school psychologists are trained to assess student and school-based barriers to learning and individual strengths, utilize data-based decision-making, implement research-driven prevention and intervention strategies, and evaluate outcomes and improve accountability. And whereas Fresno, California should recognize the vital role that school psychologists play in the personal and academic development of our city's children. Now therefore be it resolved, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council do hereby recognize School Psychology Month in the city of Fresno.
Thank you. And we have one more quick plug.
National School Psychology Week is the 7th to the 11th, and so our affiliate will be holding our 3rd annual fundraiser. So we like to give back to the community in any way that we can. So we are raising money for the EOC Youth Sanctuary that supports our homeless and displaced youth and provides other mental health services. They partner with us quite a bit. So if anyone's interested in helping, we have our webmaster right here. He's phenomenal, cvacast.org. There's an email address. If you're interested, you can reach out to us. And thank you.
cva-casp.org. We're good. Thank you. Thank you very much, council. Thank you, guys.
Fantastic. So our next proclamation this morning will be for Luis C. Santana Day. That's sponsored by Councilmember Chavez, as well as the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
Where is Luis? Come on down, Luis. This is Luis from Southeast also. Well, first of all, good morning to everyone. Welcome to City Hall. And today we actually have the honor of honoring probably, I believe, one of the biggest advocates in Southeast Fresno. And I'll tell you a little bit about some of the work that Luis has done. I've had the pleasure of working with him. He somehow managed to twist my arm and get me to serve on his board a long time ago for a couple of years. But it was probably one of the most educational experiences that I've had there in Southeast. And he actually started doing literacy programs for children in a church, I believe it was up by Fresno and Barstow. First Covenant Church. Thank you for hosting and starting that program. But that program turned into probably one of the best models that we have in the Central Valley on early child literacy. But what I believe makes the program stand out is that they actually engage the parents as well. And that's one of the key components that I've always, seen from, make sure it's not upside down, Luis, that I've always seen from programs that work. And so I had an opportunity to work with Luis, and then if you all recall, when the city experienced a big downturn, we were unfortunately, doing cutbacks and scaling back programs and services. Luis actually stepped up and came and helped the city of Fresno by going into the Mosqueda Community Center and actually being our main tenant there. And what he did with that place was just amazing. He's brought an early childhood center. He's brought programs and services for people that are on public assistance and has actually transitioned those people from public assistance into full-time, not just jobs, but careers. And I think that is what's so powerful about your mission and your vision. And I know that wasn't easy. I also got a chance to know Luis more on a personal, basis. He travels a lot. And for many of you that don't know, he is actually not Mexican. He's Brazilian, but we adopted him. And every single year when he goes to Brazil, he always brings back little trinkets. And one year he brought me back, and I don't know how you smuggled that, but it was a bottle of, I'm gonna call it Brazilian moonshine. And I figured out why Brazilians party so hard down there. It's the alcohol that they have. But that's really just the nature of Luis and his character and his passion and commitment. And so I just wanted to honor you. I know you're retiring. I don't think you're really going to retire. I think you're going to figure out how to do something else. But I really wanted to thank him publicly, thank Reading and Beyond. The organization does amazing work. Francine, you and I served on the board. I think, is she still on the board? Yes. She's still on the board. I don't know what he does, but he keeps people on that board. But thank you so much, Luis, for the work that you've done in Southeast Fresno in our community. We really appreciate you. Our residents really appreciate that. And I can tell you that some of the people that I've talked to that live in Southeast, that went to you when they didn't have a high school diploma or a GED, now they have a college degree. Now their children are actually getting ready to go to college. That's what it's really all about. And that's really the vision and mission of what you have done here in our community. So thank you for everything that you've done in our city, and more specifically from Southeast. So you will forever known as Luis C., the other Luis from Southeast. So thank you very much. Mayor, you want to say a few words before we let Luis speak?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. The things that I know most about Luis is his humility. This Luis, not that Luis, this you, Luis, is his humility, his passion, and his love for community. We'll never know the lives that he has changed over the years through Reading and Beyond, but we do know that when people get an education at a young age, their self-esteem improves, their confidence improves, their ability to be successful improves. And we know that that becomes generational because in Fresno, unfortunately, we live every day with what's called generational poverty. And it is because of a lack of education. And one generation can change the next. And Luis, you have changed a lot of people's lives in our community since 1999. That's a long time for Reading and Beyond to be existing. And First Covenant, thank you for your vision at the beginning and for staying steadfast. And Luis, for your endurance all these years in reaching kids and changing the lives of these young men and women forever. So thank you very much. It's an honor to be a part of this proclamation today. And want to say a few words?
Thank you. Could you hold this for me? I made sure this time I made the notes because I tend to forget it and later get irritated because I have not done that. And I need to be brief. It is hard to not be emotional, but I would try to control, believe me about that. So let me read what I wrote. It's short, don't worry. Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Thank you, council members, for this recognition. I'm grateful to be recognized for the work of Reading Beyond to this community on the past 23 years. This wouldn't be possible without the leadership of a past, present board members, as well as past, present staff and volunteers. Without them, Reading Beyond wouldn't exist. They are also the ones who will continue the mission of Reading Beyond to empower children and families to achieve productive, self-reliant lives. I want to thank you, friends and partners, who also join me here in this special moment. You have provided me support and inspiration. Finally, I want to thank you, my local Brazilian friends, had played the role of family to me. To be honest, the Mexicans has done the same as well. Thank you. I want to receive this proclamation also on behalf of those immigrants who chose to make Fresno home and provide an indispensable work to our community, but may not be recognized for their contribution. Finally, again, thank you, Mayor and Council, for this recognition, and thank you all for taking the time to join me for this special occasion. I want to do one more thing. I want to ask Reading Beyond team to stand up, because when I mention about staff, you are the ones. Thank you. I know I have a representation from the board here. Francine and Katie's here. Is there anybody else from the board? They are representing the board, which all are worker people. So thank you all for doing this. Thank you, Luis Chavez, for making this a good friend as well.
Thank you, Luis, and thank you for your hard work and dedication. Yeah, you might want to keep that. And if, as a former board member, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't say, please keep supporting Reading and Beyond. They do amazing work. I know you're retiring. Sandra is taking over. She's actually no stranger to Southeast Fresno, so thank you. Oh, she's there, Sandra. She actually, she came to Southeast first and then but you're coming back now. So thank you for serving too, Sandra. Appreciate your work. So clerk, could you read the proclamation, please?
Whereas in 1991, Luis C. Santana arrived in Fresno from his childhood home of Brazil in South America And whereas Luis attended California State University, Sacramento, earning a master's degree in social work, with a strong belief that books and increased reading ability are a child's path to success. In 1999, he founded Reading and Beyond with the support of Fresno's First Covenant Church. And whereas he has grown the Reading and Beyond organization from a small neighborhood literacy program to a cradle-to-career family service organization serving thousands of families and children across Central California. And whereas Luis has served on many boards and commissions, including Fresno Compact, Fresno County Cradle to Career, and the California Partnership for the San Joaquin Valley. He also currently serves on the Before and After School program and the St. Agnes Medical Center Board of Directors. And whereas, over the years, Luis has received many honors. He was the Valley's first recipient of the James Irvine Foundation Leadership Award. He also received the Local Hero Award by Union Bank and Valley Public Television, along with Portraits of Success from KC24. In 2019, he received the Ethical Leadership Honor from the California State University's Fresno's Ethics Center, marking 20 years of service. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes your many notable achievements over the years and truly wishes you the best on your retirement and all future endeavors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim November 3rd, 2022 to be Luis C. Santana Day in the City of Fresno.
All right, fantastic. Our last proclamation for the day is going to be a proclamation in celebration of Sikh Heritage Month. And that's sponsored by Councilmember Soria, as well as the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
Good morning, everyone. I have the distinct honor today to recognize our Sikh brothers and sisters from here, Fresno, to celebrate Sikh Heritage Month in the city of Fresno. So I want to call all my brothers and sisters up here to join us. We have folks from the Sikh Institute of Fresno, Hidden Wealth Foundation, the Jakar Movement, the Sikh Women's Organization of Central California, Fresno City College, and also the GHG Sangeet and Dance Academy. So if you guys want to just join us this way. Yeah. I know. Big group. Love it. Good morning. How are you? So just what an honor to be able to do this proclamation. As you guys know, I'm about to term out. And so we've been doing this now for several years, recognizing our Sikh community. And so I'm honored here today to be able to do this as I go out and be joined by our mayor and the city manager's office in recognition of the Sikh community in the city of Fresno, really, and their contributions that they have made into our community. I think the city of Fresno has really showed that it prides itself in the diversity that exists in the city because it makes us stronger as a community. And so today I want to recognize there's a tremendous amount of groups within the Sikh community, from the Sikh Institute to the women's organizations, to the Dance Academy, to the youth organizations. Again, meeting the needs of the Sikh community here in our region. And so I want to thank you guys for the tremendous amount of work that you guys have been doing, the tremendous amount of work that many of your organizations provided during the pandemic, from the Jakar movement to the Sikh temple to providing food distribution, site location west of the 99. I've had the honor and pleasure also of representing many of the Sikh families because I do represent west of the 99, and the Sikh temple is in my district. And so I've enjoyed the partnership, the friendship, and just the work together. Because I believe that you guys are a critical component of our city. And so today we celebrate your community. We acknowledge the integral part that you guys are. Sikh Americans are farmers. they're business owners, they are engineers, lawyers, educators, and community leaders, and even elected officials here in the city of Fresno, in our school boards, and also outside of the city of Fresno and Fresno County. So we are delighted that you guys have all joined us because it is important that our community recognize the Sikh community and its contributions that have been present here in our community for decades. So I will pass it on to the mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. You know, there's a lot of folks in our community that may not be aware of the Sikh community, maybe not aware of their values, what they stand for, but I have grown to love this community over the years.
1 second, Mayor. Let's see if we can get this fixed.
I know that I knew that wasn't Punjabi either. The Sikh community, though, stands for family. They stand for faith, and they have an incredible work ethic, and really are about education. And for anyone that has been around the Sikh community very long, you know what their work ethic is, and working tirelessly to provide for their family, but also to give back to the community. And I know that over the years we've had some incidents that have occurred, unfortunately, as a result of hate crimes, where people have done some things that are unthinkable, simply based on the fact that they're misunderstood. And I want all of you to know that, that we love you, that we stand with you, just as I did in a video that I did to stand up for the farmers in India. We stand with you here as well. You are a big part of our community, and we value you, your friendship, your support, and we thank you very much for what you do here and throughout the United States. God bless you.
Okay, so we have several proclamations. We wanted to recognize all the various organizations that have made significant contributions in the city of Fresno. So I'll name them off just so that we know. So we have the Sikh Institute of Fresno. Okay. Then we have the Hidden Wealth Foundation. We have the GHG Sangeet and Dance Academy. We also have the American Sikh Sangha. Oh, Raj. Sikh Sangha. Sikh Sangha. Yes. Okay. I'm like, I got to work on my pronunciation. The Sikh Women's Organization of Central California. We have the Jakara movement. Is that it? Yep. Awesome. Thank you so much again. And I also just wanted to add, as before I pass on the mic to a couple of our Sikh leaders, I did want to, acknowledge that the tremendous unity that exists among the Sikh community, and I think it's very admirable in terms of when tragedy happens. And as we all know, the Sikh community just not too far from here in Merced County experienced a significant tragedy. And it was beautiful to see that not only the Sikh community came together, but that entire region, and I think even nationally, because when one hurts, we all hurt. And so I want to just thank you guys for just that beautiful unity that exists among your community. You guys are a great example. So now we have 4 speakers.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to greet you in our own language. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. So for me to honor today is a big thing. I came here in 1978. Okay, if I get a little bit emotional. So at that time, Sikh word was never heard. When my kids went to school, my son was the only one in the school who had a turban. And he had to face a lot of problems. So today, I'm really grateful with the new generation. Like, he's a friend of my son, so he's my son too. So I'm really proud of them. Started from there, we came here today. Fresno, Mayor, Fresno City of Council City, I'm kind of emotional. They proclaimed the Sikh Heritage Month for us. So it's really, really, for me, for my lifetime, I do teach our language from last 30 years, and 3 years back, I'm here, they honored us, so that then the second time I came here. So this is the highest honor I can think that city of Fresno had given it to our community. So, and one thing I'll also tell our community, there's a saying, do as the Romans do. So we are here, so we are not any separate part of from Fresno community or Fresno Sangat. So whatsoever problems Fresno city face, I think as a Sikh community, we are going to promise to stand by Fresno's problems or city. So this is what, as a community, we do as we tend. And we are Sikh means, you must have known, is a learning. So we are learning, still we are learning. I learned a lot. This culture, I can't even speak English today. I'm here and speaking English. Yeah, I did learn English in India, but that wasn't my first language. So I'm really thankful to Mayor and the council. So they did that, proclaim the Sikh Heritage Month for us. So that's a big achievement in my life from last 40 years. And I think all of them must be younger than me. It looks like it. So, so it's all their effort. Thank you.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Sri Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. And I speak English better than I do Punjabi, so I'm going to challenge myself. Main Punjabi vich hi bolungi, So, first of all, thank you, Esmeralda Soria, Mayor, thank you, other council member that have stood by us for many, many years. We greatly appreciate it. And I think November, you couldn't have chosen a better month for Sikh Awareness Month, because we are all about gratitude. Our founder, Guru Nanak Dev, taught us to always focus on oneness, which is you can contemplate, for the rest of your life on just that one word and what it means to be one. And I think that our community stands for that. We stand for gratitude. We also stand for, staying in high spirits, what we refer to as saying, staying in Chardi Kala. So ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਮੰਗਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਵਧੀਆ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਵੰਬਰ ਇੰਨਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਮਹੀਨਾ ਮਿਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੋਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਵਧੀਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲੇ ਆ ਪ੍ਰੋਕਲੇਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਘਰੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਆਫਿਸ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਧਾਂ ਤੇ ਟੰਗ ਦੇਣਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਕੰਮ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਮੰਗਦੀ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੰਮ ਇੱਥੇ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਲੇਡੀਜ਼ ਸਟਰਗਲ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਬਿਜ਼ਨੈਸਿਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਹਜੇ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਬਣਿਆ ਸੋ ਹੁਣ ਆਪਾਂ ਰਲੇ ਤਾਂ ਹੈਗੇ ਹਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਓਂਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਇਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਜੇ ਕੰਮ ਬਹੁਤ ਪਿਆ ਹੈ ਆਪਣਾ ਸੋ ਇਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਮੰਗਦੀ ਹਾਂ once again thank you we really appreciate it what an honor and we believe in one Fresno Mr. Dyer and stronger than any other community so we are grateful. I'm also getting emotional, so I'm going to say thank you and Bole So Nihal. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor Jerita. Thank you, Esmeralda, and thank you, President Nelson, for keeping this month a birth anniversary month of our founder, Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji. We hail from this area for helping us, and we are also part of this community here. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I think everyone's kind of said everything, so I'm going to just keep it short. On behalf of the Jakarta Movement, I'd like to thank the mayor, the city council members, and the city of Fresno for acknowledging November as Sikh Heritage Month, and all the organizations, the Punjabi and Sikh organizations in Fresno. We hope that in the years to come, we can continue to build an even stronger and inclusive relationship with Fresno and its residents. Thank you.
I didn't plan that, but thank you, Mayor Dyer. Thank you, council member. It's an honor for our community to get the proclamation for this special month. And as Mayor Dyer said, we've been living here in more than a century, but we're still facing a hate crime just because most of people feel like we look different than the others. I wanted to say there's no difference. Come to us, ask us the questions. Don't feel that, we're a stranger. We're part of the community. Come to our Gurdwara. We can teach you so many things that you will love. And again, like Mayor Dyer said, one Fresno is the goal for us, and we're part of that. And again, thank you for that.
Again, before we give us some souvenirs, I just want to thank, there are many other organizations that are not present here today. For example, Sikh Historical Society that manages the Sikh exhibit at the Fresno County Historical Museum. So, oh, they are here, Bella is here. Virsa Foundation, Punjabi Cultural Center, and there are many other organizations. So we are really here to show the unity that we are standing behind the same cause. And there are many of us are working behind the scenes to make sure that our community is united and it's served. And if there's a gap, we all come together and fill that gap. That is what Sikhi is all about. And lastly, before we give out some of the souvenirs for us, I would like to thank Mayor Dyer and Councilmember Soria, and especially your staff. They were very graciously working with me for the last couple of weeks to make sure this happens. And the Council President, Nelson Esparza, thank you very much, and rest of the City Council. And then I wanted to lastly thank Harjinder Sani, who is really our voice in the city as well, and making that happen. So thank you very much. So lastly, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh, and we have small souvenirs for everybody else. So you want to come? Yes.
You want us, who's presenting it? Okay.
What would you like me to say? Thank you. Again, we just want to thank you. And this is just a souvenir from the Sikh Council of Central California as well.
On Sikhism that I gave.
So every council member will get a book about Sikhism on behalf of Sikh Council of Central California. So again, please, we'll keep it right here, and then if you would like to come down, or we can just keep it right here for all of you. Okay, and then Mr. Esparza, would you please come up here, because we have a souvenir for you as well.
Are we going to be tested on this?
Yes, after a year, next year.
Yes,
so you have 1 year.
Next year, okay.
1 year.
Come to the Sikh institution, I'm a teacher there.
I've been there.
So I'll give you a quiz there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just here we go. So, thank you very much. Yep. Thank you very much for all you do for us. And then please count on us. Every time you see any issues, count on our community, and we'll make sure that we stand by you to create the one Fresno vision for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It means a great deal to receive this. You folks came to receive the proclamation and came bearing gifts and giving back, and I think that speaks volumes to what your community stands for and what the values are. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, I was going to say Madam Clerk. Mr. Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Certainly. Whereas Sikhism is the world's 5th largest religion, and today there are more than 30 million Sikhs worldwide, and an estimated 500,000 Sikh Americans. And whereas Sikhs have been living in the United States for more than 100 years, and during the early 20th century, thousands of Sikh Americans worked on farms, in lumber mills and mines, and on the Oregon, Pacific, and Eastern Railway. They have made countless contributions to our country, and whereas 2022 is the 553rd birth year of Guru Nanak, the first of 10 gurus and founder of Sikhism. Sikhs celebrate Guru Nanak's Gurpurab, birth anniversary, worldwide and recognize it as one of the most important dates in the Sikh calendar. And whereas Vaisakhi is also a historically significant day for Sikhs and is celebrated worldwide on April 14th as the birth of Khalsa, a tradition of initiating Sikhs and promoting equality. And whereas Sikh Americans distinguish themselves by fostering respect among all people by practicing the three key pillars of Sikhism: Karat Karni, honest living; Van Chokna, sharing with others; and Nam Japna, remembrance of God. And whereas the Sikh community is important to California's diversity, more than 25% of Sikh Americans in the state live in the state. Fresno has become a cultural center for Sikhism with a large and vibrant community. And whereas today the city of Fresno seeks to further celebrate the diversity of its community and afford all residents the opportunity to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich history of shared experiences of Sikh Americans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim November 2022 to be Sikh Heritage Month in the city of Fresno.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, thank you guys for coming out to City Hall this morning. Take care.
I know there's a way where you can bypass that. You know her code.
All right, fantastic presentation. That was great. As the chamber is kind of emptying out a bit, we will move over to council member reports and comments. We'll skip over Councilmember Soria for now. We'll come back to her. Councilmember Carbasi, did you have any reports or comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'll make this very brief. I just wanted, and I hope they're listening today, I just wanted to thank our Parks Department. You have, for the last 2 weeks, become my favorite department. I'll tell you why. You had a great event in Pinedale. It was for Halloween. It was a 3-night haunted house event. The staff at Pinedale Community Center did a great job. It was so full that there was a line outside the building, and that tells you a lot. People want a safe place where they can play, and they can get candy safe and be safe. And I want to thank the mayor and your staff for doing a great job with that event. I also want to share that the Parks Department was really great. They're having an event tonight at the Pinedale Community Center at 6 p.m. to discuss the cultural arts plan component of Measure P. So if you're a taxpayer in Northwest Fresno, you're a resident, and you want to have a say in how your tax dollars are spent, I think it's really important that you attend because it is our money. We want to make sure it's spent all over this city to reflect the history and the culture of our community. That's it. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Arias, do you have a report?
I'm going to keep it short because the Council Vice President just directed me to do so. I just want to say thank you to the Parks Department and invite everyone on Friday, November 4th. Our office and the mayor's office will be doing the grand opening of the California Tubman Park. We are finally, after 10 years, got the playground installed and made some significant improvements in that park. So I invite everyone to enjoy some face painting, some music, and a free food, and hopefully it won't rain on us. And then just an update request for the city manager. I'm hoping to get a council workshop on the status of the Commission for Police Reform recommendations, where we're at with the implementation of all the recommendations. And that's it. Thank you, city staff.
That was really short. Fantastic. Councilmember Chavez. Swear is back.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple comments. I did want to give a big thank you to everyone that was able to attend our annual Fall Festival last week at Inspiration Park. We had over 1,200 people attending. It was an amazing event. People had an amazing time. West of the 99 families were able to enjoy food. We had pumpkins, community resource booth, prizes, face painting, and photos out there. We also had a movie in the park. I did want to also just express my gratitude to the park staff that is located at Inspirations Parks Community Center for all the help that they gave us before, during, and then even after the event. So thank you so much. And then also just want to announce that our office will be hosting a community meeting to provide an update on the Van Ness Weldon Park on Wednesday, November 16th at 5:30. We will be sharing the location, but it'll be somewhere near the Fresno High neighborhood, near the park. But as you guys probably have seen, the construction for the offsite improvements have been finalized. So you see the complete sidewalk and the removal of the right turn lane. And there's a lot of progress here, so we're just excited and wanted to make sure folks come out and get an update on the rest of the construction for the future park in the Fresno High area. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez? No? Councilmember Bedefeld?
No, I just wanted to again thank city staff and the city council for yesterday and the unveiling of the police officers and firefighter memorial. It's something we can all be very, very proud of. We'll be here long after we're here. And it says something about our city, our community, that we would honor citizens of Fresno who served in wars and lost their lives, as well as our police and firefighters. So congratulations to everybody involved. It was a very emotional time, certainly for the families, and couldn't be more proud of what took place. Thank you.
Great. Council Vice President?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just want to give a couple of acknowledgments. The first one was that we had an extremely successful second annual Fall Fest over at Large Park this last Saturday. We had several hundred families from throughout the district show up to Large Park. They got a free pumpkin. They were able to paint it and take it home. Families that might otherwise not have access to holiday festivities, we were able to provide food and desserts and have a costume contest and a pumpkin decorating contest. And it's one of the things I heard a lot from when I was talking to folks, that they wanted a bigger sense of community engagement, and just really pleased by the huge turnout. Obviously wouldn't have happened without a lot of our partners. Planet Pumpkin off of First and Needs donated nearly 200 pumpkins to our office so that we could provide them to children in our district. Fresno Police Activities League was their debut. They brought out their ice cream truck for the very first time. We went through about 120 caramel apples and 100 ice cream cones in about 20 minutes. Super successful and super popular. So thank you, Fresno POW. Thank you to our Fresno Northeast Policing District for coming out, giving a demonstration of the drone program. I know the kids really enjoyed those. Thank you to the Fresno Chaffee Zoo for donating gift cards for the costume contest and the pumpkin contest. We were able to give several families annual passes to the Fresno Chaffee Zoo, thanks to our partners at the Fresno Zoo. And thank you to the Smith Camp Family Honors College for coming out, volunteering your time, and helping serve food to the families at District 4. We couldn't have done it without all of that support. Last week, we also did our October Business of the Month. Every month, my office goes out and we recognize a different small business in our district, a unique business, usually a family-run business, folks who are really adding to the culture and to the economy of not just our district, but the city as a whole. So we were proud to present it to Ghost Golf and the owner, Darren Coleman. If you guys haven't been to Ghost Golf, they're located on the corner of Blackstone and Shaw. They've been around since 2019. It's an indoor arcade and mini golf location. If you haven't gone before, I strongly recommend it. It's Halloween themed. It's up all year. They had some difficulties during the pandemic, but they came out on top and their business is going strong. Perfect idea for a date night or to take the family out on a Saturday or Sunday. Again, that's Ghost Golf on Blackstone and Shaw. Last week, I wasn't able to attend. I was out celebrating my birthday with family, but a couple of my staffers were able to attend the Firefighter for a Day event. That's my Chief of Staff, Laura, my District Director, Carmen. They're used to putting out fires every single day here at City Hall, but this was obviously much more intense, and they got a sneak peek, behind-the-scenes look at the mental wear and the challenges the duty of being a firefighter brings every single day to the men and women who work for the Fresno Fire Department. So they really enjoyed the experience. I know it was an invaluable learning experience for our entire office. So thank you to our fire department for providing that training. And just want to reiterate a huge thank you to Council Members Arias and Bredefeld. I know they've worked hard on getting the first responders memorial out there that we had the unveiling of yesterday. It displays the names of the fallen police officers in the city of Fresno, as well as the fallen firefighters since the inception of our city. And if you haven't had a chance, when you leave City Hall today, please take a look at it. It's really a beautiful monument on the right-hand side, and I know that you guys had been working on it for a really long time, and it really did turn out beautifully. So thank you to both of you for making that happen, and that will conclude my remarks, Council President. Thank you.
Fantastic. I'll give a brief update. As always, lots going on in District 7, and we'll just try and provide some very brief highlights. Was able to attend the Embrace Diversity event over at the Fresno Center. This is, I think, the second or third time the Fresno Center has done this particular event. Great turnout. Love to see community come together. That same day, we also had our trunk or treat at Manchester Center. I want to say we had probably well over 1,000 children. I don't have an exact count, but I feel pretty confident given that number. So always great to see our community out and partner with our police officers over at the Central District Station or at the Manchester Center. Last week, again, I want to congratulate all the firefighters who were promoted at the fire department promotional ceremony. We attended that here in the chambers. It's been a long time, I think, since we had one of those ceremonies in the chamber because of COVID, so it's nice to be back, and congratulations again to all those folks and their families who attended. Lastly, there's been a number of different fall festivals we've participated in and attended, but this weekend we'll be engaging in the Jackson Neighborhood Fall Festival, so we'll look forward to that down in the southern part of the district. That'll conclude my remarks. We'll move over to the mayor and/or city manager.
Thank you, Council President. Did want to update the council and the community on some Beautify Fresno events that have occurred and will be occurring this Saturday. This last Saturday, we had about 500 volunteers, various locations throughout the city. Cleanup in the Tower District called Beautify Fresno. In conjunction with Halloween, some of the participants wore costumes. We had the Bridge Church, and then there were about 330 youth and parents from the LDS church that came out and cleaned throughout Fresno. So a lot of momentum continuing. And that will occur this Saturday. The momentum will continue with Fresno Youth Service Day. We'll have 22 different locations throughout Fresno. We already have over 800 youth that have signed up to volunteer to clean up locations around some of the campuses throughout Fresno. And then that will begin at 8 a.m. and go through about noon. And then Me and Ed's Pizza will be served. I want to say thank you to Me and Ed's for donating that. And then lastly is I had an opportunity yesterday to go to Break the Barriers. And I don't know how many of you have been over to that location to watch what they do, not just with our youth, but with our veterans. There are veterans that go to that location every day for archery and for Bible study, for a number of things that they do to help veterans who have been, who are challenged physically. Some cases have some challenges mentally as a result of their service. But I can't say enough about Break the Barriers in terms of what they do in our community, the volunteers that they use to support our less fortunate youth, as well as our veterans. So I encourage all of you, if you can, to get by there and take a look at what they do. It was eye-opening for me. I spent a couple of hours there yesterday. So they do an incredible job for very little dollars. Thank you.
Nothing from me this morning.
Okay. All right, so we do, at this point, typically go to the consent calendar. We do have a time sensitivity requests from the administration. So I'd like to do at this point, we're going to move over to item 5C, which is a closed session item. Public employee appointment of the, considering the appointment, employment, evaluation, performance, et cetera, of the city controller. So I'll go ahead and take public comment on this one item, and only this item at this time, and then we'll come back and snap back into sort of regular order. But I will open public comment for item 5C. I don't think I have any yellow cards for this item here for anyone in person. I don't see anyone on Zoom. City Attorney, do you want to go ahead and read that off kind of officially?
In closed session this morning, we have consider public employee appointment, city controller. We may have reportable items after closed session.
All right, we'll head back and we'll be back as soon as we finish that one item. with announcements, and then we will continue on with the remainder of the agenda.
Yes, by a unanimous vote, 7-0, the council voted to approve the city manager's decision to appoint Santino Denisi as the next city controller. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to Santino.
Who is walking in right now.
Is he walking? Oh, is he here in the
Oh,
building?
he's on the elevator. Shoot. Just like he's running in right now. I just wanted to be able to quickly, we wanted to come in and say, as I tap dance here, as he steps, there he is. Santino, congratulations. So Santino, they just announced the unanimous approval of your appointment as city controller, so.
You're hired.
Welcome to the
Thank
jungle.
you so
yeah.
much. So quickly happened, I'm not even sure how to address the council properly, but thank you so much for this opportunity. Very excited and looking forward to meeting the staff and getting started. And thank you, council, for the support. Happy to serve the city of Fresno.
Congratulations and welcome to the city.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome.
Congratulations to you. Thank you.
Touche. Amen. That's good advice, Santino.
All right, let's move back to our consent calendar. Before we can take on the consent calendar, we need to do public comment. So again, at this time, we'll go ahead and take public comments on any of the consent items, on any of the contested consent items, unscheduled communication, as well as the closed session agenda, the items that are remaining on the closed session agenda. So again, we'll go ahead and open up public comments. We do have a stack of yellow cards here already. If you're in the chamber and would like to speak on an item, please fill out one of these yellow cards and bring it on up to the clerk here, and she'll get it up to me. And if you're on Zoom, go ahead and raise your hands, and we'll make sure you get an opportunity to speak. The first yellow card I have is going to be for Fernando Paul Elizondo Sr.
Peace be with you. These signs that I carry are inspired by the Holy Spirit. That's why they're in depth with a lot of meaning, okay? They're signs of the times. We are in critical times now. And just recently, we have a problem, an issue with liars, pathological liars. That's why we're in what you say in the mess we're in, okay? There's one word that will save us all. You know what that word is? Repent, and the Lord will set you free. Today, we have to deal with this, an injustice. 10,000 years, or, well, who's counting, but the 10 Commandments, the 9th one says, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. How long has it been since that was given to us in stone, and yet it holds water today? This is what this sign's for. The person that is involved with this, persons, they know who they are. Let the guilt fall on them, not on those that are innocent. We have a problem with character assassination. Without even realizing it, Mr. Chavez, Luis Chavez, not the other one, tells him, well, he's not a Mexican. He's from Brazil or somewhere. What does it make a difference, right? The man is doing good. That's all you got to look at. Then you mention liquor. That's character assassination. Okay? My last thing is, I am going to run for mayor 2 years from now. I've got boots on the ground, okay? I'm not investigating everybody, but I'm inspecting you. One more thing I got to say. You people at City Council, or whoever started this, why do you make us come in the back way when the front door is over here, back of you? Why? Are you embarrassed of us or what? We run the show, not you. I can't understand that, but then you guys got everything backwards here anyway, see? We need like I said, I worked for the federal government where we had a suggestion box. You guys don't take any suggestions, you guys know it all. Sad. And I don't try to impose on anybody any bad, but God be with you and do your best in God's will, not your own.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker
Amen.
is going to be Hershey Stovall. Hershey Stovall. Next speaker is going to be Gloria Cruz. Gloria.
Muy buenos días a todos. Yo vengo aquí a representar a la comunidad hispana y las necesidades que tenemos en cuestión de las viviendas. Como estoy enterada que hay un programa que el gobierno está ofreciendo de dar un down payment para los primeros compradores de vivienda. Entonces, yo estoy aquí para poder pedir que por favor sí aprueben este programa, que nos ayuden, porque las necesidades que tenemos la raza hispana es mucha. Entonces, ese es mi punto de vista y la petición. Gracias.
Good morning. I'm coming here to represent the Hispanic community and also the needs that we have when it comes to housing. As I am aware that there's a program. There's a program for first-time home buyers that the government is offering when it comes to helping out with a down payment for those first-time home buyers. And so I am just here in order to ask for it to please be approved and for you to help us, because the needs that we have, our Hispanic community, it's just very great. And so that is my ask, and thank you.
Okay, so looking through my stack of cards here, I do have a number of cards here, very similar to this last one that just say housing. For these folks, was this intended for the housing items that are supposed to be items 3A, 3B, 3C, or was this unscheduled? Lilia Besadid, you're next. Lilia. Yeah, Lily, I'm not sure if you're welcome to comment now or during the actual items. It's up to you.
Lilia, nomás estaba diciendo el presidente que si quieren hablar ahorita durante el comentario público o cuando se oigan estas propuestas que se van a oír un poco más tarde, pero esa es la decisión de ustedes. ¿Quieren ahorita o cuando se vayan a oír esas propuestas de las viviendas?
Voy a confiar en ustedes.
Va a ser más tarde, como las 2 o 3, pienso que.
No, voy a hacer mi comentario. Espero lo consideren.
Ok, está bien.
Okay. Sí, entonces es mejor que hablen ahora.
Gracias, Esmeralda. Gracias, Nelson. Pues buenos días, mi nombre es Lilia Becerril, residente del área del Distrito 5. lastimosamente no está mi concejal sentado ahí, pero ok. Estamos dando ahorita, el día de hoy, nuestra comunidad de Familias en Acción, junto con Wincho y Consejo de Liderazgo, dándoles las gracias porque están considerando, primero que nada, las familias de bajos ingresos con el presupuesto que quieren dar para nosotros. Esperemos que sí lo prueben. Entonces, ya pienso que ya tenemos bastantes con tantas casas, hogares abandonados, como para que consideren un poquito a las familias de bajos ingresos. Entonces, es una de las cosas que estamos aquí hoy presentes, para que miren que la necesidad es mucha y que las familias de bajos ingresos nunca tienen las oportunidades, y principalmente si son familias que no tienen un seguro social para poder comprar una propiedad. Nuevamente, gracias en nombre de Familias en Acción y el Consejo de Liderazgo y las familias que estamos aquí presentes por apoyar este presupuesto, que dejemos a Dios que sea aprobado. Muchas gracias.
Good morning. My name is Zilia Becerril. I come from District 5, and sadly, my council member isn't up there, but oh well. I'm coming here with Families in Action, or Familias en Acción in Spanish, and Leadership Council, and I just want to say thank you for considering the families of low income. I hope that you do approve it in your budget. I think that we have a lot of people who have a great need in our community, and we are present to ask that, or to tell you that the need is great for our low-income families, and they do not have the same opportunities that other people have. Again, thank you so much for supporting this budget, and hopefully you will pass it.
Next speaker is going to be Maria Gasca. Maria. Following Maria Gasca will be Maria Sotelo.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es María Gasca. Yo también vengo de la propuesta que se está haciendo ahorita del gobierno, o la ciudad, perdón. Quisiéramos que nos ayudaran más un poquito a todas las personas que estemos de bajos ingresos. Yo tengo, ya tengo 10 años aquí viviendo en Fresno, y ya nos está subiendo demasiado la renta. Es mucho lo que están subiendo. Y hay tantas casas abandonadas que la ciudad o el gobierno no se pone a pensar que esas casas tienen que ser ocupadas, porque hay mucho vandalismo de lo que se está haciendo. Y nosotros estamos viviendo en una área muy pues abandonada, como se puede decir, porque las personas que nos rentan no nos ayudan a acomodar las cosas. Sin embargo, no pintan las casas, no nos ayudan ahorita si nuestras casas necesitan luz, tenemos que poner un electricista para que nos ayuden para nosotros pagarlo de nuestra bolsa, y eso no es justo para nosotros. Queremos que nos ayuden a solucionar este problema, porque es un problema muy grande lo que se está haciendo. Gracias.
Hello, good morning. My name is Maria Gascar, and I come to support this proposition that is being made by the government, or by the city. We would like for you to help our low-income people. I have been here in Fresno for the last 10 years, and rent is going up way too high. There are so many abandoned homes here in the city, and for example, there's a lot of different places that are being unoccupied that should be occupied. There's a lot of vandalism going around, and we're living in an abandoned area, so to say, because a lot of people who rent out, they also don't want to help us fix things. For example, they don't want to help us paint our houses. If our houses need some type of fixture with lighting, we have to hire an electrician and pay out of pocket, and I don't think that that is fair, and we would like for you to help us solve this problem. Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Maria Sotelo.
Hola, buenas tardes o buenos días, no sé. Yo nomás vengo también a apoyar. Mi nombre es María Mucio Sotelo, el Distrito 5. Yo gracias por los concejales que están al frente. Un programa para compradores de casa por primera vez. Pero todavía falta más protección, más fuertes de desalojos a las gentes que los están desalojando. En vez de ayudarlos, yo conozco un familiar que le dice, arréglame, ponme el calentón o ponme el aire acondicionado. Si te gusta, vete. Yo pienso que eso es injusto. Por favor, apóyenlos. Yo no estoy en esa situación, gracias a Dios. Toda mi vida he estado aquí en Estados Unidos y yo prefiero que otra gente, la que más lo necesita, apóyenlos. Muchas gracias y gracias. Ojalá lo apoyen a la gente que lo ocupa más. Gracias.
¿Su nombre otra vez, señora? María Sotelo. Muchas gracias. Good afternoon or good morning. I'm not exactly sure what it is. My name is Maria Sotelo, and I am from District 5. Thank you so much for the first-time homebuyers program, but we need more protections, especially for evictions. I know a family member that he asked for them to put the heater and the air conditioning, and they told him, if you don't like it, leave. I'm not in that situation, and I have been in the United States for a while, but I would just really like for you guys to please support the people who mainly need it. Thank you.
Okay, so I noticed we do have a 10:10 a.m. appearance on the agenda, so I'll fold that in right now, the public comment. That's going to be Gabrielle Evidian regarding Old Armenian Town. Gabrielle, are you with us this morning? Gabrielle Evidian? She's online? Okay. Let's go ahead and promote her. Good morning, Gabrielle. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My Armenian grandparents lived near the historic homes in Old Armenian Town. I wrote you a letter 2 weeks ago expressing my concern that the homes had been seemingly surreptitiously sold for affordable housing. I'm now asking you to directly answer the following questions. Why was the Armenian community or community at large not notified ahead of time that the sale of these homes would be placed on the agenda, only 6 days after the contract was signed and under the cloak of a different name? Why have you never responded to the Historic Preservation Commission, representatives appointed by the mayor, who wrote you in June asking why you've not responded to their approved proposal for these homes submitted 5 years ago? Why, for 7 years, has the Armenian Museum of Fresno's proposal to turn these homes at no cost to the city into a museum featuring Armenian and all heritages sat on city council desks and those of previous mayors without any response? They communicated with the RDA, successor agency, and mayors over 12 years. Why was the community around these homes never notified, as required by law, of the affordable housing proposal so that residents could express their opinions? Why was community opposition to the affordable housing project withheld from the developer? Why has City Council claimed the Armenian community has been silent regarding this when the sale was undisclosed to the public until just before the vote, and when community members joining the meeting were never acknowledged? Why has your successor agency not permitted George Bursick, original owner of 2 of those homes, whose homes were seized by eminent domain, to repurchase his homes for the market value as per the law under his right of first refusal? The homes were lived in, then taken for a different eminent domain purpose, and now, if they are to be converted back to homes, why is he being barred from repurchasing them as per the law? He has documented communication with your successor agency before and even on the day you approved the sale of those homes to the developer. He has right of first refusal. Why were the homes sold out from underneath him? His case highlights that the homes were to have a different purpose than residential when they were seized. The 2008 judgment makes it clear that the homes were to be kept near the Armenian church and bakery because they were, quote, historic resources and should be grouped together. Why should the homes be grouped together with other historic Armenian buildings if not for historic purposes? Therefore, the original CUP and site plan that Councilman Arias claimed that the Armenian community had supported was a completely different historic and cultural project. The Armenian community has not supported this affordable housing project, and it was not the spirit of the 2008 court opinion. I ask you to bring this business back for reconsideration and overturn your previous vote. Over 12 nonprofits have been waiting in the wings to restore them for historic purposes. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Des. Des? There you are.
I would like to start off with saying I'm an unpaid advocate and outreach worker for 7.5 years in Fresno. I do this out of passion because I was there. With that said, I would like to make it very clear that I am not your billboard. You do not have to like me, but you will definitely respect me. Today I'm here in support of tiny homes with option to purchase for our unhoused community. Home is not a place, it's a feeling. There is nothing more important than a good, safe, secure home. Home is where you play, laugh, cry, and learn. Home is more than just 4 walls and a roof over your head. Home is an environment that greets you with love when you walk in the door. Home is a rock-solid foundation. Home is where individuals become themselves, not just physically, but mentally. Having an option to buy a tiny home is a dream that many have had and wanted, but the dream is always out of reach. With this opportunity, many that have always had that dream of owning their own will now have a chance. It allows our unhoused community to build equity and own something on their own without harsh regulations, and allows our homeless community to have an autonomy over their own lives and how they want to live it. And while this is a very good first step, there's definitely a lot more to be done. Thank you.
Next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Carla Martinez. The following speaker after Carla will be Benita Vasquez.
And for clarification, can I make comments on 4A and 3A right now?
You may. You're still only allowed the 3 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Carla Martinez with Leadership Council. With regards on 4A, we thank Councilmember Arias, Soria, and Chavez for taking steps to establish critical housing programs in the city of Fresno. We especially acknowledge the $5 million ARPA funding that will help down payment assistance programs to help longtime residents achieve the dream of homeownership. While the housing resolution before you is a good starting point, and we look forward to reading details when they are brought back to council, we continue to urge the adoption of stronger local tenant protections and rent stabilization ordinance. Rents have risen 22% from 2021 to 2022, and we are failing to protect affordable housing available today. While we need to build more affordable housing, we need to pair it with policies to preserve current affordable housing and protect our neighbors, children, and working families. While AB 1482 is in place, we need stronger local reinforcements to make sure tenants are able to afford a roof over their head and basic necessities such as food, childcare, and transportation costs. Community leaders are ready to meet with you and work with you to discuss how we can move forward and implement rent stabilization and local tenant protections. On item 3A, the voucher incentive program being proposed today continues to lack appropriate planning and action. We ask that the council oppose the voucher incentive program. SB 329 prohibits housing discrimination, which includes sources of income such as Section 8 housing. This program is simply another way of incentivizing corporations and landlords to accept vouchers, even though they are supposed to consider tenants regardless of their source of income. The program does not contain any additional information on what steps will be taken if landlords refuse to follow the law and the city fails to enforce SB 329. Instead, funds should be put towards a complaint hotline, which can fall under the purview of the eviction protection program. This hotline can help the city of Fresno enforce SB 329 and legally pursue landlords that refuse to accept vouchers. Further, the hotline can serve as an education tool to inform families in knowing their rights if they are using a housing voucher. Fresno's own housing element already has Program 10B, which tasks the Housing Authority with holding regular discussions with potential new landlords to expand the number of developments that accepts tenants with vouchers. The city's role in this was to assist in geographic analysis necessary to target outreach. The city should be building upon this program instead of continuing to incentivize landlords to follow the law. Thank you.
Next speaker is going to be Benita Vasquez. After Benita, we'll have Virginia.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Benita Vázquez y estoy aquí por muchas de las razones que ya mis compañeras mencionaron. Actualmente están ocurriendo muchos desalojos injustos, especialmente para la comunidad que trabaja en agricultura. Como sabemos, ellos son una gran mayoría que aportan la economía. Entonces, se me hace injusto que por cualquier cosa que necesiten en su vivienda, alguna reparación, los estén desalojando. Entonces, lo que a mí me gustaría es que vuelvan a hacer esa ley contra los desalojos para que no familias sigan siendo desamparadas, ya que lamentablemente si pides una reparación, a la semana te llega una carta de desalojo. Entonces, eso se me hace a mí muy injusto porque las familias quedan desamparadas y actualmente pues no hay viviendas donde puedas rentar. Entonces, me gustaría que vuelvan a aprobar otra vez esa ley que nos proteja contra los desalojos. Gracias.
Good morning. My name is Benita Vasquez, and I'm here for a lot of the reasons of which my colleagues have just mentioned. There's a lot of injustices happening, especially with the agricultural worker community, and I just think that it's very unfair that for whatever reparation is needed, they are being evicted. I would like for you to pass the eviction protection law again, because sadly, if you ask for a reparation, within a week you get an eviction letters, and families are just being evicted, and I don't think that that's very just. Thank you.
Next speaker is Virginia. No last name.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Virginia, como saben, están escuchando. Igual vengo pues con el mismo propósito de que pues nos puedan ayudar en algo, sobre todo como están diciendo a todos nosotros los emigrantes que trabajamos en el campo acerca de las rentas que están en lugar de ayudarnos para bajar, están subiendo demasiado. Se nos hace a veces a nosotros algo imposible de juntar mes con mes lo que están cobrando ahorita en donde quiera la renta, sobre todo que ahorita es la temporada que se viene desde este mes de las lluvias hasta que terminan. A trabajo hay, nadie dice que en los campos no hay trabajo. El problema es de que si amanece lloviendo ya no puede uno ir a trabajar, que si no amanece lloviendo, pero que si está en malas condiciones para entrar, no puede uno entrar a trabajar. Entonces se nos hace imposible estar juntando mes con mes 1,400, que 900, depende cómo sean las áreas donde cobren las rentas. Ahorita yo estoy pasando por una situación donde me quieren desalojar y me están diciendo los mismos propietarios de los departamentos que sí me pueden ayudar, pero necesitan 1,400 pues para dar la renta y 1,400 de depósito. Yo no estoy trabajando ahorita porque estoy ya casi a punto de aliviarme. El único que trabaja es mi esposo. Él pues prácticamente se gana 500 por semana en el field. La verdad ahorita estamos en esta situación de que sí me quieren ayudar, pero me están pidiendo casi $3,000 para empezar, pero todos lo mismo, cada mes 1,400 cada mes, nosotros se nos hace imposible estarlos juntando. Es mucho lo que ahorita están cobrando de renta en donde quiera y en lugar de ayudarnos, nos están como que no piensan ellos que pues cobran por cobrar, pero todos los que trabajamos en el field se nos hace como imposible estar juntando de $1,000 para arriba cada mes. Ojalá y puedan ayudarnos en algo, no sé, que vayan a proponer en el ratito que ustedes tengan su manera de pensar, tanto como con las rentas, en ayudarnos, como están diciendo las otras compañeras, acerca de poder comprar nuestra propia casa, y en lugar de estar pagando tanta renta, mejor pagarlo para una casa, pero ya es algo que puede ser para nosotros. Muchas gracias, espero que escuchen las peticiones de todos nosotros. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Virginia, as I've just mentioned, or Virginia en español. Same thing here, it's the same purpose. I would just like to ask for you to help all the other immigrants who have work in the fields and what they have been mentioning. We'd like for you to help lower our rent. It's impossible to gather what they're asking for rent. Sadly, because of this season of the rain, there's work, and I'm not going to say that there's not work, but it's raining, so you can't work. Or sometimes if it's not raining, but it's in bad conditions, you can't go into work. So it's just really hard to gather up $900 or $1,400. Right now, I'm going through a situation where I am about to be evicted, and the landowners are telling me that they can help, but that they need $1,400 for rent and $1,400 for deposit. And I'm about to have a baby, and my husband is winning about $500 a week working in the fields. And so they want to help me, but they're asking for $3,000, and then every single month after that, $1,400. And it's a lot that's being charged for rent anywhere, and they don't think about it. They charge, but as field workers, it's impossible to keep gathering that week every month. So hopefully you can help us with something, and whatever it is that you might think, whether it comes to rent or being able to buy our own home, and instead of paying rent, pay for a home, that would be for us. Thank you, and I hope you hear all of our asks.
Next speaker is going to be Leticia Jimenez. Leticia? Not here anymore. Next speaker will be Marisela. Marisela's not here with us anymore. All right, next card I have is for Verujan Dersimonian.
Good morning, sirs. My name is Verujan Dersimonian, 550 East Shaw Avenue, 93710. I served as an executive director of Armenian Technology Group since 1989. In 2001, we received state funding from state of California to establish an Armenian museum here in Fresno. And since 2011, we've been housed at UC Center on Shaw Avenue. I want you to hear directly from me myself today. Since 2010, we have submitted several proposals to the city and RDA directly, and discussing the opportunities, what can we do with the homes in the downtown at the corner of M and Santa Clara. I believe you have the proposal in your hands. If you haven't received it, I think it was emailed again today. I don't want to go to the details on that, but I just want to make it very clear that if there's any misunderstanding or misconception that we do not have any financial or community support behind us, it's wrong. We do have it, and we're ready to go, as we had said in our introduction, in our proposal, as well as in our interviews, that we are ready and willing to go forward and to convert those homes into more a touristic attraction for the entire city, not only for the Armenians, for the entire ethnic makeup of our city, converting one of the homes to what was in the early 20th century, presenting the Fresno community in large, Armenians, non-Armenians all together combined. And those we had asked with no money from the city. We're asking directly that our intent was to raise the money from public directly, not from the city. So I'm going to urge you, as the lady ahead of me asked me, to revisit the issue that you voted on it a month ago. If you do visit, of course, the city will save another $1.2 million, which is being allocated for those homes. Use that money for other affordable housing. We will raise the public funding to convert those to a touristic attraction. Thank you so much. We have I have one more minute. If you have a question, I'm ready to answer it. I have one more minute. I'll be staying here. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, the council doesn't typically speak back. We just listen during public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Simonian, are you also on Zoom?
I was on, yes.
Okay, well, you only get one shot, so I'm gonna skip over the Zoom.
Where I'm going to be, and that's why I put on Zoom. You can take it off, right?
Okay, yeah,
I just want to come here personally because I wasn't aware. Providing the opportunity to ask me a question, obviously you don't have it.
That's
Thank
fine,
you,
we're
sir.
gonna go ahead and lower your hand on Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you.
So on Zoom, we have Mr. Robert McCloskey.
Yes, thank you very much. Today I wanted to speak briefly about the warming centers. I think it's important to start opening them at 40 degrees. It's getting down below 40 at night already. It's going to get very cold. 36 degrees is frankly inhumane to use that as a temperature to open the center. In addition to that, we need routes to and from the centers established throughout the city, fax buses, some way to get people there. There's a lot of disabled people that can't get there. I just also wanted to bring up the Heart team. Winter's approaching, winter's here. Let's stop throwing people's tents away, their sleeping bags. I take personal umbrage to this. As a person who has bought sleeping bags, blankets, tents from places like Big Five and distributed them on the streets with my wife and other volunteers, I know the stuff I personally purchased was thrown away by the Heart team, thrown away by the city. I hope that some of you consider look at your incomes. I have a low income, but I think you guys can't afford to go out there and buy some stuff and distribute it. Instead, the city, you're directing officers of the city to throw this stuff away that's vital for people to stay alive in the winter. I wanted to say the city seems to be covering up the fact that an officer ran over a homeless man. He was found at fault. We know that. I asked for the collision report. I haven't received it. I did a public records information request. All I got was the incident report, which gives us the officer's name. But the cover-up continues. I can tell you if this was a businessman in a suit that got ran over by an officer, this would not have happened. This happened to be an unnamed, unhoused individual. We don't even know the status of the person. That's how the homeless are dehumanized by the city, by the police, by city officials, by covering this up. We do support the tiny home village. I had a question regarding the $10 million that was appropriated for a tiny home village for the homeless, a pallet home village that was supposed to put in 50 pallet homes. I know Mr. Arias did get back to me a few weeks ago saying that project has been delayed due to land purchase and other issues. I know that money was appropriated, $5 million by the state and $5 million by the city. That was appropriated in February, March. That project should be rolling by now. Let's get it going, please. Again, I agree with the previous speaker. We do not support a voucher incentive program for landlords.
Thank you, Mr.
They need to abide by the law. The law needs to be enforced.
We're at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Our next speaker on Zoom is going to be Cynthia Piombino.
Good morning, Council. Cindy Pembino here, homeless outreach worker and advocate with Christ Helping Hands Fresno Church. I have a concern with 3A, the Housing Incentive Voucher Program. I do believe that we need a landlord registry for that, and they need to be monitored, and that should be accessible. I want to also speak on 4A, No Place Like Home. The initiative. I want to thank the council members who worked on this, the three that did, I believe it was. And then I'm in full support of the 2 tiny home villages. It's long overdue. I want to echo Bob McCloskey's concerns about the warming center, being one of the other, few volunteers that do work with him in the winter transporting. We definitely need a handy ride van, a EOC handy ride van or something. It is next to impossible for some of us elderly volunteers to get those handicapped people in our vehicles, and those are vans and pickups. It should be an established route also. And the temperature, definitely, it's going to be 36 tonight, I think. We should be having a warming center open tonight. Also, I want to echo about the Heart Team. They have now made it a regular stop at Roding Park every day, and they are confiscating survival gear. My volunteers this past Sunday at our outreach were giving out blankets and sleeping bags. Those have been seized. You know, my volunteers work hard for these things. The survival gear. I wouldn't want my blanket taken at night. So I really, really want to urge the Heart Team to back up on that, please. Thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Right. Next speaker on Zoom will be Brandy N.
Thank you. Thank you, Chavez, Krabasi, for mentioning the cultural arts plan at Pinedale tonight. I went to last week's, and there, the Parks is doing a lot of really great things, and these cultural art workshops to prioritize how Fresno can support the arts are wonderful. So thank you, and please, promote the one online next week on Wednesday, as well as I went to the joint housing element and community needs meetings and the housing trust workshops done by the planning department, and they've done an amazing job with that, and encourage you to, as council members, to promote the remaining meetings so that the community can speak up on what their priorities are with housing, community services, and other needs. Thank you, Arias, for bringing up and putting forth a workshop on the police reform commission, where we're at with those. I want to agree with the people who spoke before regarding police reform, look into reform for Heart and the city's response to our unhoused. It is raining, it's very cold. I didn't realize it was going to be 36, and people are bundling up and trying to protect themselves. And when their stuff is taken, confiscated, they are left without what they're needed. They already have to deal with, if they're being made to move when it's raining, their items getting wet, and putting them at risk, as well as the city will not take anything in storage that is wet. So it's another excuse for them to throw away belongings that they need and making them more vulnerable to sickness. Please look into alternatives to how things are being run. I also ask that, also want to support the people who spoke up on rent and landlord issues. I ask for that there, as was mentioned before, that you pursue a true rent stabilization policy that would protect renters, not an incentive program or whatnot, or subsidies for landlords, but something that would truly, but a policy that would control our increased rents. And I would ask that you look at the Here to Stay report on that, which also provides a percentage that landlords would be able to make a profit. So to dispel the concerns about that, as well as other Here to Stay report things, and also ask that, based on the concerns mentioned about punitive actions by landlords, that there would be a landlord registry, as someone had mentioned before, as well as the recommendations by Leadership Council for a hotline for those who are refusing vouchers, as well as other non-compliance issues with those. Thank you. Please listen to the voices and asking for housing protection for renters. Thank you very much.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today? First off, I just want to let Louie know, hey, I'm making chicken tamales next week. Call me if you want some, because the offer still stands. I still owe you like a dozen. I got a question for you guys. I see that you guys, Esmeralda and Miguel did a press conference yesterday, and I hear that the mayor has this big old thing about Fresno and housing, and everybody's talking about housing and tiny homes and stuff. And, somehow, somewhere, I got sent information that it makes me very uncomfortable for me to have it. And it's about, the mayor having private dinner parties with potential contractors for tiny homes. That's coming up this week. Actually, this weekend, I believe he's being invited to someone's private home to sit down with some tiny home builders and have discussions and stuff. And I just want to, ask, is that appropriate? Or are you guys going to go through an RFP process? Or, is that how contracts are given out in this city? Have the mayor over for dinner and stuff. It just seems a little hinky to me. But I also want to remind you, as you go about and you look at housing, you really need to think 7 generations. You need to think long-term. I think tiny villages are nice, but I also think they need to be dotted throughout the city of Fresno. I thought personally the first big tiny home village should be about 50 tiny homes near the Veterans Hospital, and it should be a planned development targeted at veterans. I think that would be wonderful to get the homeless vets off the streets, the first and the foremost, because they're the ones that are chronically out there, and they served our country and should be treated much better. But I think that as you look at tiny home villages, you need to think about not making a mega site, but smaller sites. I know that there was discussion of putting tiny homes on the plot of land that Des Martinez used previously, which would be a terrible idea because just the air quality issue of housing people near a freeway, no less under a freeway, is just environmentally wrong. So I hope as you guys look upon housing and look at tiny home issues and you look at housing issues, you think it entirely through, because you definitely do not want to create a situation where you're causing environmental ghettos and the continuation of environmental racism in which the city has had a long history of. You don't want to do that. So I just want you guys to think about the decisions and really think long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Perfect timing. I have a hand up. Cynthia, is that you again, or is it somebody else?
It's not me.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're going to move on then. All right. I don't see any other hands raised on Zoom. I don't have any additional cards for general public comment. I do have some more cards for the 10:20 item as well as the 10 a.m. item. We can maybe squeeze those in here briefly since I know these folks came out. I think the 10:10 item, or sorry, the 10:20 item will be relatively quick. We have 2 cards for that. Let's move to the 10:20 item very briefly before we move on to the 10 a.m. item. So this 10:20 item is, actually, no, wait, let's do consent. I was moving too quickly, trying to beat the clock. So we have done public comment. We'll close public comment. Are there any additional items council members would like to pull for discussion from the consent agenda? Seeing none, okay. Can I get a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the balance of the agenda.
Second.
Okay, and just to confirm, clerk, I have 1C, 1F as in Frank, 1J, 1N as in Nelson, and 1G as in, yep, okay.
Yep.
All right. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any opposed to approving the balance of the consent agenda? All right, seeing none. So again, we'll set aside those consent items. We're going to try and squeeze in the couple of these morning items very briefly. I know folks are here for both. So the 1020 item, the tract map at the southeast corner of California and Willow. This is in Councilmember Chavez's district.
Thank you, President. We don't need a presentation. I'd just like to make a motion to approve with this caveat ender. I'd like to make a motion to exclude the pillables parcels that lay north of the East California Avenue alignment from the proposed rezone and annexation.
I'll second your motion. We do have two cards. So the first is Sarah Pillabos. Sarah, are you with us this morning?
The purpose of my presence here today was to enforce our desire to have our property removed from the annexation process for reasons that I have expressed and can re-express, but I have a statement written, which may not be necessary in light of Councilman Chavez's motion. So because we are here in support of that motion, there's no need to express my desire to have it excluded. I trust Councilman Chavez has will make that clear, and if not, my sister and I are available for questions if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pillabos.
Thank you. And then I do have to call, not obligated to speak if you don't want to, but given the last comment, but Catherine Pillabos West.
Hi, good morning. As my sister said, we were just here to support Councilmember Chavez's motion, so I don't want to waste anybody's time, but I appreciate you entertaining our willingness to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other yellow cards on this item. I don't see anyone on Zoom for public comments on the 10:20 a.m. item. We'll go ahead and close public comments. We have a motion. We have a second.
Council President,
Yes.
if I may.
Yes.
Since there's been significant conversations related to Calwa annexation, I'd just like it stated for the record what's the reason for exempting the property as suggested from the annexation to the city. It could be by the member or the owners.
Could you ask that question again, Councilman Arias?
The owners indicated there's a reason for exempting their area from the annexation application. Can we just state the record for what's the reason?
Yeah, I'm the one that actually made that from meeting with the stakeholders, and the reason for that was obviously the location of it as the city's growing, and obviously this is probably not the only one we're going to have. There's a orange orchard on the property that sits there, and in working with the stakeholders, the original applicant that's building tract homes was actually in support of that recommendation.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. Any opposition to approving the 10:20 a.m. item as amended by the motion maker? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. All right, let's move on back to the 10 a.m. item. Discuss and consider providing direction to staff to hire a consultant to perform a feasibility study for the city to provide electricity to residents. This is sponsored by Council Members Bredefeld, Vice President Maxwell, and the Mayor and City Manager. Yeah, I do have some yellow cards on this. We can go into the public and then go forward with the item. So the first card I have on this item is going to be Mike Prandini.
Thank you, Council President and members of the City Council. The BIA is in support of the city providing an analysis of your options concerning the service for electrical in this area. And it's, if the industry itself is in critical situation right now with the lack of transformers, the ability to get transformers. And even if there are transformers, PG&E has been unable to provide the crews to energize and provide power to the subdivisions. So the builders have at least 400 homes that are sitting, waiting to be occupied, but can't receive electrical power. And that causes some real issues with the buyers because they signed agreements to buy these homes at a certain rate. That rate has changed. And just as of yesterday, the rate went up again because the Fed raised their rate by 3/4 point. So this is really going to have an impact on the buyer, those 400 plus buyers who now have either sold their homes or get ready to sell their homes and pay a penalty if they back out of escrow. And those people who are providing notices to their landlords to move out of their apartment and into a new home. And the expectation is that the information we are now receiving or have received from PG&E, that it will be after the first of the year before these homes can be connected to power. Well, that is a sad situation, and although what the City Council is considering today is not an immediate solution, we are hoping it gets the attention of PG&E that they need to provide service to this area. And hopefully, by doing so, it will generate discussions with the City Council and how to improve their service. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next card we have is going to be Melissa Munoz.
Good morning. Very nervous, so first time here. My name is Melissa Munoz, and I am the leader of the call center operations of coworkers just down the street. I normally would not attend a city council meeting, but I'm here today to speak from the heart and represent close to 500 coworkers at the call center down the street. Just a portion of the 2,200 employees that live and work in the city of Fresno. Some of my team watched the press conference held on Monday, and those who didn't saw the press coverage later that evening. Our employees were hurt after hearing the language that was used by their elected officials. PG&E frontline coworkers have been subject to harassment and in some cases violence in Fresno before, so it's not surprising that they are concerned. Language that could incite anger among customers towards our coworkers is dangerous, and we're struggling to understand why our local leaders would use that language or stand by and watch it happen. Our coworkers are proud to live and work in the city of Fresno. We're proud of the essential service that we provide. We hope that even in times when city officials are frustrated with policy decisions or project timelines, that you'll still recognize the hard work that's happening to serve our neighbors, businesses, and communities every day. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
The next speaker we have is Hunter Stern.
Good morning, council members, council president. My name is Hunter Stern. I'm with IBW Local 1245. IBW Local 1245 represents workers at utilities throughout California, over 27,000 members doing utility work. There's 12,500 of those members that work at PG&E, and roughly 1,000 of them work in and around Fresno. So this is a very important area for our membership. We first and foremost want to express that any time, any area, and the utilities, and that I should have mentioned that there's 32 utilities, and almost all of them are public agencies. what we call public sector or publicly owned utilities. They include cities, irrigation districts, municipal utility districts, all throughout the state. Those workers at any of those utilities, including PG&E, do their job, show up every day, work hard, providing electricity and other services to their customers. When any city, or if it's two different utilities, when one changes, when retail electric service changes from one provider to another, it hurts our members. Our members lose jobs, and particularly they lose benefits. There's no way that an individual working for PG&E can transfer into a publicly owned utility and retain their seniority, their pension, their benefit structure. There's no legal way to do it. So we oppose any change of service providers. That said, our members are doing this work. When PG&E is late with service, it means our members don't have the work that they would normally have. We have been working and pushing the company to accelerate their service, whether their customer connection service, increased fire mitigation, and any other work. And then the third thing I'd like to point out is there are consequences. People do attack our members. We had a member killed here in Fresno several years ago. We've had others attacked. So I want to be very clear that if you have problems with the company, and we sometimes also have problems with the company, hash it out with them. Don't put our members at risk. Don't hold public press conferences and other, and incite some kind of action against workers. It's not beneficial, and it doesn't help provide the services you need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hunter. Our next speaker will be on Zoom, Lisa Flores.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. What a waste of money. You guys are wasting my tax dollars going out and doing a feasibility study for what? You have enough issues in Fresno to deal with. You do not need to be running a power company. Right now, currently the city has issues with getting adequate staff and paying their staff enough. And you want to run an electric company? Let's get it right, guys. Stay in your lane. Do the things that would benefit the city. Having an electric company is not it. There's always problems in constructions and getting things hooked up. There's always problems. That's just the nature of construction, in good times or in bad. We're going into a recession. No one's talked about, what are you going to do about those of us that are on the special programs with PG&E for medical or payment plans or anything like that. I understand it'll be looked into the feasibility, but right now you have problems in your billing system within the city, and you want to take something this monumental on. I just see this contract as a waste of time and a waste of money, and shame on any city council member that supports this, and shame on the mayor. I've always said Fresno needs to be a union city, and this is an anti-union proposal. Shame on you guys if you pass this. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Eric Payne.
Hello, Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. We recognize for the last 150 years that Pacific Gas and Electric has been playing political hardball to maintain its monopoly over California's electricity. PG&E, now infamous for its connection to wildfires, where families and children were killed, homes and wildlife destroyed, and along with rolling blackouts and power outages. Over the following decades, the company has swallowed rivals, growing into an investor-owned giant with a monopoly on the power and gas lines to the cities of Northern California and the Central Valley. PG&E's growth has mirrored that of California's in the early decades of the 20th century. And as the former colonial outpost once pillaged for treasure morphed into in what we know now as a self-sustaining powerhouse. PG&E has continued to turn its back on the public. It has contributed to decades of redlining in low-income neighborhoods. And we recognize that there needs to be a greater competitor in this region that can better meet the needs of the public. We stand in strong support of a feasibility study for a new utility provider in this community. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anyone else with their hands up on Zoom. I'm out of yellow cards up here. So we'll go ahead and close public comments on this item. We'll come back up here, and the sponsors will have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I just want to give a brief preface today, for the folks in the audience. I appreciate everyone who showed up to speak on this issue in person or on Zoom. I appreciate our brothers and sisters in IBEW. We commend the hard work that your workers do every single day, risking their lives to provide energy to the city of Fresno. That has not gone unrecognized for the city, so we appreciate the service of your workers. In the almost 2 years now that I've had the honor of serving on this council, I've, prided myself in having fostered a good relationship with many, if not all, of our city department directors, while also receiving quality services from their departments for the many families that I represent. I've tried my best to do this by acknowledging the great work done by them on a daily basis, while also respectfully letting them know of shortcomings in those services that they provide as perceived by myself and my constituents. And this is true for every single department, whether that's parks. We appreciate all the great work Parks does on a regular basis, but we let them know when we need greener grass. Public Works, we appreciate when they go out there in 110-degree weather, putting up new concrete sidewalks or paving our roads, but we let them know when they're not getting a bicycle lane designed to us soon enough. We thank our first responders almost every day for all the good work they do, but when we have issues in the district, like around Fashion Fair on Shawn Avenue, we tell them we expect a higher level of service. This is true for all of our departments on a regular basis. We acknowledge the good work they've done, while also not turning a blind eye to the shortcomings and the pitfalls that we need to fill as a city to better deliver for our families that we were elected to represent. So it's my hope that this criticism to the department directors isn't viewed as a disregard for the great work that they do on a daily basis, but a reminder that nothing that we do is perfect and that there is always room for improvement regardless of the service provided. And if we're to hold our own internal city staff, department directors to a certain standard, I think it's only intuitive that we would hold outside partners and agencies to a similar standard when we have perceived issues in our community that need to be addressed in a timely manner. Hence our discussion today regarding Pacific Gas and Electric Company. So I'll be the first to admit on this dais that I want to thank PG&E because many of our annual events that we hold in the district where we do outreach to our community, providing services and resources to thousands of people in District 4 alone would not be possible without the partnerships that we have from folks like PG&E. And I expect that we'll have plenty of more joint announcements in the near future to talk about ways that we could partner to benefit the city of Fresno, the community that we love, and the families that live in it in the near future as well. But to acknowledge that fact is not to turn a blind eye to the improvements we desperately need as a city from our utility provider. I'm not even going to get into the discourse of rate increases today. I think we're all very painfully familiar with what a hardship this is for our working class families here in the city of Fresno. No district is above or beyond the pain felt when it comes to paying the utility bills, especially given the hot summers that we have. And instead, I want to focus today's comments on the electrification issues and how this is really having real-world consequences right here in our community when it comes to local housing, when it comes to commercial real estate, when it comes to our educational institutions, when it comes to our health agencies. All these folks have been affected by the issues of securing transformers and getting buildings electrified to serve the community that we represent. And this isn't merely a ploy done by politicians for attention, as some have suggested. There are real-world consequences. We heard from probably the least political politician that I know on Monday, and that's Chancellor Carol Goldsmith with State Center Community College, talking about the issues that they've had with their parking garage at Fresno City College, and my colleague, Council President Esparza's district, with the West Side City College and Councilmember Arias's district. We heard from Chancellor Goldsmith how those are very real issues. We know that there's been delays with Fresno Unified Schools getting electrified and up and running. We know from our friends at United Health Centers who have wrote in a letter of support that they have also experienced issues with electrification and getting more United Health Centers up and running throughout our community. We've heard from premier commercial real estate developers like Ed Cashin with the Lance Cashin Company, who has developed tremendous commercial real estate across our city, whether that's River Park, Campus Point in my district, Fancher Creek in Councilmember Chavez's district. They've also felt the pain when it comes to developing commercial real estate. And I could tell you personally, as somebody that represented a very eastern part of the city of Fresno, where new homes were being developed or attempting to be developed, that we would personally get dozens of phone calls of folks who have purchased homes but were not able to move into those homes because they weren't electrified in a timely manner. So you have somebody that purchased a home, not able to move into that home in a timely manner, and also folks who were finally able to move into their homes, but surprise, surprise, they couldn't get the streetlights electrified and up and running, meaning when it gets dark at 5 or 6 o'clock, the neighborhoods are completely dark. And don't blame the parents, they don't want their children playing out when you can't even get a street light turned on. Again, these are real world consequences that I think that we need to address as a city and a community. These aren't made up, these aren't cheap political talking points. I've talked about education and healthcare, commercial real estate. I've talked about real people living in my district, which is now Councilmember Esparza's district. I don't know if those issues have been resolved. My guess would be that they haven't, and there's still people in Council President Esparza's district that can't move into their home just yet, have moved into their home, and they can't get the street lights on. And I know we personally dealt frequently with those families, as I imagine Councilmember Esparza is currently doing. So I suspect that some of my colleagues may oppose this item on the grounds that we had to repair a broken electric vehicle charger a couple of times over the last year. And that because we've had a broken electric vehicle charger, our city shouldn't be trusted to do a damn thing, which I'm not buying, because I suspect the same council members who might bring up that argument are the same council members who, when we had frustrations that enough housing wasn't being built by the private industry in the city of Fresno, these council members proposed that we bring in a City of Fresno housing department into the city of Fresno. Of course we could do that. We could bring a City of Fresno housing department into the fold on any given Thursday. The same council members that when we had frustrations with our local public health agencies proposed bringing a City of Fresno public health department into the fold here into the city of Fresno. That's easy. We could do that on any given Thursday. But for whatever reason, we cannot and shouldn't provide utilities to the people of Fresno because we have a broken electric vehicle charger. Even though, I will add, we do reliably provide utilities to over 500,000, 500,000 people on a daily basis here in the city of Fresno, and you know what? I think we do a pretty damn good job at it. Now, that being said, all this to say, I'm not sure that a CCA is the right choice for the city of Fresno. I'm not sure that it pencils out financially. This could very well lead to higher rates for Fresno taxpayers. This could lead to an interruption with services. It could have a whole lot of unintended consequences that I don't know about. But you know what? None of us up here know what those consequences are. We don't know what options are available to us, and we won't know unless we in good faith conduct a feasibility study to see what all of the options available to us are. I don't know if a CCA is our best option. I don't know if a JPA is our best option. I don't know if PG&E is the best option, but I do know that I want to be educated before I make a decision on this dais that could affect over 500,000 people in our city. And I want to be very clear, a yes vote today is merely an admission that we have some issues, whether it's with the cost of electricity or gas, whether it's an issue securing transformers or an issue electrifying buildings. There is an issue, and we need to address that issue, and that we want to be educated when it comes to making a decision on the best path forward for our city and for the people that we represent. A yes vote today is not saying the city's going to take over utilities, because I'm not even sure that's the best idea. A yes vote is merely saying we want to know what all of the options are to us before we make a decision that could impact 500,000 people living here in the city of Fresno. And a no vote is to cover your eyes and to cover your ears and say everything that we are currently doing is just fine the way that it is. We don't want to be educated on what options are available to us. We don't care to know what options are available to us. It ignores the hundreds, if not thousands, of residents throughout our city, including those living in Council President Esparza's district, who cannot move into their homes or have moved into their homes and can't get their streets illuminated. It ignores the folks in Southwest Fresno who have been advocating for years for a community college in their part of town that resides in Councilmember Arias' district. It would be turning a blind eye to the folks that want to build more housing on the west side of Fresno and Councilmember Esmeralda Soria's district. And we know that this is a huge priority for not just Councilmember Soria, but many of my colleagues, because we know that we have many housing items on the agenda today, not just from the administration, but from my colleagues Soria, Chavez, and Arias. This would affect increasing housing in the city of Fresno. So again, just want to reiterate, a yes vote today is not committing the city to any one plan. It is merely stating we want to keep an open mind and we want to be educated politicians before we make a decision that could affect over 500,000 people living in our community. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Council President.
Rest of what time? I'm just kidding. All right. Councilor Bettafields.
Yes, thank you very much. Today, Mayor Dyer, Vice President Maxwell, and I have an item on the agenda. It is to basically hire a consultant to do a study. That's all. Simply a study. Not take an action to remove PG&E, take over PG&E, or any of that stuff. To do a study, to look at all potential options so that we can ensure the problems we're having now with PG&E will cease, will end, that we'll be able to be more responsive to our citizens, our residents, and our businesses. This would basically be a feasibility for the city of Fresno to provide electricity to its residents due to PG&E's ongoing failures to effectively and quickly provide energy and power to our constituents and businesses, which they have not been doing. Now, the comments that I make, that others have made, have been specifically geared towards the administration of PG&E, the mismanagement, and I want to be clear, it's not towards the workers. It never was. When we had our press conference, I could see how people would feel that way, but it is not that. The frontline workers, our IBEW, do a phenomenal job, fantastic job. And I'm fully supportive of them. And I know that you work hard and you show up every day. And that is not the issue for me. I don't think it's the issue for anybody who's critical of PG&E. It's the decisions made at the top. It's how things are being done at the top that affect the people in our community. So this is not any kind of initiation against workers. This is not about being anti-union. This is about being pro-resident, pro-taxpayer, pro-business, pro-ratepayers, and making sure that we up here are representing our businesses and our people and our constituents to the best of our ability. Now, 3 days ago, we did a press conference with about 20 or more people in attendance, and we were joined by Assemblyman Jim Patterson, Board Chairman Brian Pacheco, 3 other supervisors, Chancellor Dr. Carol Goldsmith, Mike Prandini, the BIA, and many other business leaders. And unfortunately, it was reported in the Bee the next day that this was mostly Republicans complaining of the problems with PG&E, which is basically total fake news. And I feel the need to address that, to correct that. The truth is, our press conference was attended by nearly all 5 county board of supervisors, 2 of which are Democrats, and the board chairman, Brian Pacheco, is a Democrat, and he spoke about the county's problems with PG&E. And he also pointed out the fact that it's rare for the county and city to unite on many things, but when it comes to dealing with problems with PG&E, we are very united because there are serious problems with PG&E. Now, Chancellor Carol Goldsmith spoke about the problem in getting electricity to her facilities at community college, and she's a Democrat. Vice President Maxwell, last time I checked, is a Democrat, and he's sponsoring this item. So it's very disingenuous to, pit one group against another, but that's the way the Bee rolls. I understand that. The reality is there's huge support across the community for our efforts. Since we've done this, our office has been inundated from calls all across the city expressing the problems that people are having with PG&E, their service, solar issues, being gouged with their rates, and it's not something we can or ought to turn a blind eye to. By the way, it's very interesting also that following our press conference, I believe it was the next day that the garage facility that Dr. Goldsmith was complaining of got electrified. But she was told that she couldn't get that electrification for many, many months. So our speaking out does make a difference, and it already has made a difference. Last night, as we talked about, we received more letters from other businesses. The problems with PG&E are not new. Many of our citizens feel they're being gouged by rates that continue to rise with service that continues to be extremely poor. Right now, as was alluded to before, we have housing developments that are not able to get power, electricity that they need from PG&E so people can complete the purchase of their homes. These home buyers are losing interest rates. They locked in at 3 to 4%, and because of the delays from PG&E, they're going to have to reapply for those interest rates at above 7%, perhaps 8% as these interest rates continue to go. We're not going to turn a blind eye. I'm not going to turn a blind eye to that, nor should we. That's administration, that's the management and mismanagement of PG&E. And PG&E has told developers and other businesses they can expect delays of half a year or more. That's completely unacceptable. They have essentially created a housing moratorium in the city of Fresno. We have a housing crisis. Council members up here who are going to vote against this have all kinds of proposals for building more housing except to support electrifying them today in a study. A study. That's all we're doing, is a study. And they don't want to study options to electrify homes, but they got 14 different ways that they're going to create more housing in the city. The hypocrisy and stupidity is unbelievable. The BIA estimates 400 families cannot get into their homes because of PG&E. 400. Now, PG&E has stated that they have difficulties due to their own budget issues in getting transformers. Yet their budget issues have not stopped them from donating millions and millions of dollars to politicians. Doesn't stop them at all. In fact, we have several politicians up here, and I have the records right here, who've been donated to from PG&E, who will be voting on behalf of PG&E and against this study. I don't need to go into who they are. They know who they are. Just looking at the donations from January to June of 2022, they've donated $1.1 million. And the facts are that they donate through lobbying $3.9 million in 2022 and $3.37 million in 2021. So they cry poverty when we're trying to get homes electrified, but they certainly have enough money to pay off politicians. Now let's see what PG&E is getting for their donations here. Well, first, one of my colleagues is quoted in the Bee yesterday as saying, quote, "It's very unsettling to see the anti-government coalition now wanting to run every aspect of society, including the power grid." Well, I would assume that anti-government would be me, and I don't want government to take over every aspect of society, nor do I assume we're going to be taking over a power grid. But the point is, this council member doesn't know whether or not the city could do a better job providing electricity, since it's done so poorly now by PG&E. The fact is, he has no idea. 46 cities in California are already providing electricity to their communities, not PG&E, and they're doing it better. 46 communities, all the way from Needles, which has 3,000 accounts, to LA, which has 3 million accounts and provides all kinds of service. But Fresno here, we don't even want to look. We want to take a blind eye, not even study it. Let's not even look at this. Another quote, "The method in which they've done it for the purpose of political theater and high-stakes negotiations on what project gets electrified will absolutely hurt the most vulnerable, the poorest, and the people of color the worst." Well, leave it to my favorite council member, Miguel Arias, to bring in racial issues into this. The reality is his constituents, some of the poorest in our city, are being left out in the cold by his position, as they are more adversely affected by rate gouging that PG&E does to all of our citizens. The very people this study might help, Arias wants to ignore and bring race into it. Another quote is, "If it goes in the direction of initiating our own full-scale utility, that's something where the economics of the proposal just aren't going to add up." We don't know if the economics are going to add up because we haven't done the study. That's exactly why we want to do the study, to see if it works or not. Why does it add up for 46 other cities throughout California, but it wouldn't in Fresno? It's absurd to make these statements without any facts and only reflects a political agenda, not a well-thought-out economic agenda, which the citizens of Fresno deserve. Now, the one final quote states, quote, "The city is absolutely dead last in the development of alternative energy, which is a feature of energy." Now, city manager, I'd like to know, are we dead last in the development of alternative energy? Because my belief, my understanding is we're not. We're actually maybe leading the way. And perhaps you have Ann Cluse who can come up and say something about it.
Sure. Ann can come up and go into more details, but I do know with all of our energy efficiency and solar projects, if I recall, Ann can correct me on the percentage, I believe that we are at 46 or 43%, Ann? 46% alternative energy, but she can go ahead and go into more details about our alternative
Well,
energy.
it's very important to get real facts because it's easy to spew nonsense to the Fresno Bee. They love fiction. So I'd like to know the facts of where we stand in terms of our alternative energy.
Yeah, so alternative energy, also known as renewable energy. 3 years ago, to begin 2020, we were at a 1.7% solar offset. As of today, we have under contract nearing construction, we will be at 46.3% solar offset with the new projects that are being brought online, which is really impressive to go from 1.7 to 46.3 in 3 years. And from what I've been told from the JPA and industry leaders, is that of the nearly 70 public agencies, to include cities, counties, and the state, that are bringing solar on in the last few years through the JPA, we are by far in first place as far as volume.
Not last. Okay,
No.
got it. Not a surprise there. Let me be very clear and direct. PG&E, and again, I'm talking about the managers, the mismanagers, the administration, not its great workforce. PG&E is not a good partner, corporate partner to the city of Fresno or California, and I'm being kind. And I'm definitely not talking about our line workers. Providing the very best service is done by the actual workers. They do the work, they work hard, and we appreciate it. My problem, again, is with administration and mismanagement at the highest levels of the company. Now, here's some facts. It's real, sad facts, but it's the truth. PG&E has a horrific and criminal history. In 2016, they were convicted of 6 felony crimes from a 2010 explosion that killed 8 people. And they were then put on a 5-year probation. Since 2017, they've been blamed for over 30 wildfires that destroyed 23,000 homes and killed more than 100 people. A U.S. District Judge, William Aslip, wrote in a report reviewing his oversight in PG&E, quote, "In these past 5 years, PG&E has gone on a crime spree and will emerge from probation as a continuing menace to California," end quote. Even while on probation, they pled guilty to 84 counts of involuntary manslaughter for a 2018 wildfire that destroyed the town of Paradise. They wiped the town off the map. It doesn't exist. PG&E is nothing more than a recidivist criminal enterprise exploiting the people of the Central Valley, many who are poor, and in the districts of the people who will vote against having a study. They have 91 felonies and hundreds of misdemeanors on their criminal records. By one judge's accounting, while on probation, PG has set off 31 wildfires, killed 113 Californians, burned and plundered 1.5 million acres, and destroyed almost 24,000 structures. I think PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, should be known as the Plunder, Gouge, and Extortion Utility Company. That's just my opinion. Now, during these numerous criminal issues, the destruction they've caused throughout communities in California, the gouging of citizens, the rolling blackouts they've thrust upon our state, they still often remain unaccountable. And we in the city of Fresno must end the economic havoc and destruction they're currently causing to our citizens, to our businesses, to our schools, to the ag community, to housing developments, as my colleague Tyler Maxwell outlined. We must also end the financial gouging of our citizens when paying for gas and electric, because they're being gouged. Now, one of the ways that we can potentially fix this problem is to do what numerous other cities have done, which is to look at forming potentially their own utility district. Approximately 60% of the electric utilities in this country are publicly run. There are more than 2,000 public power agencies that provide energy to 49 million Americans, and the vast majority do so without any kind of problems. There are more than 40, approximately 46 publicly owned power providers throughout California right now. They're comprised of a mix of municipal and community managed operators. They range from the small city of Needles that I alluded to before with 3,000 accounts to the LA Department of Water and Power, the largest municipal utility in the United States with 1.5 million accounts and over 4 million customers. Locally, there's the Turlock Irrigation District, the Merced Irrigation District, the Modesto Irrigation District, and in most cases, electricity provided by these public power agencies is cheaper than PG&E. Today's council item is just a step to seriously and effectively address the problems PG&E is causing throughout our community. It's a simple study. It's a study to look at all available options to our city in providing the best power and electricity to our constituents. It makes perfect sense. It's logical. If you want to represent your constituents, you would request a study, simple study to look at what are the options to do better than what's happening in our community now. With that, I'd make a motion to move the item forward. And is there a second?
I'll second that.
And then before I finish, I just want to ask our city manager, regarding the franchise agreement, 2 questions. What leverage, if any, do we have to compel PG&E to meet with the city and determine solvable solutions to the services in our city that they're not meeting now?
So I actually just pulled out the 1938 franchise agreement this morning. And it's interesting, first of all, we don't do things today like we did in the olden days. It's a 6-page agreement that has no expiration date. So I can't answer that question right now, but I do know I have actually sent a few emails to the city attorney. I have a couple questions from within the agreement. And just in reading the agreement on its plain face, it basically says, I don't think we can force them to meet with us, but it talks about the franchise, and it said that, it talks about how the franchise is indeterminate, it shall endure in full force, blah, 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 blah. And then it says, until said franchise shall be forfeited for noncompliance with its terms by the possessor thereof. So, that is, I'm sure, a very, very difficult hill to climb over, but that's the only thing I see in this very brief 7-page agreement. And there are franchise fee provisions in here as well, for what they pay us for franchise fees that I have a few questions on as well that I've asked the attorneys, but I can't answer directly if we can force them.
Is there anything in the agreement to give us the ability to penalize PG&E for poor service or not meeting their obligations?
The only penalty I see, and I have to defer to the city attorney, is forfeiting the franchise. Nowadays, our agreements are 30 pages and have things where you can put them on notice and you can ask them to cure, and they're much more specific. This is it looks to be more of an all or nothing agreement.
Okay.
But I'll defer to the attorney. I think that's more of a legal question.
Thank you.
I'd like to take the time to research it and review it. We did pull the older agreement this morning, and we also found another staff report we can take a look at. But if you can send me the question, City Manager, we would appreciate that.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Arias, you're punched up. Oh, wait, one more sponsor? Oh, he's not a legislator, but he's on the agenda. Come on down.
Well, thank you, Council, and I want to thank Councilmember Maxwell and Councilmember Bredefield for co-sponsoring this item with me. It's no secret over the last year, I've been very, very vocal about the PG&E rates that our residents in Fresno and quite frankly throughout the valley have incurred. 80% over a 10-year period, which is something that is high, but not shockingly high. But what is a 22% increase that was incurred by ratepayers this year, and a projected 18% increase in 2023, which would be 40% in 2 years. I got to believe that as a city of Fresno, if we came forth with a 40% rate increase on our utilities, whether water, sewer, or solid waste in a 2-year period, there would be 5,000 people protesting at City Hall. Yet, there does not seem to be any type of revolt against PG&E as a result of those rate hikes. Although I have testified before the California Public Utilities Commission and have rallied mayors throughout the Central Valley who also have similar concerns, that message does not seem to have gained very much momentum. The issue of energizing projects or buildings is not new. Since I came into office, my office has been contacted frequently by people in the community, whether it's the Housing Authority, who provides affordable housing to folks in our community, single-family developers, multifamily developers, businesses, industrial development, the school center, United Health Center, or Fresno City College. All of them have voiced a concern about the delays in energizing their buildings and properties. Real impact has already been mentioned in terms of interest rates that have gone up, that were locked in, but also delays that have occurred with business opening within our community. So these are real issues, real impacts, and the impact isn't on a particular party, a Republican or a Democrat, or a particular race or ethnicity. The impacts are felt by everyone within our community. But I do want to say this. The impacts are felt more by those who are less affluent, those who at the lower spectrum of income. Many people can absorb the 40% increase in 2 years. But there are a lot of folks in our community, as we know, with the poverty rates in Fresno that cannot absorb these rates. And my voice, although listened to, has not heeded results. And so I think this feasibility study by an expert, and no one on this council dais, nor do I, nor do any of my staff, have the expertise to go out and look and see what are our options as a city. Yes, we've seen what other cities have done. Some are successful, some are not. Many of the cities that were successful had their own utility company early on. This would be a late start, which may make it much more difficult, but I don't have those answers. I've met with the CEO numerous times now, Patty Poppy from PG&E. Very pleasant, cordial conversation, very open. She has shared some things with me that I won't share publicly out of respect as to why some of these things are happening. But I have shared with her that it is my commitment, my pledge, that if in fact we hire a consultant, someone to do the feasibility, that person would work hand in hand with PG&E executives to come to a good solution, which may be a partnership. I don't know. And I do want to say about some of the things that have been said about labor. I have no desire. I spoke with Hunter Stern last night or yesterday. PG&E workers work hard. You know, I worked in law enforcement 40 years carrying a gun, but I don't want to touch electricity. That's a very dangerous job. Those guys deserve their pay. They deserve their benefits. They work hard. They sacrifice their life. And I was on scene when a PG&E worker was killed in our city, although that was random. But I also know there's been PG&E workers that have been seriously injured and killed as a result of their job. So from my perspective, this has nothing to do with them. They earn their pay, and I respect them. This is about a monopoly operating in our city, operating within our valley, within California, where there are very few checks and balances that occur, although we have the PUC in place. I do believe it is important that we look for ways to do business better. We would do it with our own operations, and we do continually. Operational plans for improvement occur all the time as a result of outside consultants being brought in. And what I'm looking for as the mayor is finding a better way to provide electricity, to improve customer service, to stabilize rates or lower rates, to energize businesses and homes, affordable housing and the like in a more timely manner. I don't think that's too much to ask of this council. And so it is my hope that all of you will see this as an opportunity for an improved service within our city, for the people we represent, and not see it as anything else. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Arias, you're punched up, followed by Councilmember Chavez.
I'll defer to Councilmember Chavez.
Should follow the order, colleague. First of all, I want to thank everybody that reached out in the last couple of days, and I echo some of the comments that were made by my colleagues, by the mayor, on our labor folks, especially our IBW 1245 folks. You guys have been great partners in our community and do a lot of the hard work. Having been a ratepayer that had some equipment malfunction, you guys were right on it, and I appreciate that. I just want to kind of paint the picture, because we've been down this road somehow, some way, about 3 years ago, when we brought forward an item during the budget conversation about what this could potentially look like for Fresno. And I just want to make sure that we're clear. The city of Fresno did not engage in a comprehensive study. This was a preliminary study that was done by the Climate Center. It's an organization that works with jurisdictions and municipalities up and down the state, that their goal is to, one, encourage more energy choices. The second goal is for them to encourage and facilitate on the open market more green energy. And that was really my motivating factor when I brought this forward. I'm trying to get a better sense of what Mayor and my colleagues are asking for. Is this a comprehensive study that presents all choices? All choices, having been down this road before, obviously encompass, the city of Fresno. Will we own the infrastructure? Will we own the poles, the lighting, the wire, everything that is related to that? Doing the work that I did 3 years ago, I understand that PG&E makes their money off of transmission and the infrastructure, not just the energy sales that they do. But I agree with a lot of what was said with regards to the rates. I've gotten those calls, Mayor, from my constituents, particularly folks that are on fixed income. A lot of our senior citizens that are now paying more for food with inflation going up. They're paying more for fuel costs. They're paying more for rent. The cost of living has gone up, and this is a big component of what that suffering goes through some of our constituents. So the reason I'm kind of walking through that train of thought, I know that we've gone, back and forth here on the dais, and everybody has their own opinions. I think for me, what I would like to see is us look at what exactly the parameters of this study would be. When I contemplated this 3 years ago, I talked about us helping low-income residents, us helping small businesses that at that time were struggling. Now they're struggling even more post-pandemic era for us. But I'm a big supporter of us trying new innovative ideas, new initiatives. I think this could have the potential to do that. I'm not sure if it has the support up here today, but as I've talked to my colleagues and the mayor, there are many ways of getting to where we want to get to, and I think the message that we want to send to our PG&E folks is competition is good. I don't think competition is a bad thing. I think when you have different options for our residents, that's a good thing for them. Part of the energy choice model that we've explored in the past includes folks that might have an interest in securing 100% green energy. That is an option that we contemplated and we could look at going forward. What was very attractive to me at the time was that we went up and actually visited a jurisdiction that has engaged in this type of energy choice. That's Sonoma Power up in Northern California, and that was myself. It was Council President Esparza's office. It was Council Member Arias' office that sent staffers. We actually sat with them, toured their facilities, and what was very telling and eye-opening at the time was all of the solar farms that we have out in West Fresno County that have been built by labor, by the way. Our IBW folks and other trade folks have been out there working and building that. All of that energy that our region is producing is actually being bought in 5-year, 10-year locking in agreements by those authorities up north. So we're here producing the energy, yet that energy is going elsewhere and we're not benefiting from that. I think if we went down this route, Mayor, what I would like to see is what would be the plan for the savings that would be secured from the city of Fresno engaging in that? Because I think that, to me, is where the potential is. One of the creative, innovative things they've done, and we all know this because solar traditionally, and if we're being honest, solar energy, battery energy charging, tankless water heaters are traditionally accessible to people that are wealthy, people that are well off. Low-income neighborhoods traditionally don't have access to that. So I would want to see some of those provisions worked into that. How are we actually helping folks that are on fixed income that have a higher cost of living? And I agree with what you said, Mayor. I mean, I think 40% increase, there are some of us that could absorb it. I don't think people that are on fixed income that have to decide whether they pay for medicine or energy are in that position to do that. So I'm going to keep an open mind. I want to hear the conversation from my colleagues. One of the things I do want to put on the table, and I know there's some concerns about the cost of doing this. I've been in communication with the folks that offered the grant last time. That's an option for us to pursue as well. That would obviously require the city of Fresno entering into an MOU agreement with them, but they were open to paying for the study. And again, this is what they do. Climate Center actually engages municipalities up and down the state. So if for whatever reason we don't have the votes here today, I'd like to pursue that, Mayor, and to my colleagues. There's also other options. Even if the majority of the board doesn't agree with this today, there's still an opportunity for council members to put some of their own infrastructure money to do a study that would benefit their constituents. So I just want to tee up a couple of those options on the table. I think at the end of the day, we need to be in a better position to negotiate with PG&E, to negotiate with our energy producers and provide those options for our constituents. And with that, Council President, yield my time.
All right, with Council Member Arias, followed by Council Vice President Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Just wanted to say, I know sometimes we all get a little animated, but for the record, I actually like Gary quite a bit. I disagree with him 99% of the time, but we have a really good working relationship. But I do want to start off by apologizing to the PG&E workers. I personally know what's like when people demonize you and when the narrative is that, you know, we're criminals, and that results in real threats to people's families. Speaker Pelosi's husband just felt that, and we have to be very cautious because words matter. And the last thing we want is essential workers who are called upon to show up in the middle of a storm to turn somebody's power to have to watch their backs because somebody described them a certain way and might have not been the intention, but that's the narrative out there, and others, quite frankly, stood silently while that occurred. And that is troubling, and we should wrestle with that because how you describe public employees, essential workers, when they're out there in the middle of the night trying to get your lights back on, matters and has consequences. With that said, I take my job pretty seriously, as much as we kid around on this dais to make a long day go fast. And with that, I'm pretty serious on making sure that items that we bring forward have quite a bit of thought and research, because these are multi-million-dollar decisions. You heard from one of our residents today, a farm worker family who makes $24,000 a year and who pays $16,000 and $16,800 in rent a year, leaving $7,000 to pay for gas to get to work, pay for food, pay for power, and to raise their kids. And those residents have been asking for rent control for years. And I'm yet to see the administration or anybody here bring forward rent control, because it's hurting the most, the record rents are hurting the most vulnerable. So I don't need to be lectured by people who make 6 and 7 figures on how the cost of power, inflation hurts people in this community, especially in my district, who are the most vulnerable. I see that every day. I just this week I had a community meeting with dozens of apartment renters in West Fresno, where the new owner hasn't maintained their facility, is charging them for light bulbs, for broken sinks, for broken water pipes in the middle of the walls, things that they're supposed to pay for as the landlord. The item before us is literally one run-on sentence, which billions of dollars of implications, with thousands of jobs and implications, and with the most essential lifeline service in our city. It's one of the sloppiest proposals I've seen in my tenure here. If we're serious about having this conversation, then let's bring forward a serious proposal. But you don't bring forward a proposal that's one sentence long that has the most and severe implications that we've seen in local government in a generation. That's not an adequate level of work. I do have questions for the proponents and the administration. I noticed the press conference as it was being held. Has the county, State Center Community College, or BIA, or the supervisors committed any resources towards funding this study?
Well, in all honesty, I was in another meeting during the press conference, so I don't know if they said anything during the press conference. I do know that when I talked with the CAO, we did have a conversation about their interest in possibly partnering with us. I haven't gotten a hard commitment from them, but if this moved forward, then I would certainly not be shy about asking for financial partners.
But at this point, State Center Community College District, BIA, or the county have not committed towards funding the study yet? It's fair to say?
Correct, no, because we don't know how much the study will cost, and I was waiting to see what an RFP and what the cost would bring, because of course, we'd have to bring it to you, and I would bring the financial plan with it.
Understood. And I also want to point out, if it was 5 of us or 7 of us holding a press conference, the district attorney would be, dragging us through the jail for a Brown Act violation. But when the Board of Supervisors do it, I guess it really doesn't matter. My other question is, has staff identified the budget source that it will use to fund this proposal?
Not 100%, but I have some ideas.
Okay. Do you know what you're tentatively looking at, what the budget source will be?
Once again, depending on the dollar amount, when the RFP comes back, I have no idea if we're talking 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. So depending on the amount, we do have the funding, that general fund funding that was freed up from the canceled contracts for the public education ballot initiatives.
And that would be a reappropriation, so that would require 5 votes, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Are you guys aware of the San Diego's doing a similar study and their costs are approximately $3 million?
So I believe what San Diego did was a study on community choice aggregate specifically, and that's not what we're talking about here.
You're not talking about community choice? I mean,
What we're talking about is...
I'm going based on your one sentence.
Right,
There's no
right.
community choice.
So I think, I think the mayor and I think Councilmember Maxwell and the other council members articulated, we're talking about a study to identify options. Those options could run the gamut from something minor to something major, such as municipalization or community choice aggregate. But until we do a study, there could be lesser options that are less impactful. We have no idea. So,
City Manager, is
Yes.
it fair to say that you don't yet have the scope of what kind of study you plan to pursue?
I would say that the scope will be broad and we'll be asking for what options are to look at a way of, do I have a written scope of work? No.
Okay,
But
that's fair.
based on the discussion today, what we've talked about is we want to know what all the options are. It's not very hard to put that down on paper.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm clear that before us today is not a scope of work on what the study would look like.
Could you say that one more time? I didn't hear that last
I want to confirm that you don't have a scope of work for this actual study that you're proposing yet. It's not before us.
No, because it's premature.
Okay, thank you. And to the administration or the mayor, are you guys supportive of utilizing eminent domain to acquire the PG&E assets, since they've made it clear that they're not in the interest of selling them?
Councilmember Arias, you are talking about step 50 in a 50-step. We're on step 1. So I think it is so premature to even be talking about eminent domain. That is so far down the road. We're at step 1, and you're already looking forward at eminent domain. We're not even there yet.
What I'm suggesting, City Manager, is I don't know. I haven't been part of these conversations. I don't know how far you guys have internally discussed this with BIA, with the Board of Supervisors. I'm just trying to assess how far has the discussion occurred, because all I see is one sentence of a proposal. So it's not insinuating that you're looking at that. It's trying to obtain clarity on how far have we thought this through.
We're trying to educate ourselves. So
Fair.
this is nothing more than getting a professional, because we don't have the expertise in-house to determine what are all the options that are out there. I don't know, the mayor doesn't know, unless other council members know that I'm not aware of. So, correct.
That's fair.
Might I say something in response to your question? Yeah, in this one sentence that you're having difficulty with, it says provide all options, including possibility of the city of Fresno forming its own district, as is done in some other cities in California. I mean, I think it gets all options. There's nothing we don't want to not have on the table, and
Including potentially eminent domain of
well, again,
assets.
as the city manager says, nobody's talking about eminent domain. We're looking at what possibilities. We're looking at what other cities have done. There's 46 municipalities that have done this. And
Thank
so
you.
we just want to look at those models.
Absolutely, fair.
Thank you.
Thank you. The financing of this eventual process, City Manager, what's our current bonding capacity as a city? How much money do we have capacity to borrow? Assuming that if we go down this path, we'll have to bond out for equipment and infrastructure. What's our current bonding capacity?
Councilmember, again, that is so premature.
I understand, City Manager, but as I noted, I really care about details. So I'm asking you a question. What is our current bonding capacity as a city?
Can I answer this one, City Manager?
Of course, please do.
I think a lot of the questions being asked today are good ones that we need answers to, but we can't begin to get these answers until we as a body direct administration to start a process to look into all these things. Is it financially
I
feasible?
fully understand, but I want to get my questions on the record so that when you guys come back, if you come back, there's answers to the questions. So what is our current bonding capacity of the city of Fresno?
I don't have that number off the top of my head today.
Okay, fair enough. City manager and mayor, in the past, the city's administration has opposed bonding out for fire stations and police stations. Would the administration be open to bonding out to, initiate a new utility district?
So
Is that an option that would be considered in the scope of work?
I think to address the first part is that we have bonded for fire stations and police stations and other projects within the city of Fresno. But again, I think the question of whether or not we would involve bonding in any of this is something that would be identified in a feasibility study in terms of, first, what are the options? What are the costs? What would be the investments? What would be the financial impact on the city? All of those things. I think the questions are really good. I think they're in depth. We've had discussions, but I think they're just a little bit premature right now.
And I respect that, but as you know, in this last budget that we adopted, my colleague made a motion to build all the needed fire stations, or several of them, and bond them out. Ultimately, the budget that we adopted didn't include those facilities because the budget's pretty constrained. So what I'm trying to ascertain is we have continuously said we're building facilities, pay as we go. As we get the money, we build them. We have significant public safety facilities that are needed.
Right.
Is this public utility idea going to supersede the public safety facilities that we know we desperately need, including a 911 dispatch center?
Sure. So Fire Station 10 and Fire Station 12 are going to be fully funded. We have options there with the impact fee and not needing to bond. And then we have some options for our communication center as well that does not require bonding. And so we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but we need the feasibility study first.
Okay. And City Manager, this question you answered because you indicated there's general fund dollars available, so we don't have to consider the American Rescue Funds for this endeavor at this point. But are the American Rescue Funds eligible to be used for the initiation? Do we know? If not, we can get that answer back at some point.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, and what experts in the energy industry have you consulted with thus far on this proposal?
Once again, we would be putting out an RFP, and we would be asking the experts to respond to the RFP. So I think I've said a couple times, we do not have experts in-house, so I'm not an expert, Mayor's not, apparently Fernandez is an expert. That's why we would be putting out an RFP, RFQ to get the appropriate experts to advise us.
Understood, but it's fair to say that the proposal before us did not have any guidance from an energy expert.
No, it's a simple,
Okay.
no, It's a simple agenda item that didn't require expertise in the energy.
Does any of our current executive leadership have experience in operating a power company?
Well, we have a little bit of expertise out of the wastewater treatment plant, where we do produce power out there. Other than the wastewater treatment plant, I'm not aware of anybody else.
Thank you. Has the city's sustainability department taken a position on this proposal? Are they in favor? Are they against? I know there are in-house experts on solar.
Well, the city sustainability department is a part of the administration, and their position is our position.
Okay. And would the scope of study, as you know, City Manager, we've discussed this for years now, that our compensation is not as competitive as our neighbors. Our pension, our health care packages are not as competitive even with PG&E. Is the scope of study or the administration going to consider improving employee compensation, health care, and pensions in order to attract, PG&E workers to come our way? Is that going to be part of the scope of the study?
I don't think that would be the scope of a phase one. What we're talking about is educating us on options. I think what you're talking about is implementing an option, and that would be a later stage. We're just trying to identify what the options are.
Understood. Have we discussed this proposal with our labor partners in-house?
Mayor, can you take that one?
In-house, I had a conversation this week to explain the intent. That was with IBEW, Ronnie Young. And then that's it internally. Externally, again, a brief conversation I had last night with Hunter Stern from PG&E. And I've not had any other conversations with any other labor groups because we don't know whether or not, we don't know what is going to proceed.
Understood. Thank you. And you guys just make it clear that you just pulled the contract with PG&E, so city attorney needs some time to review the contract and the implications, correct?
Correct.
Do we know how much time that'll take, city attorney, for you to thoroughly review the contract?
I think we can try to prioritize it within the next week or two.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I've been listening to the arguments being made over this, and what I've heard is there's problems with PG&E servicing new growth areas, new subdivisions, new projects coming online. And we have the same problems as a city. DPU, as a department, is not prepared to provide services to SADA in Southeast, in Northwest, and Southwest. All our infrastructure is underbuilt for infill development. We go through this every time we have a challenge with the project. The Southeast campus for Fresno City College has yet to get an agreement on water connectivity with the city of Fresno, and we started that when I was on the college board. And that's a reality for us. We as a city, like any city, struggle to accommodate new growth while still servicing existing residents. But I've never heard us propose to dismantle Public Utilities Department because it's struggling to service new growth areas. Second argument I heard is that it takes so long to energize new projects. And I know that personally because I have several affordable housing projects that have been delayed on getting them energized. But as a city, it takes us between 2 and 5 years to approve new housing projects. We struggle with that too, for legitimate reasons. Just behind us, we built a security gate, and it's not operational yet because the supply chain issues that we're all experiencing. Just yesterday, I saw a homeless person in their blanket inside the fence. EV stations, yes, it's a small, minute thing, but it's a representation that there's a delay in the supply chain to fix them. It took us 9 months to fix the first ones, They get vandalized, it takes us 3 months. We don't control the supply chain of a lot of these components. Public Works will be the first one to tell you. We don't control all these external factors. And what we do is we give staff grace and problem solve it. The people who wrote in today about the frustration with PG&E are the same groups that have talked to us about the city's delay in doing plan checks and doing inspections. United Health Centers, Fresno City College, Fresno Unified, developers, BIA. We've met with all of them throughout the years, and there's always concerns about how long it takes the city of Fresno to process a plan, to check them, to respond with feedback, to get inspectors going. But we have now proposed to dismantle the planning and permitting department. We problem solve the issues. The other argument I heard is the rates are too high. And I've heard that we're concerned about the impact to poor residents, which I can appreciate. But as a city, we haven't adjusted residential garbage rates in 10 years. 13 years. And the administration is going to make a recommendation to make the significant adjustments. And trash, like any utility service, will have the greatest impact on the least that can afford it. But as a body, I don't foresee us recommending that we dismantle the Department of Public Utilities because they're proposing higher rates. There's a reason for that. In our case, we haven't done it for 13 years. That's our fault as a body. Those who have commercial residential garbage, like I do, my rates have increased every year for 10 years. Even though the city proposed that when they privatized garbage, it would save the city money. It did save the city money because it was no longer responsible for a body of work. But it costs consumers like myself a lot more money. I pay a much higher rate for commercial residential than private residential in the city of Fresno. It increases significant percentages every year automatically because when we outsource, we guarantee those companies a profit margin every year, no matter what happens with cost. Should we cancel those contracts and bring them back in-house so that they can save consumers more money? I haven't heard that being suggested. You know, the other argument I heard is developers, companies are mad, and they rightfully should be. I'm mad just about every day here about what project is being delayed, whether it's a water tower that doesn't have the cement work done or the electrical, or it's the EV stations, or it's a park whose playground equipment is delayed for supply chain issues. I'm mad every single day in this building. And I'm constantly reminded by my city manager to be nice and, you know, ask questions nicely and, you know, use honey instead of vinegar because, you know, you gotta be patient and staff is working hard and they're trying really hard. But you've never seen me define or identify our professional staff as, you know, criminals and they're incompetent. They're working their butt off. And they're dealing with things so many things that are out of their control specifically. We've never gotten into this conversation where we're dismantling departments because they're struggling to meet performance measures. The airport, we found out that we can't even conduct an audit there because there is a basic checks and balances. We're not dismantling the airport department. We're actually investing $250 million to expand it. The police department, the fire department, we have improvement to occur everywhere. We just terminated and hired a new controller. We didn't dismantle the finance department. We dealt with the issue at hand. All this is work in progress, but I want to say a couple of things because my colleague brought it forward. Yes, we have all taken money from PG&E. Even my colleague Bredefeld has taken money from PG&E. We've all taken money from developers who are here before us. Doesn't mean that, you know, we march to their orders. The challenge that I have is I'm not a fan of PG&E, but I didn't set up the structure for PG&E. I believe it is fundamentally flawed that when PG&E generates profits, they keep them, their shareholders do. When they're at risk, they get a government bailout. But we did that for the banks, we did that for the auto industry, we did that for farmers, we did that for small businesses with PPE loans, we did that with PPE loans. We've done that continuously every single time for the benefit of the greater good of everyone and to salvage our economic viability as a country. But I also want to be crystal clear, I'm a supporter of community choice, but I'm not a supporter of special interest choice. If we're going to go down this path, then let's do it right. And it starts off with, where do you want to go? I'm not interested in funding a study that we don't know how much it costs, we don't know what the scope of work is, that it is essentially, in my view, political theater. It's not in our interest. And I will tell you, it is very unsettling for me personally to see people who all make 6 figures and 7 figures demanding that we finally take action and are going to be the first ones to line up to get their projects done first. Where's everyone else at? PG&E has been escalating rates for years. It's hurt the most vulnerable. We, as a city, like many jurisdictions, have benefited from solar and the return rates for solar because every other ratepayer has subsidized big solar operations at the airport, at our parking lot, at schools, at colleges. And now that PG&E and CPUC have to make that adjustment so that families and homeowners and those with the least means can finally benefit from solar, everyone's screaming a storm that they're going to have to pay more. They weren't screaming a storm when they were getting the discount. But now that poor folks are going to be able to get a discount to put solar in their house, we got to completely blow up PG&E. It comes down to who's going to pay. And when it is 6 and 7 figure people setting the table, I can assure you that poor people will be on the menu. And I struggle with that reality. And maybe it's because it was, last minute, it was premature. Folks who are at the table don't know how to do it. That's what I've heard quite a bit. But I don't think that's the way we do business. And I also want to caution our colleagues and the city in general, that when we live in a glass house like we do in this building, we should think twice before we start throwing rocks to our neighbors. We have quite a bit of work to do in-house. As my mom told me, don't be complaining about the neighbor's yard until you clean yours. And we got quite a bit of work to do here. So I'm open to the conversation of community choice. I'm a supporter of it. I'm not open, nor will I support a special interest choice that puts the haves in charge of the basic lifeline utility at the expense of the have-nots. Thank you.
Council Vice President, you're punched up.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just last closing remarks. I appreciate the comments from Council members Chavez and Arias, and I think they raised some really valid points, things that should be included in the scope of the study, things that we would like to know. But I think it's important to note that we won't know any of that information. We won't get any of those facts. We won't get any of those options until we give direction to the administration to begin this process. We're asking about steps 7, 8, 9, 10, but I think it would be foolish of us to assume administration would have a scope put together or a price tag before we've given them direction to begin this process. I'm not understanding that part. I am interested to see what the scope looks like. I have some input too that I'd like to provide. That would have to come back to this council to vote on and to adjust and to amend and to agree on a price tag and to agree on a scope. But administration cannot begin this process unless we give them direction today to start that process. We don't have the experts here in-house, which is why, again, besides you, sir, which is, again, why we want to do an RFP to get the most qualified people doing a comprehensive study to let us know what our choices are again, before making a decision. So I agree with what Councilmember Arias said. I agree with what Councilmember Chavez said. There are things I'd like to see in the scope. There are questions I have. We cannot begin to answer those questions. We cannot begin to build that scope unless we give the administration direction, or else this just dies here today. Thank you, Council President.
All right, Councilmember Soria, followed by City Manager.
I have one question before I kind of give my remarks and maybe ask a couple other questions. So can't you put a scope together, bring it back, so then that's what we can like vote up and vote down? Because today, for me, you know, the couple one-liners isn't sufficient. I think that we do need, I would feel more comfortable with more detail. You're saying that you have to go back and try to figure out what the scope's going to be. I think today you heard some folks are for CCA, some folks, you know, maybe want to start all over. I would like to see what you're going to propose as a scope. I'm not comfortable just saying today, okay, move forward. I think you have support, right, to move forward to create a scope, but I don't think that it's necessarily that we have to take a vote today on that.
So the scope is all options could include municipalization, could include CCA, and could include from everything less than that.
Mm-hmm.
All options. I would not be able to say, including option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because I don't know what those are. So it would be all options. That would be what the scope is. And when I say I haven't written it down, it's a pretty broad scope. The broader the scope, the shorter the scope. When I would need time, if I was being very specific and said, I want you to study this option and that option and this option, I don't know what those options are. So that's why I would be broad in asking for all options.
Okay.
That other cities and governments have utilized throughout the state of California.
But I'm assuming that if there are other cities that have gone that path, that there is some type of scope or some type of what they put out. So I guess that's...
So I'll go back to, what other cities that are already doing something different, they've chosen an option. So they figured out, we want to go CCA. So at some point, they went out and put out a proposal or a contract to go that route. We don't know all the routes other than community choice and municipalization. So that's my point. We don't know yet. We're way premature. You guys are so far down the road. You're like around the bend, 4 U-turns, and at the end of the road, and I'm like still trying to back out of the driveway.
Okay. The other question, because I know that it came up, that the County Board of Supervisors were supportive. They showed up to the press conference. And so if this is going to be a bigger effort, I would think that ahead of time, that would be a conversation, and then that would be included as part of this scope? Or is it your intent to just have the city out on its own? Because I think that there's a big distinction for me.
Between it just being city and being countywide?
Yeah.
So, I think based on what the conversation is here today and afterward chatting with the mayor, I think if the county wants to partner with us, do I think we should entertain and discuss what that might look like? Yeah. I think it's always good when government works together. So if they're interested in pursuing something similar, we're not duplicating efforts, that we would be working jointly and together. But, obviously I wouldn't want to have that discussion with the county until we know what we're doing as a city. But they have said we're interested in having conversations.
I know, but wouldn't that be part of the RFP or RFQ scope? Because that then goes to What is the intended goal? Is the intended goal for the city to go on its own with all these 10 different options? Or would the city work with other partners?
And that would be the next step. So once we know what the option is.
No,
then-
but it's not about knowing the option. It's about understanding and having the buy-in ahead of time and doing it together. Because why would the city go on its own and then the city include, well, the option that then includes the county without them being with us from the beginning?
Because I don't know why we need the county to partner with us to do an option to determine, to do a study to determine the options. Now, if we picked an option, we would definitely want to know upfront whether the county wanted to join us or not. But all we're talking about is a study of options. I don't.
But what
frankly-
are you studying? Are you studying the city or are you studying the county? Because there is a distinction.
No, because no, because the options could apply citywide or countywide, but once we know what those options are, that's when you make the decision whether it's city or countywide. There could be options that are limited to cities based on our agreement, could be options that are more countywide, but until we know, when we're looking at the whole gamut. So not until we know like what direction we might want to go, that if it's something that's community choice aggregate and overall it's better to go countywide, then we would make that decision. Just we're talking about a.
I know, but you
I'm
would
sorry,
want
I'm just
them-
so puzzled
You
about.
would want them to be with you up front. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of like the whole Measure C conversation. We're, as a community, we made a decision rather than just being the city itself to go and do a standalone,
So I think I would venture to say that the county.
And so that's why it's not clear to me.
Okay, so
and
the
if
county was in attendance at the press conference, and and mayor or someone who was there can speak more succinctly, but they're interested in this discussion. I feel confident in saying that they're there with us and wanting to talk about what options are. Tyler or Gary, whoever was there, maybe you can.
I would just say they were there clearly expressing support for what we were doing, the fact we wanted to initiate this study, the fact they too, also obviously in the county, experienced similar problems, and that was the extent of it. And I don't think he could, Brian Pacheco could have been any more clear in his comments, which was to express the support for the city of Fresno. Mayor?
Yeah, I think, in fact, what Chairman Pacheco said was, it's not often that the city and the county stand together on an issue, but this is one issue that the county stands with us. And it's also my understanding the CAO from the county reached out when he learned that we were going to be looking at this. He actually reached out to us and made the comment that they would like to partner with us. And it was at that was prompted us to invite them to the news conference. So that's how it got started. So there's been an express interest by the Board of Soups to partner with us. So it would be my hope that if council, as we go forward, that the Board of Soups would be with us in that. We could have some preliminary discussions in terms of scope. And then at some point, we would bring that back to the council once we go forth with an RFP.
Thank you for that. So thank you for answering those questions. I did want to just make a couple comments because I do believe that words matter. And I was a little concerned about, some of the words that were used at the press conference. And I want to make it clear that while I have, I agree with many of the comments that were made about, the increased rates in our community and how that impacts our lower income working families, especially right now with the cost of living going up. Understand the challenges that have been raised by a number of, business owners here in our community when it comes to building houses, developing commercial sites, our educational facilities, our healthcare facilities. While I understand those frustrations, I don't think that it is, necessary that if we want to have productive conversations to make, attacks. I don't think that they're productive. I don't personally subscribe to the narrative that was expressed a couple days ago, or to even the narrative that comes from, a few people or just one individual from our council up here. So we may disagree on that. I would like us to really get focused on what the immediate issue is. One of the immediate issues that we've heard from our local builders, from our chancellor, and from the letters that we've seen, is that there's an issue of electrification to new development and investment happening in our community. And that's, I think, the immediate issue. And I haven't heard anyone say that this action today is going to solve that. We are faced with a housing crisis. And yes, I've been a staunch advocate to build more housing in our community, from affordable all the way to market rate, and have been a big supporter of seeing development happen in my west area, absolutely. But I do believe that there's a big distinction about creating a housing division, which makes sure that we have enough staffing in terms of to process the issues that are in front of us with housing. We're not the ones building, the affordable or the market rate housing. There are those that are providing that. So I think that there's a big distinction. There's a big distinction also when we talked about having a public health department. We actually didn't create it, we haven't created a public health department because, again, that role has been given to the county. And there's a big distinction with creating a new department versus, looking at the massive infrastructure that it would take to provide, energy to our residents. And so what I'd really like to focus on, because housing is a huge issue, is how we're going to fix the timeline in order to ensure that we are more efficient and that these housing developments are electrified, so that folks that are waiting for to close escrow are able to close escrow within the time frame that locks in their interest rate. That's a huge issue. I do believe that that's a huge issue, and so I'd like to hear how this really solves that. Mayor, do you have an answer to that? How does this item before us solve that issue? Because I believe that that's the issue behind, that I guess really initiated this. So how does us voting today change that?
I think we look at, we need short-term action. That's what I shared with the CEO.
But how does this change that?
We need short-term action to fix the immediacy of the electrification. The crews that were all laid off last week need to be brought back immediately. I have a good feeling after what we've done that will probably occur, as well as some prompting from the IBEW 1245 folks. But this will reoccur. If we don't have a long-term study and a long-term plan and solution with options, what prevents us in the future from absorbing another 18 or 22% increase? What prevents them from going back and laying off more crews and delaying the electrification? So I would like to have some assurances. Right now, there are no assurances. None of us in this city have any assurances from PG&E that our rates won't continue to skyrocket in this city. In fact, everything I've heard, they're going to continue to skyrocket. And as you know, we represent a very poor city. And I don't think that the people of Fresno can stand to absorb much more of this. They need us to do something for them. We're their voice. We're their voice. We can all afford PG&E's increases. The folks we represent in our city cannot. We need a long-term plan, long-term solution, and we need to have an immediate action plan for the electrification.
Shouldn't a long-term plan also for the city be, how do we move people out of poverty? Because that's the bottom line issue. That should also be our long-term issue. How do we bring better paying jobs so that they have health care benefits, so that they have pension, so that they're making a living wage?
Agreed.
And so just the amount of energy that we're spending on this, which is kind of touche, we should be spending on trying to build middle-class families in the city.
Sure.
And I haven't seen that being rolled out, or I haven't seen people having press conference saying, hey, how do we bring better jobs and better industry so that,
Well,
I would like to see that. If that's the goal.
There's a manufacturing summit occurring right now in our city. I was supposed to be speaking at lunch. For that very purpose is to bring and attract more manufacturing, clean manufacturing to our city. We just hired a new economic development director who has some incredible leads on new business in our community. Those are the things we're doing. It's not one or the other. It's not either or. It's both. How can we control the exorbitant rates imposed on our people in Fresno with PG&E, and how can we go out and get better jobs for our people in this community? We need to do all that. And we need to increase housing because we're in a housing crisis. And we're trying to do that as well. So I don't want us in this body to start pointing fingers at each other like we're not working hard. You guys are all working hard. I'm working hard. We're trying our best. We're trying our best to serve the people of Fresno. And all I'm asking you guys, help us take a look at a better way of delivering services in Fresno at a lower rate for the long term. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for anything else. I don't want to take over PG&E. I just want us to figure out what are the opportunities we have as we go forward. Right now, I have zero idea what those are. So support us in this. We'll bring back the work. We'll meet with the county. We'll see what their level of partnership is in this. I think it'll be good. We'll pursue some grant money as suggested by Councilmember Chavez. But let us go forward, study the issue, so that we can make some educated, informed decisions in the future. Thank you.
The other thing I wanted to comment on is, and I hope, because I know that we haven't raised rates in solid waste, right, for a long time. So I hope that you guys also have a long-term strategy on how to keep those rates down, because if that's the same issue, right? So we can't sit here and criticize one without, I know that our rates are fairly low and that we haven't in over a decade, at least in the time that I've been here, we haven't done that.
September of 2009 was the last time we increased our solid rate, our solid waste rate in the city of Fresno. Over that period of time, PG&E has increased their rates by well over 100%. So yes, we're behind. They're way ahead in a bad way. But I can tell you that we are going to come back with a solid waste increase. I don't know what that is. There's a study being done. We authorized a study for that so that we could make sure that we don't have, like we did this year, a $3.6 million deficit in our solid waste fund. So we all authorized a study to do that one, so let's authorize another study.
Thank you for answering that. But anyway, so I appreciate again everyone coming out, folks bringing it to our attention. I know that I had heard several folks ahead of even just the press conference with the concerns that they've had about electrification, the access to transformers because of the supply issues. I don't know if that's still in fact true today in terms of the supply issue. I'd like to kind of have a better understanding in terms of PG&E. I don't know if anyone from PG&E wants to come up to talk about that. And then my goal is really to fix the immediate. My time here is very short. And so at least for me, what is important is that we fix the immediate. And so I'd like to see where are we at with some of the immediate concerns.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you, Councilmember Soria. Can you hear me better? Sorry, bring it down. Yes, in terms of some supply chain issues, we have experienced that. It's a global supply chain issue. I will say that we had made some progress, but we have brought on another vendor, given the testing to make sure that the transformers and other equipment that we purchase from a new vendor vets all of the testing requirements. You know, there is a process for that, but we have brought in another vendor to kind of mitigate some of the supply chain issues that we do have.
Is it anticipated that that will address some of the time frame issues that folks have had, or that folks have currently?
That probably will not address some of the time frame issues because, as was previously mentioned regarding crews being prioritized to do some of the wildfire safety work, wildfire safety does remain, you know, kind of the utmost importance of the work that we do. And we have reshifted back. We understand and recognize that there have been a lot of concerns, frustration, hardship on some of our customers regarding the homes that they were looking to move into. And so as crews over the next month are reassigned back to the new business work, we believe that we may be able to mitigate some of those concerns and projects that have been, you know, brought to our attention that need to be energized. I know, as Councilmember Arias had mentioned, Hotel Fresno, I get a weekly kind of ping, making sure that we're still on target for the end of the year. And so we are committed to, you know, bringing back some resources to the area so that we can continue to try to energize some of those projects.
Do you guys have an idea when, if it's a week, if it's a month, when you guys would have better timelines for folks? I know that the developers that I've spoken to have said, you know, developments are 8 to year plus in terms of in line to get electrified. Do we have any idea if you guys are going to be able to address any of that in the short term?
So in the short term, yes, I would say in the next week or so, I would be able to provide a better timeline of which projects we think we would be able to have energized by the end of the year. And then, you know, that would be the short term. And then also I'm willing to have a conversation about long term. What is the next, you know, 60, 90 days, 6 months look like? We recognize, you know, the hardship that this has caused.
Okay, well, that's one of the things that I'm very interested in making sure, because as you guys have heard consistently, the housing crisis is in front of us. And many of us up here are pushing for the development of new housing, affordable housing, newer amenities in some of the most distressed neighborhoods. And so I want to make sure that that is addressed. And to me, you know, yes, the few weeks and few months, and I know I've expressed this directly to PG&E, needs to really get addressed, and we need to get a handle to have a better process and understand how we can provide better customer service to those that are trying to get electrified. I think that that's, for me, one of the biggest issues that I see. I think the long-term issue also, I do have personally concerns with the increased rates and the fact that, you know, some of the hardest hit families currently right now with cost of living increases are having to deal with that. And we're hearing today, I'm trying to do my part, you know, from the city perspective, making sure that we have more affordable housing opportunities so people aren't paying 60% out of their paycheck for housing costs, which includes energy cost as well. But I think that PG&E really has to reevaluate how is it that it's going to better serve in a much more efficient way, in a much more even affordable way to all the customers that you guys have. Because otherwise you get a situation where now you have a council and a city that is extremely frustrated and wants to, you know, move in a different direction that is going to benefit the customer that you serve, which are our constituents as well. And so you have to understand the frustration. I hope that this really, you know, is ringing bells to you guys in figuring out how you guys are going to better serve our community, because we deserve nothing less than that. So thank you so much for answering those questions. Those are all my comments and questions, Council President.
Okay. Looks like nobody is hungry because I have 4 more people punched up. I'm going to butt in for a second since people keep punching up and they're repunching up. Might never get to speak. But listen, we know PG&E has issues. I think pressure is good for PG&E. Accountability is good for PG&E. We've seen them be responsive to that. But I'm still trying to figure out how we went from 0 to 100 and trying to figure out how to solve this particular problem. I heard about this delay issue from the builders industry on one day, and a few short days later, we have city officials turning the conversation toward a city-run utility. But I think the bottom line is, for me at least, is that we don't need to expend dollars on a study to tell us what we already know. And that is that launching a municipal utility, a new one, is going to come at an extremely high cost, both in terms of the dollars and bonding capacity, to the detriment of the crumbling infrastructure across our entire city. And if I knew that, it'd be acceptable to, bring forth these pie-in-the-sky type projects, then I could think of a few that I'd like to bring forth, before we engaged in going down this path. I could probably stomach considering an exploration of the CCA model for Fresno. Though before we do that, I think there are some issues to work through there as well, including but not limited to the labor issues. And so PG&E should be on notice that just because a publicly run utility may be out of reach for us, that CCA certainly is not. But in terms of taking this proposal to the potential, at least, of its most extreme conclusion, I just don't think it'll work. It's possible to make it work in the very long term, and I think at a very painful cost financially. But if it does feel sometimes like we're cornered by a monopoly, that's because the fact of the matter is that we are. Utilities, by their very nature, are what we call a natural monopoly. And that means that the high upfront cost structure really crowds out any competition. So anywhere you go, there's one utility. But for 4 years on this council, I've resisted the urge to pull out the whiteboard and dive into an economics lesson. But unfortunately for all of you, I just can't help myself this time. All right, so we're going to go back to the basics. We do an x-axis, a y-axis, a whole graph here.
Before you start, do we got to pay Fresno City tuition or Fresno State tuition?
I don't think this violates my contract with the State Center District. Let's see. All right, so your y-axis, your x-axis. On our y-axis, I'm going to write here ATC. All this means is the cost, right? The average cost per customer of providing electricity or utility. Down here, on our x-axis, we have the number of customers or the quantity of electricity we're producing ultimately. And like I said earlier, the nature of utilities is that there's really only room for one. The market share will only support one, and I'll show you exactly why. It's because to start a utility, to launch a utility, you got questions? Pay attention, class. Okay, all right. Is that there's a very high upfront investment in terms of fixed costs, capital costs. So you start up here. You start up here at this point. So that first customer, that number one customer you're providing service to, comes at an extremely high cost. But the nature of the industry is that most of the costs are up front. The ongoing costs of labor and maintenance come at a relatively low cost in comparison to the upfront costs. So as you serve more customers, you're dividing those costs across more and more customers. So although the average cost of serving electricity customer might start up here, as you provide electricity to more and more customers, the cost decreases substantially. This is our average total cost curve. So for Fresno to compete or to try and take over PG&E, if they're willing to sell us their infrastructure, that'd be probably an easier route. But for us to launch a utility, we'd be starting at this point. The first customer we're going to serve comes at this extremely high cost. So again, one point is that, as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be very expensive to actually launch a utility. And number two, if we actually followed that path, if we had no choice and went down that road, ultimately I think our rates would be higher, much higher than what PG&E currently charges. Until, of course, time passes, we provide service to all these customers, and once we get down to these, whatever the 500 or 600,000 customer over a number of years, then we've gotten down to a competitive rate. So this is what we call a natural monopoly, the cost structure of a natural monopoly. It's the nature of this particular industry of providing this particular service, not just for electricity, but for other utilities as well. So I just wanted to kind of demonstrate the cost structure of what this looks like, and why I think that having a baseline level of knowledge about how the industry works really would demonstrate to us that at this point, that proposal, the extreme proposal within the number of options, is not going to be viable. That'll be the end of the lesson. We'll get back to the meeting. Oh, we got a use this marker. D+? All right. Those are the grades Chavez used to get at Fresno State.
At
D+.
Fresno City faculty, they grade on the curve, Chavez, so it's probably like a C.
All right, so we'll move back to getting in line. We had the city manager, followed by Councilmember Bredefield.
Council President, point of order. Can I like to make a motion, a procedure motion to table the item?
Clerk and attorney, is that in order?
Rule 14 does allow that procedural motion to table, and procedural motions get heard before the main motion on the floor.
Okay, do I have to let everybody finish speaking,
Call
or
the question.
do we take the motion?
My motion's on the table. Do I have a second?
Yeah, we have to hear his procedural motion. If he gets a second, then we have to proceed with that procedural motion.
Well, I mean, I'll second that.
Does a motion to call the question supersede a motion to table?
No.
Okay, so there's a procedural motion with a motion and a second. The motion is to table this item. Councilman Barrios?
Correct. Table until the administration comes back with significant information. What I've heard today, council colleagues, is a lot of words like premature. We don't know yet. We don't understand the scope yet. We're not experts. So I'd like to table the item until we get more clarity and information. And also like to note that it's my understanding that BIA already has a meeting in Sacramento scheduled for Monday. And some of my council colleagues and I have a meeting scheduled with PG&E next week too. So we would like some time to be able to meet with PG&E directly, have the stakeholders meet with PG&E before we consider such a significant move.
I have a comment as well, since Arias comments. There is nothing else to add, as has been expressed. I think 14 different ways to you. We're at the beginning stages of this. You don't want to support it. I got it. You're backing PG&E against your own constituents. These are politicians who have done your dance, your smoke screen, your confusion. You've tried to find 40 different ways not to support this. At the end of the day, you get 4 votes, I assume, to table it, which you should have done rather than waste everyone's time. And yes, this action will deal with the gouging of our customers, Councilmember Soria. And if you don't like my language, you may not like the language of the judge, who basically calls PG&E a criminal enterprise, not me. Well, I have too, but certainly they have. So what you have here is we've wasted 3 hours by politicians who are in the pocket of PG&E and not defending their constituents and finding confusion with one simple sentence about provide all options, including possibility of the city of Fresno forming its own district. You've seen politicians do a dance up here, ultimately delay this. And I will tell you this, that if this gets delayed, I am going to bring forward up to $50,000 of my own money to fund a study. I believe there are other council members who are willing to support this as well. Is that true, Councilmember Chavez? Councilmember Maxwell? Yes. So these guys can do their politician bullshit, but we're going to move forward on this on behalf of our constituents. Let's vote.
All right, let's take the motion and see where we're at.
All right, procedural motion to table this item until administration has more information by Arias, second by Esparza. Council President. Councilmember Soria. Abstained. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
D plus no.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
No.
Vice President Maxwell.
Nay.
And Council President Esparza.
Yay.
All right, that fails for a tie.
Okay, 3-3. All right, let's continue on then.
So the main motion on the floor, right. Sorry.
All right, so we'll continue on. Councilor Bredefeld, you were...
Yeah, I want to, again, my comments of calling PG&E what it is, again, I want to reiterate that a U.S. district judge said, quote, in these past 5 years, PG&E has gone on a crime spree and will emerge from probation as a continuing menace to California. That's a U.S. district judge. And they have set 31 wildfires, killed 113 Californians, plundered 1.5 million acres. This is the company that you are defending and acting like there's no issue. As for the lesson, the statement that you can't have more than one utility is completely false. In the state of Texas, there are multiple utilities, and when you move into an apartment or a home, you get to choose which utility you want. That's why the utility rates are extremely low. You wouldn't believe how low the rates are because competition is good. But again, once again, we have politicians doing their dance, carrying the water for PG&E, and not standing with their own constituents. That, when you move all the smoke screen and tap dancing going on here, that's what's happening. And I think people will remember where they stood on this vote.
City Manager, I think I skipped over you earlier.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry that Councilmember Arias just left. I just want to go back to the words matter. And I know, I really do believe he didn't mean it this way, but I think in his attempt to do a comparison by some of our own city employees in DPU, I don't think that he intended to compare our utility compared to PG&E, because I know that's what our employees are feeling right now, and I would tell you that I think our utility does an amazing job and have some of the lowest rates in our community. So, Councilmember Arias, I know you didn't mean this, but I just want to make sure that our employees know that you weren't intending to compare them to PG&E in a negative light. And I think some of them received it that way, and I'm pretty certain that wasn't your intent, because I know that you did say some positive things too. So I just want to make sure that our employees know that this was never, this has nothing to do with our DPU employees. They do an amazing job, and I just want to make sure they know that.
If it was my intention to do otherwise, I would be bringing forward an item to dismantle them, which I'm not, like this item would pursue.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
I'll be brief because, well, we're already past lunchtime. We're back. I think of the conversation, and I appreciate which one of my colleagues' comments, but I think Councilwoman Soria probably had the best question. She asked the mayor, how would this directly help our residents? And I don't think she got that question answered, so I'm going to try to answer to her, because that's the question that I actually asked when I went down this route a couple years ago. As many of you know, PG&E goes out and purchases energy out in the free market, and they purchase it at a price, and they sell it to consumers at a price. What this does for municipalities and jurisdictions to have the ability to go out and purchase energy and sell it to consumers, and then instead of that being profits, extract that as savings. And I just want to make sure that the public understands that that is really the whole purpose of this exercise, this very long exercise agenda item, that we want to make sure that we provide an opportunity for our residents to benefit from those savings. And to me, that is really what guides this work and what we will be doing. We will be doing this study. What it looks like, I think, is yet to be determined, but I think it's important to provide those choices. And I just want to, I'm not interested in demonizing PG&E or especially the folks that work there. I think they're people are their asset, and I'm very proud of the work they do, especially Ms. Franco, that has been very helpful here in our community and working on constituent services. But I do believe in competition. I think it would be a good thing to have those options for the city of Fresno to consider. And with that, I will wrap up my D+ comments, President.
Okay, I have Councilmember Arias punched up, and then followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
I'll defer to my council colleague.
I'm on.
All right,
Councilmember
so,
President?
yeah, Councilmember Soria, sorry.
Thank you. So I'd like to actually make a motion to table it, but with the date certain, to come back, because I know that the previous motion was just to table the item. So to bring it the first week of December.
I'll second the motion.
I have a question on the procedure. We just had a motion, it failed, and why do we not then vote on the actual one that was already a motion in a second?
So, yeah, this is a different procedural motion. One was tabling it just about indefinitely, and the other one has a date certain. And procedural motions are supposed to be taken before the main motions.
Oh, so we can just keep procedural motions going until we finally
Well,
vote
I mean,
on it.
if we find ourselves going in circles, the council
We're in
president...
circles already. I mean, we've passed
Well,
circles.
this is for the first week of December. Well,
That's my motion.
Okay,
Council President, call for the question.
is there a second? There was a second, clerk?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's take this briefly and then move on.
Want to repeat the
Go for it,
motion?
Clerk.
This is the procedural motion to table this until the first week of December. First meeting in December. And Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
I'm thinking of abstaining. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez. Oh, sorry, I missed that. No, thank you. Councilmember Bredefeld.
No.
Vice President Maxwell.
Nay.
Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, 4-3, we are tabling this until first meeting in December.
1:30, the time we're supposed to be getting back from lunch, we're going to lunch. We'll be back here at 3 o'clock. Quorum here. I think we'll go ahead and resume the meeting at this point. We knocked out all the 10 AM items. Let's move back into contested consent and zip through those before we head into the rest of the agenda. All right, so the first contested consent item we had was item 1C. That was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Yes, Council President. Our Council Audit Committee met this last week, and we discussed the item, and it is our recommendation to make a modification to this item.
चाहे के तब्दीली की थी जाए इस आइटम पे
Yes, and our recommendation is that this item should continue to honor the council's last action and conduct a 10-year audit of the credit cards. We did get some clarification from staff that they would have the credit card records. They may not have the backup material, but the credit card records do exist for 10 years. And it's also our recommendation that this item be combined with the audit of the finance department to occur at the same time. So it's our recommendation as a council audit committee. And I'll turn over to any of my colleagues who were there for any other feedback.
No, I think that sums it up pretty well. Councilmember Arias, we did have a good discussion with then city controller / city manager at the time. So yeah, I agree.
Can we
Your
offer
point's up,
perspective?
yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Ruthie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council President, members of council. And yes, we did have a very robust Finance and Audit Committee meeting last week. However, I don't recall that the two actions were recommended to be condensed. And when we were chatting about it at the meeting, what we talked about was that, well, what's before you today went out for an RFP. So there was an RFP. We did have one responsive, I should say, pardon me, and that's what's before you today. And there was another alternative to add the additional 5 years, and we did talk last week about those records not being fully complete, but we would still be able to at least say what the expenditures were, perhaps just a listing instead of being able to look at backup documentation for anything older than 7 years. But in any event, if we were to go back and rescope, I think that we would need to either issue a new RFP and or to have just a completely separate, ask the firm for a completely separate proposal. In addition, I think the time frame would need to change. Actually, I do know that in my discussions with this particular proposer. If we were going to do 10 instead of 5 years, and then if we were going to add this whole other scope of work, I'm sure that the timing would be much different as well.
Assistant City Manager, what would be more expeditious from your perspective, to ask the firm for a new proposal or to do a new RFP?
Well, of course, more expeditious to ask for a new proposal. However, I want to get the council's prerogative on whether or not you would like to prioritize the work from a timing perspective. I think that would be very helpful if we were going to ask for proposals.
Ruthie, I just want to, so I don't think we can ask for a modified proposal because the RFP was put out with a specific scope of work. And so what you're asking is to change the scope of work to include the finance audit as well. And so I think that we would need to put out a new RFP with a more expanded scope of work. And so
Can I
we'd
make
have
a
to.
motion to do that then, City Manager? Do you need a formal motion?
So I think that we would need a motion to close out this RFP and I guess not approve the current item before you. And I don't need action to put out. I don't need you to take action to have me put out an RFP, but if you don't want to move forward with the current proposal for just the credit card.
We could also choose not to take action and therefore nullify it.
You could, but I just want to make sure that we can't combine them by just amending the contract. And definitely that would take more time.
Understood. And our audit committee's recommendation is that we move forward with the 10-year review of the credit card expenditures, as well as the finance audit, and do those at the same time. So from that perspective, that's our recommendation. So I'm not sure if you need a formal motion or not, but that's our recommendation as a council committee.
Ruthie, if I'm correct, your comment, Ruthie, if I'm correct, in your comments the other day, you also said that it was a matter of timing and that it would probably be delayed because this is the heavy season. You might want to explain to the other members that.
Yes, and I thank you, Mr. Barfield, and I did allude to that just earlier, but let me be more specific. Due to the season and the timing, we are probably looking at 6 months at least to be able to bring back even preliminary results. And if we do go out for another RFP, we're probably talking closer to 9 months by the time we do another RFP, get respondents, send it through our processes, come back to council for your approval, and then get started on the work. So it is a significant delay from what we have before us, which is a time frame for 5 years of the credit card audits that was, I understood, required or requested. That time frame is 60 to 90 days. If we extend that to be 10 years, it probably doubles that time frame. We're probably looking at 4 to 6 months. But then if we add on the other work that I do, again, as I said on Friday, it's important, and I think we need to do a complete evaluation of the internal controls of all the divisions for the finance department. It just is, combining all of that then would be at least probably 9 months.
Have we asked the firm whether they have the capacity if we decide to go and actually honor that 10-year?
Yes, I did, and they indicated that they couldn't do it in the time frame that was provided in the council's materials before. They could not do it in the 60 to 90 days that we would be looking at well into the spring to complete the full 10 years.
The full 10 years, but it doesn't make sense to enter it, and then we do change orders all the time. So if we want to expand the scope, is that not legally possible?
So I've confirmed they would need to stay within the scope of the RFP for the agreement.
They would have to what, sorry?
They have to stay within the scope of the RFP.
So,
The
and just to be
RFP
clear,
scope, I'm
the
sorry.
RFP scope was just for the credit cards, and we did both 5 years and 10 years. So that was in this RFP. What was not in the RFP was the audit of the internal controls of the finance department. So if you want, so if you want to do 10 years of just the credit card, we can move forward because we have the price. We would just need to go back to the firm and get the timeline, but we would not need to do a new RFP for that. If you want to include the finance work, then we would have to go back and put out another RFP to include that in the scope of work.
So City Manager, if I may just make sure we're understanding correctly, the RFP as drafted does give us the option to do 10 years as the council directed when this was initiated, right?
Correct. I did it, there were alternates. It was 5 years and 10 years.
Okay. And secondly, the council also directed an audit of the finance department. If we were to wait, proceed with credit cards now, and finance later, what is the timing of us achieving the audit in the finance department?
We would have to put out an RFP, and so we could work on that, you know, starting next week, put out an RFP for just that audit. And to Ruthie's point, I think by the time we got through the RFP process, it probably would be hopefully near the end of the audit season, where then CPA firms would be able to respond and have time to do that work.
So how long, and as a non-CPA person, how long would that be?
From start to finish, from the beginning of scoping the RFP out until we could have a completion, I would say
Until we have
4 to 6 months.
a completion of the audit.
Yes. And when you say audit, and I know that we've talked about this semantically before, but it would be either agreed upon procedures or a contractual agreement to do an assessment, evaluation, and report on the internal controls for all of the areas of the finance department.
Correct. And I know we've had this somewhat of a discussion in the audit committee that what we're looking for is not just a review of whether there's written policy, but a review whether that written policy was followed.
Exactly.
A review of the financial, the finances of the department and the city to assess whether or not there's more missing money or any other, financial errors that had yet to be disclosed or addressed. So not sure what the technical term is at, but I think I used a cavity search of the finance, department and ensure that taxpayer money is accounted for. So from beginning to end, from development RFP to completion of that task, whatever it would be called, how long would you anticipate that taking?
So you did say cavity search on Friday.
Yes.
And I responded then how I'll respond now, which is that an audit of the financial condition, the financial statements, and any material weaknesses associated with any of the departments that are included in the audit, which includes all, not only operations, but it also includes all of our federal funds, our state funds, so responded that way on Friday as well. That already takes place with our external independent auditor, and they're actually doing their work right now. You'll get another 250 or so pages of the independent audit. That's the way that is addressed from a financial statement perspective. But from an internal control perspective, it's not just do the policies exist. The evaluation includes, are they being followed, or a test of controls and a report thereon.
And as we discussed, Assistant City Manager and the Audit Committee, all the independent audits that have been taking place annually did not discover the $600,000 missing or did not raise those to our attention. So our challenge is these independent audits are not identifying these significant errors, those that have been public and those that have yet to be public. So what do we need to proceed with to ensure that somebody is checking on that with an external view?
Councilmember Arias, I do want, I'll go back and check, but I am almost positive that it was noted in the financial statements. There was a note in the financial statements of that loss.
Yes, we discussed that, and I pointed out that 238-page report, nowhere does it indicate that there was a loss of $600,000. There's no sentence that indicates that. There's nothing that us as the financial oversight body would interpret to be a loss of $600,000.
That's not my recollection, and again, I don't want to at all, disagree or be argumentative in any way, shape, or form. I grabbed the wrong file when I was running out of my office, so I don't have the document in front of me. I apologize, but I can go and we can check it. I understood that it was disclosed, that it was included, but I don't have a reference.
There wasn't a sentence. You're right. There was not a sentence that says there was
Correct. It was probably a series of tables of numbers.
right, and it's a line item, and there was a footnote
Correct.
that referenced that there was a loss due to, I don't know, fraud or something like that. So external fraud or something like that.
I don't recall that
Okay,
reference.
we'll go find it. But so I think to Ruthie's point,
And if you would say, Manager, that report was after the incident. How long after that incident was that report published?
so the financial, the formerly known as CAFR, now known as ACFR, it gets done the year following the action, when the action took place. So are we on fiscal year or calendar year? Yes.
Fiscal.
So for instance, our ACFR that we're working on right now covers what period?
From July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, the results of which are to this body 6 to 7 months after the close of that date. So our goal will be in the future, the end of December. I believe this one's scheduled to be to you at one of your January meetings, your first January meeting.
Okay, so it would have been in the financial statements for the fiscal year that the loss occurred in. Are you listening? Am I just talking to myself down here? Thank you, Councilmember Soria. It would be in the financial statement for the fiscal year that the loss occurred, but that document comes out about 6 months after the end of the fiscal year. But we will go back and find the notation. But I think, to her point, what you want done will be covered in 2 separate documents, the financial statement audit and then the agreed upon procedures or contractual audit. What the material you want will be covered within those two reports.
I agree. I believe that we will have adequate reporting to this body that includes both the qualitative aspects of what is supposed to be done and whether or not that's being followed, and then the quantitative as well, which is the audited financial statements.
Okay, all right, well, that came to an abrupt stop. Councilmember Bredefield, you were punched up, followed by Councilmember Soria.
So this ongoing delay to get an audit started, this audit, if this council moves forward with 10 years, you're saying could be 6 to 9 months before we get the results?
I would say 4 to 6 months before, if we just did that. If we also included the evaluation and assessment of internal controls for the finance department.
Which is what they want to do.
Then we would be at
6
least.
to 9 months.
Yeah.
6 to 9 months. And if I remember, City Manager, you were saying that the audit companies are not inclined to do 10 years, if I recall you saying something to that effect.
No, I think what we talked about was the city doesn't maintain 10 years worth of all of the documents. We have 7 years, which is what is required by, I think, the IRS. But, so we would have copies of the credit card statements, which you get, which says, I don't know, Shell Gas or restaurant this. But as far as like the accompanying background documentation, which may have included the explanation, the forms that get sent along when we charge on a credit card, we fill out a form that says it was, 4 people at this lunch talking about this, or I don't know, whatever the charge was. So we don't have all of that background material going back 10 years. Is that right, Ruthie? Thank you.
Yes, I could only find up to 7 years, and actually some for the 6 months prior to that 7 years, but yeah.
So then what's the utility of going back 10 years?
Well, it would be an opinion that I would say that getting copies of credit card statements for those extra 3 years, unless you have the backup documentation that is more explanatory, I don't think it would be very informative, in my opinion, but it depends what the goals are for going back the 10 years. Is it just to be able to review the credit card statements to see where things were being charged? Because that's really the only thing we'll be able to tell.
Can I chime in here
Yeah.
for a moment? I do want to direct your attention to resolution order number 2022-076.
Oh, I know it by heart.
Yeah, you're very familiar, I'm sure, which we unanimously voted on to go back 10 years at that time,
Yeah.
7-0 vote. But I think for the sake of transparency and time to reduce it to 5 years, I'd be willing to I don't know if I need to make a motion to roll it into the finance, audit, do it concurrently for 5 years simultaneously. Are we able to do that?
So what we would need to do would be, if you just want to do 5 years of credit cards, we could award this contract and get going. If you want to do 5 years of credit cards and the finance department, we need to do a new RFP.
And what's the timeline if we want to roll it in but only do 5 years?
4 to 6 months-ish?
Probably a little longer than that.
Okay.
If we have to start over with the RFP process before we can launch this work, that's really what's going to take the time, and then we can, add 60 days onto the back
Councilmember,
end.
why not go with the contract that you have now, that's 5 years, we can get that started, and if you want to do another contract for finance, you can initiate that, but at least you can get the 5-year process going. I think it's been delayed.
My comfort
long
level
enough.
would be to do it concurrently. 4 months, I don't think, that'll be early in 2023. We're coming up to the holidays, Councilmember Bredefield. I don't really think that's a significant delay as far as things are concerned, in my opinion.
Well, I
That's my
think it's an
opinion.
unnecessary delay. It's not necessary. You can start this process, and the finance, you can initiate a new RFP. You can get the work done now if we move this forward, which has been delayed many, many months
I'd
already.
feel more comfortable having a proposal that encompasses all departments, whether it's council, mayor, or finance concurrently. That's my comfort level.
And if I may, council colleagues, it's been very publicly noticed that we terminate the city controller and we just hired a new one today. And it's also public that we could not initiate an audit of the airport because there was some basic checks and balances. When you have that significant of concerns that necessitates our action, I believe it's fundamentally important for us to prioritize reviewing the finance department and whatever description our assistant city manager utilizes that's technically correct, and focus on the massive amount of public resources. And if that means that we have to wait 4 to 6 months to do it all at the same time, that's my preference. But it's anybody at any time can ask the public records of our credit card expenditures, which they do constantly, and anybody can review how much we spend on buying burritos at community meetings or whatever else that the council spends on. But the public doesn't get to see an assessment of the full financial system. They just get to see the end actions that the council is taking related to leadership, related to inability to conduct audits of significant departments. So as a council member, I prefer us to prioritize the finance department, audit, review, assess, whatever the term is, and then take on the credit cards simultaneously or at a later time. But we should look at it in complete context of that.
Yeah, and again, for me, you're not in any way harming or having an intense review of the finance department by simply moving this item forward. You're just moving this item forward, and you will still do an RFP for finance, irrespective of whether or not you include this 5 years. So for me, it's just, this has been delayed long enough. I think we should move it forward. I hate to delay the 5-year audit of all the credit cards simply because you want to include it with finance. If you just move the credit card situation along, it doesn't preclude you at all from delaying an audit and a focused audit on finance. But that's where I stand on it.
Yeah, I think, this discussion happens prior to the termination of the controller. I think we originally had this item on the agenda for that day. We ended up not hearing it. I think it got tabled, maybe by, I forget if it was council or the administration. But just kind of jogging my memory back to when we first had this conversation. Again, from a technical standpoint, this type of review was never high priority when you're looking at a risk assessment. We're looking at how high the risk was. I think any issues we've had or the direction that came out of closed session from the controller item when it first came to our attention, I think probably should take precedent simultaneously and or precede this type of review, just to provide any context we may not know about. We don't know what we don't know, essentially. So I'm inclined to agree with my colleagues. I still would like to see the 10 years. I mean, there was a reason we went back. We're going to do the full-on cavity search on all ourselves and folks who preceded us as far back as we could go at a reasonable time frame. So,
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to direct the city staff to produce a new RFP for an audit. What's the technical term, Assistant City Manager?
For
Finance Department.
For agreed upon procedures, for an engagement, if that's really the term, for an engagement to do a complete evaluation and assessment, which means a test of those controls.
So my motion is to direct the city staff to proceed with an engagement and a full review and assessment of the Finance Department, as well as a audit of the city credit cards for 10 years, and to bring it forward for consideration.
I'll second that motion, but just in terms of the portion of your motion that includes the audit for 10 years, I'd like to include the original language from the previous motion.
Agreed upon.
Friendly amendment. City manager punched up, then Councilmember Bredefeld.
I just wanted to correct two statements that were made that I don't believe are accurate. So, and I didn't correct it at the time because I didn't know. When we were having the discussion about the risk assessment and how the credit cards were not deemed as a high risk, well, that's because the city council department was not part of the risk assessment. So the reason why it didn't rise to the level of a high risk is because that department was never included on the risk assessment. So it is now, but also know how the risk assessment is conducted is each department fills out what they believe. It's a questionnaire that gets filled out, and based on the answers to that question, that's how the risk is determined. So I may do it for our office, the airport does it for their, Public Works does it for theirs. So that's how that risk assessment is compiled, but it was not done for the City Council Department. Also, Councilmember Arias, I just want to be cautious about your comments about the airport. The reason why the airport audit wasn't able to get done was because we had tremendous staff turnover. We had a new director come in. There's no assistant director, no finance manager. And so we did have some things that we wanted looked into at the airport, but when the internal audit division went in, our new director had just come on board, and he had very little staff around him to help him be able to participate in the audit. And so we just asked, hey, can you let him get his feet under him and get some staff hired so that we can participate?
And City Manager, just so we're clear, my language is taken directly from the auditor's memo to the Council Audit Committee, that there were not sufficient, procedures in place for them to initiate the audit. So I'm not trying to interpret something that I don't have a competency in, but the memo is pretty clear. It wasn't about staff turnover, at least as articulated in the memo.
That's exactly what they meant, was staff. There was lack of the staff because literally it was going to be Henry pulling, as your director, pulling those documents for the previous group that was around. And he's like, I just, give me time. And that's where we agreed upon the 12 months.
And that might be the case of City Manager Barfield, but that's not the way it's written in the memo to the Council Audit Committee.
And Councilmember Arias, if I just might. So one fundamental internal control is the segregation of duties, but without appropriate staff, or really frankly, hardly any staff, there's no way to have segregation of duties. So that particular internal control was not, there was no ability to be able to audit that. And that's exactly what the internal auditor said, was that there was a lack of internal controls, and that being one of fundamental segregation of duties.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that, but when you say internal controls, I don't interpret it to be lack of bodies. Now, there's a discussion for us to have. How is it that overnight we suddenly lost all leadership at the airport, that nobody was around except for the director to manage the finance, construction contracts? That's a different conversation, but just wanted, I'm not making it up, it's how the memos are written.
Well, and the reason why I wanted to make sure that we put this on the record is because, we are going to be going out to the bond market for the airport expansion, and I want to make sure, apparently, I don't know if you guys realize how famous you are, that we actually have people that listen to the Finance and Audit Committee meetings, governmental agencies and regulators, because Ruthie's email was blown up after the Finance and Audit Committee because concerned about, perhaps if, please assure us that no federal or state funds have been mishandled, which of course we'll handle, but so I just want to be careful because we do get people listening, and that's why I think it's great to have the clarification with, I understand, like as a non-accounting person, what we think internal controls mean are a little bit different than the legal definition. So I just want to make sure we put that on the record so we don't have the FAA or bonding agencies contacting us, asking us to make sure we've got things under control.
Absolutely. To all those folks, we have good credit. We have good people. We will build the project on time and under schedule, especially if it's a PLA.
Thank you, Council Member.
Councilmember Butterfield, you were next.
Yeah, okay, I thought we were going to 5, now we're back to 10. And what is the additional delay going from a 5 to a 10?
If we were going to start over with the new RFP, the delay doing the complete finance department and 10 years is probably very little different than doing the complete finance department in only 5 years.
Okay,
it's probably the same.
The question I'm asking is, we were going to do 5. It was X amount of time to do the 5. Now we're going to request the 10. How much more additional time, forget the RFP, how much more additional time is it doing an audit that goes back 10 years, which we only have data for 7, but somehow everybody wants to go to 10. I'm not sure why we're not doing 20 or 30 years, we might as well. How much is it delayed by going from 5 to 10?
Instead of the 60, if we were just doing this engagement, instead of doing what's before the council right now, and we want to do 10, we would be probably doubling the time. What the proposer said to me was that well into the spring, quote unquote, well into the spring. So I'm thinking March, the March timeframe, rather than 60 to 90 days, 120 days, maybe 6 months.
Okay. So, I mean, the first time we discussed these credit cards with questionable expenditures on credit cards, it's been probably at least half a year or more. And at that point, I remember the Finance and Audit Committee meeting quickly and saying, we need to do an audit, which we all agreed. So now we are here 6, 7 months later. I don't know exactly what it is. 7 months? Okay, 7 months later. And now we're changing the rules again. We delayed this item for 2 council meetings. It got pulled. And now on our 3rd council meeting, we're now changing the rules again and going to go to a new RFP, and we're going to include the finance department, and we're going to go 10 years. And we may delay this. You said this would take 6 to 9 months? Okay. So we're going to go a year and a half perhaps, since the time that I raised the question about all of the expenditures. I mean, to me, this just looks like more delays. The public doesn't get an accounting of what's going on. You have a city manager who says they probably don't have records beyond 7 years, but this council says, well, it doesn't matter, just do 10 years anyway, because we like that number. And now we're going to include the finance department, which was never talked about. We can move this proposal today for the 5 years so we can avoid all delays, but the council insists, no, we have to do this. And there's just delay after delay after delay. And I understand why people want to delay it as much as they can, because of what you've spent money on with your credit cards. I'm not going to support this. You know, we've done this dance week after week after week, delay, delay, delay. And it is what it is. It's pretty evident what all of this is. I'm really not sure why you haven't gone 20 years, 30 years. 10 years doesn't make any sense. 5 years made plenty of sense. So you guys can continue the charade. I'm not going to support the stupidity today.
Hey, Council Member Butterfield, I also just want to remind the public that since this council voted unanimously to audit credit cards for 10 years, we've had a significant development in the finance department that required unprecedented action by this body to change the leadership. And we can't disclose a lot of the information of why, but it is so significant that this body took a termination vote. So it's not like it's not important to assess the finance department. It has never been more important than now, especially given the amount of federal resources we have been given through the pandemic. And we have an obligation, as the city manager indicated, to reassure external funders and partners that our financial house is in order. So for me, personally, I would feel far more comfortable that we prioritize the finance department and the credit cards at the same time to get that done and provide full transparency and reassurance to everyone that we're running it that way.
I completely agree with everything you said, except you don't need to include it in this 5-year audit. There's nothing you gain from doing that except you delay the 5-year audit. We all agree about the finance department, but all you're doing is delaying what we've set in motion for months, which is to start a 5-year audit. And I have people who continue to ask me, when are you going to start this audit? And I keep saying, oh, next council meeting, it's coming back. Next council meeting, it's coming back. Well, nope. Not this time again. Now we're going to delay it another 6 to 9 months. So it is what it is.
Okay. Well, with that, I'll consider modifying my motion to direct city staff to proceed with a new RFP that will conduct and engage a review of the finance department and complete an audit of the city credit cards for the last 5 years.
So basically, as the second of your motion, The same motion we had previously, except you're reducing from 10 to 5.
Correct.
So now we're going back to 5.
I'm amenable to that. Yeah, take the W, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll take the W.
And it's been a long day. Take a W. All right, new RFP. Let's get this going, and we'll see you guys back.
City Attorney, do we have to formally close out the existing RFP number that's listed?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so council, can you make a motion, I guess, to?
Administratively, city attorney's
Oh,
office?
oh, does it require a council vote? I thought it required a council vote, but I don't know.
I was under the impression it'd be
It
done.
Holly
expires.
Bricky's going to explain the process. She's coming up
We
to
need to
the...
reject all bids, or reject the bid from Moss Adams.
All right, let me modify my motion to reject the bid, all bids, direct the city staff to produce a new RFP that completes a review of the finance department as described by our Assistant City Manager Quinto on the record, and a complete audit of credit cards for the last 5 years.
Okay, I'm amenable to that as a second. No, I see nobody else punched up at the moment. Let's
We
go
do
ahead
have a
and take-
council member online now.
All right, we're doing roll call. Vote.
Sorry, Moss Adams.
Right on time, Chavez. Let's go ahead and take the roll call vote.
All right. Motion to reject all bids for the new and for a new RFP for engagement, a full review and assessment of Finance Department, and a complete 5 years of credit cards. Motion by Arias, second by Council President Esparza. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi. I see you just unmuted. Can you say that one? Councilmember Carbasi. Voting on 1C.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes, and you guys talk too much.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0, passes.
Let the record show Member Bredefeld won today. He's 1-7 today.
Take the W. Take the W. All right. So that's item 1C. Let's move on to item 1F, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
I've got my questions addressed. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
First, second, third, fourth, fifth. Yeah, 5 members. Okay. Clerk, you got that? You got all 5?
Thank you to the fire department. Thank you for the fire department for the 5 a.m. detailed response.
All right. 1F for fire. Roll call vote.
All right, motion to approve 1S by F by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah.
Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
Council President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0, passes.
All right. Let's take item 1G. This is pulled by Councilmember Soria.
Yeah, all I wanted to say is super excited that this is happening. City Manager, I also just wanted to note, when we originally talked about opening this neighborhood senior center, we talked about the potential opportunity to partner with Fresno City College. So if we can just make sure that we circle back with them if there's opportunities to do some programming in conjunction with them. I know that they were open to it, and this was like before your time.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it was before your time because it's been an ongoing project for a long time, but just super excited that it's finally happening.
Good afternoon, Aaron Aguirre, Parks Director. Councilmember Soria, we have had the conversations with City College, so those are ongoing discussions.
Okay, awesome. Well, motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Roll call vote, please, on 1G.
1G, motion by Soria, second by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi. 1G, Councilmember Carbasi.
Councilmember Carbasi, are you with us?
All
Okay.
right. Absent. Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
6-0.
That's a
passes.
yes, clerk. I'm sorry
Oh.
if my button doesn't work. I apologize.
We got
Thank you
seven.
very much.
7-0.
7-0.
All right. Item 1J, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
City Manager, I read the news feed this morning that the governor decided to cancel all funding for these regional, or press pause on all funding for these regional homeless plans that include the CLCs and the major 13 cities. I'm assuming this is exactly the plan that we were submitting for consideration, that is no longer going to be immediately funded. Any
So-
update?
Yeah, so what's on the agenda today is for HAP 4.
Right.
And what the governor was referring to was HAP 3. And I don't know what, so they're two different things, two different cycles, but Mayor?
Yeah, I had a meeting last night with the governor's office with the Big 13 mayors. So we had that at 8 p.m. And they shared with us reasons for that, and it had to do with the collective of the 13 or all of the applications they received. The disappointment in the fact that the reductions in overall unsheltered was only at 2% for the entire applicants. That's not reflective of what we said we would do through the continuum of care, but people were taking into consideration the projected growth of unsheltered in our city, as well as how many would be housed during that time. And so the governor is having conversations with every city, so he wanted everyone to know he's pulling back. But I did want to have Phil come up and talk about ours on HAP 3, on what that meant. Remember, it's a continuum of care, so it's Fresno City, Fresno County, Madera, and you know who are the ones
Correct.
housing people, Fresno City.
Yeah, so with that, Phil, can you walk us through what our proposal on HAP 3 is, how much we're proposing to reduce homelessness by? What was the, and council, this is the challenging part. In my view, the city's doing 80% of the housing for the continuum of care that covers 2 counties, and the county of Fresno has yet to open up a shelter or create permanent housing for homeless or a tiny village or anything. But in the HAP 3, what were we proposing to reduce homelessness by? And how many people did we commit to as a region?
Yeah, Phil Sky, Assistant Director, Plan and Development. So our HAP, just as a refresh, the first 2 rounds of HAP were just given to us as an allocation. It was beginning with HAP 3 that the state requested an application to sort of reflect what our plan is for those dollars. So we submitted a HAP 3 application, and what it reflected was this increase in unsheltered homelessness from 2019 to 2020 in an amount of 59%. It was dramatic, and we all felt it and saw it. From 2020 to 2022, when we reported to this council during a workshop in August, we shared that we saw a decrease then from that peak of 13%, a decrease. So we had reported that was a goal that we had stated in our HAP 3 application, that we would achieve that. We reflected that, and that's also in this HAP 4 application. And then our goal is to take not only the 13% that we're building off of as a decrease, but also to decrease unsheltered homelessness by an additional 8%. So over a 3-year period, we would see a 21% decrease. It's dramatic.
Does that account for the increase that we anticipated people becoming homeless?
Yes, it does.
So even though the homeless population increases every year, based on trends, we would still see an overall decrease
That's
of about
correct.
20%. All right, thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion, we have a second. Please take the roll.
Motion to approve 1J by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Carbasi, 1J. Motion to approve.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I swear, I keep hitting the button and voting, and then it doesn't go through. I apologize. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
All right, last consent item is 1N, all pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Director Mosier, I read the proposal, and I know we're getting additional $2 million from High Speed Rail for some work related to the project, but I couldn't ascertain what additional work worth $1.8 million are we doing based on the staff report?
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. Overall, the project is longer in duration. Just going through it, there's still a very significant outstanding amount of work. There have been numerous resubmittals, redesigns that have come in for the project. And so and our staff has been engaged in the project, both for plan review and inspection, but it's simply really the increased duration of the high-speed rail project, which is driving the need for additional costs.
Okay, thank you. Make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Clerk, please take the roll on item 1N.
Motion by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes, did it work?
Yes.
Right.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
I already voted no earlier today.
You did.
I did.
That is right, yep, so no.
For the no vote.
That
I
is
think the
correct,
donkey went
sir.
high speed
Thank you very much. Vice President Maxwell
Aye.
and Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right,
Miguel,
6-1.
Miguel trying to trick me.
All right, that concludes contested consent. Let's move back over to the rest of the agenda. That'll take us to general admin items. First up, item 3A, actions related to the One Fresno housing strategy.
Council President, I don't know if the administration would agree to this, but I'd like to make a motion to approve item 3A, 3B, and 3C.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second for items 3A, B, and C. That's the One Fresno Housing Strategy Voucher Incentive Program, the California Land Trust, and the Mixed Income Neighborhood Trust. Okay. Let's go ahead and take public comment first, and we'll come back on out here. So if you're in the chamber, would like to speak on items 3A, 3B, or 3C, please fill out a yellow card, bring it on up. If you're on Zoom and would like to speak, please raise your hands. One taker on Zoom so far. We'll go to Greg Terzakis on Zoom.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, council members and the administration. Greg Terzakis, California Apartment Association. Want to thank all of you that I've been working with, all council members and the mayor's office, on taking a step back and coming back with a more fleshed out plan. As far as the land trusts go, we're supportive of that. But in particular, with the voucher incentive program, I think I've expressed to all of you any way in which CAA can help communicate this program once its inception, it actually becomes a reality. We'd be happy to communicate with our members what the program is, what it does, its benefits. And also, I would suggest, if possible, to get the Housing Authority involved in this as well. So they're on the same page. So we have the administration and the council, we have the Housing Authority, we have CAA, which represents about half of the rental units in Fresno, and then happy to work with you in any other way we can get to the other half that CAA doesn't represent, to get people to understand the value of taking housing choice vouchers, the benefits of the program in general, but specifically what's being proposed today to provide that incentive program. I've worked with the city of Bakersfield since I came on board with CAA almost 7 years ago. They have a program similar to this. It's very successful. They have an annual meeting with our members in Bakersfield and the Housing Authority, where they again reiterate the value of the program and then literally ask people to come and fill out a card committing a unit or units at that meeting that day to be part of the program. And we generally see between 75 and 100 additional units added every meeting. So we can do that on an annual basis. As I mentioned to all of you on the council, I'm happy to work with you at the district level as well. So anything we could do to help move this program forward, we would be more than willing to do. Thank you very much.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Kyle Lopez-Schmidt.
Good afternoon, Council. Kyle Lopez-Schmidt. I'm the Executive Director of the South Tower Community Land Trust. I wanted to speak in support of items 3B and 3C. I've been in collaboration with the folks leading both the Central California Community Land Trust and the Central Fresno Neighborhood Land Trust, and good folks in those organizations, and excited about the direction that this work is taking, and excited about the collaborative spirit that we've all had. And so I recommend those moving forward and appreciate the support. Thanks.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon, everyone. First off, I think the land trusts are great. I think it's innovative and it's about damn time. The other thing I'm thinking about with housing is everybody keeps, not wanting to deal with the dance that you need to do. And it's something I brought up well over 2 years ago at this point. Now it's almost going to be 3 years in the spring, and that is rent control. If you really want to stabilize and really reduce the number of newly homeless in this city and stabilize the housing market, you really need to get your rent control going. Why you're not doing that is beyond me. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Brandy N.
Sorry about that. It took me a moment to unmute. As you would note, that I absolutely agree with Kyle. Both Kyle and Lisa regarding rent control. We absolutely need to stabilize our rent. And again, ask that you consider the details that were set forth in the Here to Stay report regarding rent stabilization. I am in support of 3B and C. I absolutely appreciate the fact that the neighborhood trust, all the details on there, including the fact that there is a resident oversight committee, as well as anti-displacement requirements and prioritizations for tenants that are on there, as well as other community input. I do ask that regarding any property management, that the trust includes that as far as something that the community has weighs in on, who is managing the properties, if it is a third party outside the trust. But absolutely, I'm thankful that these trusts are finally coming forward and to support those. Regarding 3A, I want to support the statements by Leadership Council and Carla Martinez in opposition of this item, that instead funding go into ensuring that the tenants' rights in SB 329 be followed, so that any noncompliance in accepting vouchers be reported, and for people to have information about their rights, that we have, the landlords are supposed to be accepting these vouchers. And I know of several people who have been either denied or they changed the amount of the rent so that from what it actually was posted, so that the rent is becomes higher than the voucher amount, so it prices out the tenants. We need to focus on landlord accountability and ensuring that their rights, that the rights of the tenants are protected as well. Anything involving landlords, we need to have a landlord registry to ensure that there is, with anything landlords are involved in, that we do not have any slumlord situations, that we have accountability, that there's a way for them to report any non-compliance, any issues with illegal evictions, any code violations, and as well as Carla mentioned about building on Program 10B that the Housing Authority is already doing, and that this be part of the fair housing education. if applicable, that for the agreement that was accepted today and the consent agenda, I believe in 1K. I appreciate that that is being set in place, the education, and that the voucher rights be part of that program. But please listen to the statements by Leadership Council and others, and please work on, please oppose this and focus on, as well, I want to mention, I know that time's up, that there is no information about how the pilot program has been effective and hard data. So thank you.
All right, next speaker will be Esther Carver on Zoom.
Hi all, thanks for hearing this tonight. I'm Esther Carver, the Executive Director of the Lowell Community Development Corporation, and just wanted to speak in support of these items. Also, just note that I'm here and Kavia's here from Trust Neighborhoods as well. If there are any questions about the Central Fresno Neighborhood Trust, we'd be happy to speak to those items.
Next speaker is going to be Ruben Espinoza on Zoom.
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Ruben Espinoza, and I'm a policy advocate with Fresno Barrios Unidos, and I also wanted to echo comments made by Leadership Council and Randy regarding items 3A, the voucher incentive program being proposed today continues to lack appropriate planning and action. And we asked the council to oppose the voucher incentive program under SB 329, which prohibits housing discrimination, which includes sources of income such as Section 8 vouchers. This program is simply another way of incentivizing large corporations and landlords to accept vouchers, even though they're supposed to already do that regardless of the source of income under the law. And so the program does not contain any additional information on what steps will be taken if landlords refuse to follow the law and the city fails to enforce SB 329. And I say this too because in working with young people on the ground who are coming home from whether it be incarceration or out of the welfare, the child welfare system, a lot of them are getting vouchers to find places to stay, but it's been really hard for them to find places that accept them. And so they're still struggling out here on the streets, sleeping in the car, couch surfing. And I see that all the effort that they are taking into navigate housing for themselves. And so we really appreciate if you guys oppose this incentive voucher program that is already supposed to be followed under law. A lot of young people out here are struggling, especially those who have been system impacted. And so just wanted to comment on that, and thank you for the time.
Okay, I don't have any cards for anyone in the chamber. I don't see any additional folks on Zoom. We'll go ahead and wrap up public comments on this item, and we'll come back here to the dais. I'll defer to the sponsors of the item first before going through the roll here.
The administration.
Okay. Thank you, Council President. I want to thank Councilmember Maxwell, Councilmember Arias, who co-sponsored this with us. The three items you have before you that have been commented on publicly, as you know, last time we were in council, council approved 3 of the 47 recommendations that we had within our One Fresno housing strategy. The approval of these 3 will put us at 6 on top of the 14 other strategies that are already in play that do not need council authority. So this would put us at 20 of the 47. And then there are the 2 that are being brought forth today by Councilmember Arias, Soria, and Chavez are really within the housing strategy items number 36 and 46, which I'll speak on later. But the voucher incentive program is something I think is going to bring in perhaps our biggest bang for the buck with that $1 million. We anticipate that 400 voucher holders will be able to find a location to stay. It mitigates risk for landlords, in terms of damages, takes care of any financial delays they may incur when they're waiting for paperwork to be approved. And it also incentivizes landlords who are not currently receiving vouchers or taking those types of tenants to incentivize them to get started on that. So we do believe that $1 million is going to be allow for 400 voucher holders to take advantage of them, and we're partnering with the Housing Authority on that. The second one on 3B, the proving of the Central California Land Trust is really just building capacity with the dollars that we're going to be providing, the $222,500. It is to build capacity, to build a plan, because we know that we need a land trust, and I believe that they're going to do a good job for us. The third item, 3C, is with the Lowell CDC, and they already have $1 million in hand from the Zuckerberg Foundation, and the $2 million that we provide to them will allow them to convert 50 existing housing units in our city that are not affordable housing at this time, but it will convert 50 of those to affordable housing with not 55-year covenants, which we generally have, but have affordable housing permanently for those. So we have contracts prepared and agreed upon. Thank you to the City Attorney's Office for expediting those, but we have contracts for all three in hand, so once we approve, we'll be able to execute immediately. And I do want to say on the voucher incentive program, we will be prioritizing veterans and families into those homes. So if they have a voucher in hand, have not been able to find a place to stay, if they're a veteran or a family, that they will have priority. So with that, thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mayor, and I just want to express my gratitude and thanks to the folks in the front row here, Phil Sky, Director Clark, Deputy Mayor Grundy, for all the work that you put in. I'm glad we get to pass these next three items today, and I appreciate you meeting with the ad hoc committee to get some input. I appreciate the input from Greg. I think we will be teaming up to educate landlords in District 4 at least with the Apartment Association of how to best implement these new policies. And I think a lot of folks will be taking advantage of this. When we did ERAP for a long time, it was District 4 residents who were applying at the highest rate, surprisingly. It was coming from my own district, and so I know that this is going to have a big impact on my residents. I'm excited about all three policies. I'm especially excited about the down payment assistance program. I think there was some miscommunication. This is not going towards monthly rent. We don't want that to negatively impact folks' income and make them less eligible to receive vouchers from the housing program. This is going to go towards programs like security deposits, utility deposits, damage repair funds for when an individual moves out. I heard several speakers in the audience today, several of the Spanish speakers, talking about these policies were exactly the kinds of policies that they needed and they came here and spoke in favor of today. So I actually think that the down payment assistance program could be one of the biggest game changers when it comes to housing here in the city of Fresno. So I'm proud to co-sponsor it, I'm proud to support it, and again, thank you, Mayor Dyer, for bringing this to us. Appreciate it.
Council President, if I may, I also want to indicate for the record that we did make some recommended revisions to these proposals since we last heard them, and I want to appreciate the administration for their willingness to entertain them, but we did put some very specific performance benchmarks on item 3C to ensure that our money is not just first in, but they actually produce housing before they can be eligible for the remainder of the money. And then we also ensured that the voucher program had some safeguards per the Housing Authority suggestions and the administration. And then, of course, on the land trust for Central California, their initial request is $1 million. After reviewing the proposal, they need $225 now for the development of a business plan. And then if they get it together, then at that point we can consider future funds. But we did do quite a bit of revisions based on the feedback that we heard from our council colleagues and the applicants as well as the administration.
All right, I heard from the sponsors. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Just a couple of questions, Matt. On 3B, can you describe exactly what will happen with the 225?
Yes, good afternoon, Councilmember Bradfield, council members. So Central California Land Trust is a community land trust, and that item would essentially give them the dollars necessary for them to hire some support in the form of consultant support that are experts at the crafting of community land trusts, and it will also give them the ability to develop a plan that they would ultimately share with us in terms of delivery of land trust performance over the next 5 years and so on.
And that's the scope of the work on Exhibit A? Because I'm looking at complete a feasibility study.
Yes.
To determine how the CACLT can support community efforts.
Correct.
So that's more of administrative at this point in terms of establishing some kind of business plan.
Yeah, it's partially capacity building, and with that comes the plan, the feasibility study.
Okay, so after this 225, do they come back and say, we need more money?
Likely, because we do know there's benefit to the community land trust, and I think after they sort out the particulars,
Okay.
I think they're really going to be looking at the mix between permanent affordable housing in terms of ownership and rental mix, and then coming back and saying, hey, this is our plan for the next years.
Okay, and we're familiar to some degree with this organization?
Yes.
Okay. And then on 3C, regarding the 1.9 million, who's going to oversee this expenditure once we give it?
Yeah, Phil, would you like to weigh in? Phil's the expert on the mint. So.
Okay.
Phil Sky, Assistant Director, Planning and Development, Councilmember. If I may, the question is simply how we are monitoring the reimbursement process. Yeah, so.
And its expenditure, you know, when we give it to them, how do we ensure that it's being spent wisely, appropriately, you know, in essence, the oversight?
Yeah. So first of all, it is these dollars are available on a reimbursement basis to begin with. So that means that the Central Fresno Neighborhood Trust has to spend their dollar first. They then submit an invoice to us for reimbursement. Our staff ensure that that dollar has been utilized appropriately. So that's the first level of sort of traction. And then beyond that, they have to deliver, and Councilmember Arias is referencing the benchmarks a moment ago, in order to have access to the $950,000, in essence the second half, they have to produce and lease up 10 of the first 50 units, and they have to demonstrate that they have raised an additional $2 million in capital for the entire development project.
Got it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't have anyone else punched up. Is it going to stay that way? Yes, it is. All right, let's call a vote.
All right. Motion to approve 3A, B, and C by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Those pass 7-0.
All right, fantastic. On to our last item of the day, which is item 4A. This is sponsored by Councilmember Soria, Arias, and Chavez. No Place Like Home Initiative. I'll defer to the sponsors. Councilmember Soria?
Great. Thank you, Council President. So I'll make a motion to approve, but in a nutshell, this resolution has, I guess we're calling it the 4 pillars. I think it really is complementary to what the administration has been working on, but it includes some of the things that I've been talking about for a long time, which is the down payment assistance program, the tiny homes issue also, and the investment of tiny homes. And Councilmember Arias will touch on the other 2 things. But on the down payment assistance program, we're wanting to allocate $5 million. We do have ARPA allocated or designated as the funding source, but we want to amend the resolution to include any other source of funding that the administration believes is adequate for that. So there's some flexibility in the funding, but we did want to put $5 million towards down payment assistance program. What we heard today, from even some of the families that they'd like to see not just lower rents, but the opportunity for home ownership. And so this is an attempt to do that. In the past, the city has had success with down payment assistance programs. I know that there's some private banks that have invested also some money for down payment assistance. But traditionally, the down payment assistance is geared towards a lower working class, and there's a lot of always resources for that. The intent here is to help more of the middle class, and so that's why we've upped the income, the household income, up to $120,000, because as cost of living is going up, it's harder for even the middle class families to save up enough money for a down payment assistance. And so we believe that this will be helpful in this regard. So we're hoping that $5 million, there is a criteria that we have outlined in the resolution, minimum 5 years living in the city of Fresno, the household income up to $120,000. They would have to also do a home ownership course in order to be able to be eligible for this forgivable loan. They would have to be, the home would have to be their primary resident, and it would be their first time buying a home. And it can either be a new home or a home in, an older neighborhood is fine as well. So that is the part of the down payment assistance program. We are directing that the administration identify maybe a third party that can partner with us in administering the program. But that's kind of in a nutshell what the program would do. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Councilmember Soria, and I will second your motion on the consent, and I want to read out the technical changes so that staff can get it correctly for the record. The technical changes are in Section 1. It shall read, not to exceed $5 million from the city's American Rescue Funds or other eligible funds. And in Section 3 of that resolution, it shall also read, the city's American Rescue Funds and explore a partnership with the Housing Authority. So from shall to explore a partnership with the Housing Authority. I want to make sure that we don't get ahead of the Housing Authority Board, as we want to work with them and have their board consider a partnership if we go down that path. And the only thing I would add, Councilwoman, is that this does address what we've heard from people across the city. People are struggling. I think it complements what the mayor's initiatives are that the council approved today and the previous meeting. And it simply is a reflection that the council and the administration are all working to a common goal, which is to address the housing crisis. And luckily, we have one-time federal resources that allow us to move in multiple, fronts towards this housing crisis that we see ourselves in. The two areas I wanted to just cover briefly is, one is the investment in Southwest Fresno. We've heard from residents for years that as they've asked for new investment in West Fresno, the concern has been, as new investment comes, property values will go up, cost of living will go up, rents will go up. It'll make it more difficult for those who are in limited income or fixed incomes to remain in their area. So we believe the establishment of a partnership in the Southwest CDC would give them a hub to be able to draw down from city, bank, down payment assistance loans, the training, the support to also become homeowners in their area if they choose to remain living there and raising their families. And then the last component is to have a council committee to work on what changes we have to make to the Fresno Municipal Code, the entitlement and approval process, so that we streamline further the approval of projects that come before the city. That's our recommendation today. I'll be happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, council colleagues. My interest in co-sponsoring this was the tiny homes component, and as many of you know, myself, Councilmember Arias, and incoming Councilmember Perea went to Austin. Mayor, I think we had that conversation about what we saw over there, and we brought back some of the data to show what that could potentially look like in Fresno. But I also want to flag for my colleagues, obviously the desire to have each council district outline some parcels that could accommodate tiny homes in their districts. I think this needs to be a citywide solution to the housing crisis. And then Councilwoman Soria, I know you made a motion and an amendment to it. Would you be open to also making your down payment eligible for folks that purchase tiny homes? Is that something that you would be agreeable to as well? Okay. So if clerk, we could enter that into the record to make them available too. The parcels, Mayor, that we've talked about is the one over on Orange and Church. And then, as you know, I have that map of all the empty parcels I have. I think I flagged them for Phil. Well, Phil was here earlier. But I'll forward that copy of that to you. I'm not sure what we would do with regards to the infrastructure. We'll have that conversation with our city manager and folks, but I think this is the start of what tiny homes could look like in the city of Fresno. I know we've been talking about it for a while, and I think the challenge we're going to have to work through is capacity. Who really has capacity here locally to build and how many? I'd like to get some of those numbers here in the next couple of weeks. And if for whatever reason, my preference would be for us to do local, but if we can't, let's go out and source these from different various vendors that we can actually set them up as quickly as possible. With that, Councilman Soria, just for the record, you were agreeable to that, right? I think City Clerk needed that confirmation. So you got that?
Yes, and I'm agreeable to also the red modifications on the resolution.
Okay.
And as a second of the motion, I'm agreeable to.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council President.
All right. All the sponsors have spoken. The mayor would like to speak. Go for it. No one's punched up right now.
Yeah, thank you. I did want to clarify a couple things on the down payment assistance. I've spoken with Councilmember Soria on this. The down payment assistance program is strategy number 46, which we fully support. We've been working with the Realist Group as well as NAREP on providing the education and B of A, and Matthew can speak about some of their qualifications. They provide up to $17,500, and it can be not matched, but you can stack other down payment assistance program on that, which makes it more beneficial. Because with the cost of homes today, sometimes having more of a down payment assistance gets them into the home where perhaps they couldn't. And then we've been working with the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco, and they actually offer $22,500, and they work through Tri-Counties Bank and Union Bank. And so they've been also doing those within our city. I know B of A just this year has done 28 of those. And so, but I'm glad you make the amendment in terms of what dollars we use in terms of the down payment assistance, because PLHA, we have $2.4 million for down payment assistance that will be coming to us in December or January. We're just waiting to finalize the letter now. That's why we were waiting to bring that item to the council in January. So we will have $2.4 million to utilize there. And then each year we'll also have somewhere between $1 and $2 million coming to us from PLHA for down payment assistance. We anticipate $1.6 million in 23. So we'll have $4 million of down payment assistance by the end of 23 that we can utilize. I also wanted to add that on the use of ARPA dollars, I know the resolution says up to $120,000 a year. The federal guidelines for the use of ARPA for the down payment assistance program can only be up to 80% area median income. And so what that means is the maximum income you could have for a family of 8 would be $84,000 to use ARPA dollars. For a family of 4, it would be right around $55,900. So just wanted to make sure that that's from a legal perspective, that we don't pass a resolution today that says we're going to provide money to a family higher than that. So it's not my rules, that's ARPA's.
That's why we said we're open to the flexibility, but in terms of even looking at the PLHA money, it has an income cap. And so the goal for us is to look at filling the gap for those families that are hardworking, they're middle-class families that are unable to save at this current moment, and so that's the intended goal. We don't want to duplicate for the lower income. There's plenty of programs, as you mentioned, there's
Yes.
plenty of banks going after trying to make sure that lower income families also have the ability to own a home. But there's nothing for the middle class. And so that was the intent and goal behind the resolution today.
And Mayor, we can have the Budget Committee work with the administration on identifying the right funding source, because as you know, we can always look at some eligible uses for that set aside and then free up some general fund.
Yeah, I think it would have to be, we may have to look at private dollars for that, I'm not sure. But
Well-
anyway, we can have a conversation, but as long as it's spelled out correctly that ARPA and PLHA dollars cannot be used above that level.
Yeah, and it could always be general fund money, you know? So it's an opportunity to look at. That's why we're adding the flexibility now that you guys told us in terms of the income limitation. The intended goal is to be able to serve those families that
Right.
have a household income up to 120.
So the question I have is it the intent, at least of the folks that are bringing this forward, to have a total of $5 million for down payment assistance?
A total of $5 million for the middle income assistance,
Yeah.
down payment assistance.
Okay, total of $5 million from any funding source.
Correct. From any eligible source for that income bracket.
Okay, so $4 million of that looks like from PLHA right away.
Well,
Over this next year.
From what I'm looking at, the PLHA money has an income cap, which is a six-person household, $84,000. So you are leaving families out.
Yes, 80% AMI,
I
whatever.
know, but so the goal for us is to,
Understand?
because
So
there's a
we're
lot of
gonna-
programs that service, you know, the income bracket under 84.
I guess what I'm saying is we probably need to find $1 million of unrestricted dollars for people above the 80% AMI.
Correct.
Yeah.
We can work with the Budget Committee on identifying the general fund dollars for that gap.
Yep.
Yep, I think we're on the same page.
Okay. And I think that's it. And then on Councilmember Chavez's, we currently have in our strategy for the One Fresno Housing Strategy, the tiny homes was item number 36, which we again fully support maximizing tiny homes. We currently have $5 million from the state, as you know, Councilmember Arias, to do a tiny home project in your district. We've yet, to my understanding, identify the land, but we need to as quickly as we can. We have $1 million commitment from the feds for tiny homes. So there's $6 million. And part of that 5 is not just for the homes, but services. And then this 5 million, we actually had over a 3-year period in the strategy had committed $5.6 million. We didn't identify all ARPA, it could be a combination. So that would put us at about $11.6 million over the next 2 to 3 years of tiny homes.
Yeah, and our proposal, Mayor, is that we commit an additional $5 million now from ARPA for tiny homes, because as you know, and your team, tiny homes are more than just the structure, is the offsite improvements that's very hard to identify money for. So we would like to be able to fully fund this year at least 2 tiny home villages where all the costs are covered, including up to $5 million of additional money from ARPA.
With 11.6 million, we should be able to fund more than that.
We'll see.
A lot more than that.
We'll see.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, before you go, and I was going to save this, but I think right now, since you have all your team here, we'll meet later, obviously, to flesh a lot of the details out. But I do want to flag this option here I think it's through National League of Cities, that there are cities that are offering tiny homes for folks that can fit them in their property and installing them there in exchange for the affordable covenant on them. So they would essentially have to rent them at an affordable rate, but those folks would own those. Is that something that you guys have talked about or heard? okay, let's vet that a little bit more, because I'm sure we could probably do something here in Fresno that would look like that.
Yeah, and I think you know we already allocated $850,000 of Fresno City to do the first tiny homes, and they're partnering with California Tiny Homes in Fresno to build those first 20, I don't know how many there are, 24.
Thank you.
And Mayor, while we have you here, we also want to be clear about our distinction on the tiny homes. We also want to pursue having those tenants actually own the tiny home. So it's not necessarily giving them away to nonprofits to manage for life, but having home ownership occur in those places like you have in a mobile home park, where you have some stake into the condition of your home and to the condition of your neighborhood in which you're residing.
Councilmember Arias, do they have to own it for a certain amount of years after it goes into their possession?
At this point, we have not gone to that level of specificity, but we want, one of the eligible uses is home ownership. And we can work with the administration on exactly how that looks like based on the site.
So as I understand it, we're going to regroup after the vote today. We're going to put some meat on the bone.
Yes.
With some, and then bring it back to council for another approval.
Correct. So just the way we did the three previous ones, we approve it in concept today. Within 90 days, the down payment assistance comes back in the form of a contract. Within 30 days, the tiny homes comes back in the form of a contract, and so do the others, so.
Okay, I was just making sure we were.
We'll finish baking the cake.
What the mayor is really saying is that we are doing what we accused him of doing
Mayor,
the first time he
I
brought the housing
told you to take
strategy.
a W.
okay?
In a very polite way,
Let's
I would
just
say.
flesh it out.
I understand. Okay. I couldn't
no
do this.
details.
Mayor, but we can do that because we're like a staff of like 4 or
I know.
5 in our office. You know, you
What-
have the power of all the
What-
staff
I was just-
where you can.
I was just talking
Mayor,
about consistency.
Mayor,
Thank you, Councilmember
Mayor,
Chavez.
What is good for the goose is good for the gander.
I'm just looking for the gander.
Just for the record, because I assume this subcommittee will consist of the sponsors of this item, I do want to make sure there are some provisions in place to ensure that when folks do become owners of these homes, they can't turn around and instantly lease it out or turn it into an Airbnb. So I just want to make sure that we're conscientious.
The
of that as
resolution
well.
describes as owner occupied. So that's what that's our goal.
Thank you.
All right, city manager?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, this is not in concept, the way the resolution is written, it's shall. So I think it's a little bit different than the last time because our resolution that we brought in concept was actually not approved, and then we came back with, quote, more meat on the bones. So you are passing the program
Yes.
without meat on the bones.
Oh, we got meat.
with-
We got more meat than you had.
I don't know. I'm not seeing performance metrics, safeguards, thoughtful and research informational proposals.
Saw there.
And we haven't gotten to the level of specificity. I got a whole gaggle of notes from your cross-examination of me earlier.
That was PG&E, there's still trauma.
Okay, but I just, you described it as in concept. I just want to make sure we're clear. This is not in concept. You guys are adopting the proposal, so.
What I would say, city manager, is there are not contracts before us for people to execute this work. Just
Okay.
like there weren't contracts before us before. So we are approving the program with a framework that we've detailed in the resolution. And in order to execute those programs, then we need contracts to come back to execute the work.
Okay.
In
Yeah.
other words, do as we say, not as we do.
Oh, thank you. Okay, just want to make sure,
Call for the
Just point out
question.
the obvious.
We have
Council President.
We have Councilmember Bredefield punched up.
Yeah, how much ARPA dollars are actually existing now? How much are left?
So we set aside the 40 million. How much of that did we already just recently vote on today? I didn't,
Collectively, since from the.
oh, altogether? Well, I
Well-
can't give you what the balance, I mean, we got it, we were
There was
awarded-
specifically 40 million set aside
so-
of
so-
ARPA for housing.
For housing.
For housing, and our proposal is part of that 40 million. We're not going beyond what the
Right.
council allocated for housing.
And we did use some of that 40 in the 3 A, B, and C items today, so I didn't do the math. So 40 minus whatever we approved today. Hold on, are we getting the numbers?
Okay, so, question for you. So, in your proposal, you say it shall not exceed $15,000 in terms of a down payment. that doesn't get you anything in terms of, I mean, $15,000, if you typically have to put 20%, I don't know if it requires 20%.
We're operating under the assumption that those individuals are also going to have savings, personal savings, and will be
It's quite
eligible.
an assumption.
And will be eligible for other down payment assistance offered by the banks. So it would be a compilation. So they're not fully going to rely on the city's resources for the full down payment, personal and other down payment assistance programs.
Okay.
And we had conversations with some of the brokers and lenders locally to see what is that gap that exists with those families that they're having to turn away because they don't have sufficient funds for the down payment.
So, I mean, like, what are the costs of these homes that we would be trying to get people in? Because
I think the entry-level homes are about $375.
yeah, and are they requiring a 20% down?
3%.
3%.
Yeah.
Okay.
For first-time homeowners.
Okay. What if they don't pay off on the 5-year loan? You give them 5 years to pay at 0%, and then it's forgivable. What if they don't pay it off? What if they don't pay on the 5-year loan?
If they don't pay off the entire amount?
Yeah, you have on here, down payment assistance fund shall be a 0% loan for 5 years. and
It's
they-
forgivable after the 5 years.
But what if they don't
So
pay it off
if,
during the 5 years?
if the house
What if
goes
they
on,
stop making payments?
if the house goes on foreclosure, it's still an outstanding loan in the books that would have to be paid off by whoever takes over the property.
Okay, what happens to that person
What do you mean to that?
who's not been paying? I mean,
It's the same thing that happens if you don't pay your mortgage.
okay, I'm just
Yeah.
raising the issue.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's not defined. I mean, okay, after 5 years, if they pay off on the 0% loan, the loan is forgiven. Okay, and if not, then it gets foreclosed on. Correct?
Yeah, if they don't pay.
Okay.
You guys are so cold-blooded.
Yeah, you guys are really rough. I mean,
It's called
Well,
capitalism.
I'm sure they will, well,
we're kidding. Are there any, I heard general fund dollars, that we may use general fund dollars, which is a cause of concern for me. I have no problem with all the federal funds, state funds, but using general fund dollars is something that I
well,
would be concerned about.
I only offer general fund because that's the most flexible dollars. If you remember, early on when we talked about the way that we use ARPA and how we can use ARPA, we used ARPA and then it freed up general fund dollars. So if there's opportunity for that, whatever funding that it provides the flexibility and not the income limitations, because what we were told by the administration was that there are income limitations for using these dollars to certain families. So you have to be below, I think 84, and what was it? 80% AMI.
80% AMI.
Yeah, and so that means that these, middle-class working families wouldn't qualify through the ARPA.
Okay, I mean, were you going to say something, Mayor? That's a concern that I have. I mean, I don't want to be using general fund dollars. We're spending tens of millions of dollars to do this, and I'm all for it. But our general fund dollars obviously are meant for some other issues that clearly are primary.
To council member, it's our goal to limit the impact to a general fund, but as members already indicated, when we did the CARES Act, we found that there were a lot of eligible uses under the CARES Act that we could put towards public safety, general services, that freed up then general funds that we could then use for other things that allowed us more time to spend the money than the initial CARES Act allowed. So it's our goal to limit the impact to a general fund.
I did want to say the Bank of America's down payment assistance program, $17,500. Under this proposal, it's $15,000. B of A's is $17,500. There's no income restrictions.
Good.
So that one, for folks that are at that $120,000, they can utilize B of A for that one. And we can refer over to that when they come in for that one. I did want to, you asked how much money is being spent. So far on the programs that we have brought forth before, the eviction protection program, Councilmember Maxwell, that's $2 million. The leverage the housing trust fund was another $2 million last time. The partner with and the building capacity of the local community land trust was $2,500,000. And then another $2 million on the, I think that's the, no, 850 for the last time with the partnership with City College. And then there was the Lowell CDC of $2 million. Okay. Yeah, actually, $3 million on the housing trust last time. We had upped it at the end. So that would be a total of $9,072,000 spent or allocated. And then on top of that is the items we have today. The $5 million for the tiny homes, the $5 million for the down payment assistance, and the $1 million for Southwest. So, and depending on where the, so you're looking at $20 million allocated towards that.
Okay, do we,
It's 20 of the 40 that we allocated for housing.
Well, it's actually, it won't be 40, it'll be more than that because part of that down payment assistance you're talking of could be PLHA. Will be PLHA, could be 4 million of it.
okay, in terms of the villages, do we know what the costs of developing these villages are?
We know what the, well, we know what the cost of a tiny home is depending on the 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, but they range anywhere from about $80,000 for a 1-bedroom to about $125 for a 2-bedroom. Plus development costs, which.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, with the development costs in creating a village.
Yeah, $200,000 per tiny home.
Okay, and how many are in such a village? How many homes would there be? Depends on the site. Okay. How are the sites going to be determined?
So,
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yeah.
you're going to pick the site in your district.
No, I ain't pick it in my district. I'll pick it in yours. Not in mine. We'll see. I'm not, I mean, we got to see what that looks like. I don't know. Yeah, I know.
You're being a NIMBY.
We're always accused of being NIMBYs.
I'm still trying to figure out where we're going to put them downtown. Well, I'm not, Councilmember Arias is.
We have a location. We just have learned that it takes quite a long time to figure out what part the city actually owns, which one was given away in some entitlement, and all the offsite improvements. But we have a location.
There's a lot of space behind Woodward Park, like right
Copper
towards
River.
the back.
Or Copper River.
No, seriously. I mean, how are these sites going to be determined? I mean, this is a big deal, and we ought to know exactly what's happening. The public ought to know what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think Matthew can address that in terms of how the process.
If I may, Councilmember, I've spent like 4 to 6 months with staff on looking at all the city-owned properties and those owned by the public agencies, and looking at the size and scope of each property and how many homes could fit in, and developing site plans. It is a pretty cumbersome deal to figure out exactly the right location, but we have 2 or 3 spots in District 3 that we've already identified that fit that arrangement. So I suspect it'll be the same thing around is who has access to land.
Yeah, I just want to make a general comment.
Yeah.
And then, Phil will probably get into the particulars. Just about the strategy itself and the intention to leverage these dollars to yield the highest and best outcome on a return for units. Again, the strategy originally called for $101 million for those 47 recommendations that will yield us almost 7,000 affordable units. So I just wanted to make sure, I know council knows this, and the council's pleasure, they will spend how they wish, but for every dollar that we move, we ultimately erode at that number because we're getting the highest and best use return on that investment to get to the 7,000 units. So as to your question, Councilmember Bredefeld, if we oversubscribe, I'm not saying we are, but if we were to oversubscribe to our investment on funding the tiny homes, we now have to consider an additional $200,000 per unit approximately for on and off-site improvements that, again, gets us less bang for the ultimate buck. So we're trying to get as many affordable units across the housing continuum within the next 2.5 years as possible. And so spending those dollars and leveraging them properly is key. So I just want to make sure I mention that for the sake of council, but Phil can talk specifically about the tiny homes.
Councilmember Bredfield, you were asking about site selection in that process. So inasmuch as the resolution that's before you calls for these tiny homes to be located on publicly owned land, the assumption, at least by staff, would be that that is a reference not to any public entity, but rather to the city's property. I don't know if that's true, but that's my assumption. In light of that, there's a process. So Terry Cox, here in the Plan Development Department, she has compiled a list of city-owned land, and what we then are doing is we're evaluating the zone district to make sure that, I mean, kind of the lowest hanging fruit is anything that would allow for residential development on that site. So that's the first step. Secondly, are there planned uses by a department for that particular site? In other words, a well site, something like that. Ultimately, if we can kind of check all the boxes and it looks like it's going to be a developable site in any given district, we would then bring that parcel or those parcels to council on the agenda and ask council to declare those parcels surplus. And then we follow at that point the remainder of the Surplus Land Act process, which ultimately involves, quite a bit of time. But there are no shortcuts. And there are no shortcuts to sort of bypassing the development expenses that the mayor was referencing a moment ago.
Okay, yeah, I have hesitation in the sense that we're all full steam ahead. We want to help as many people as possible. I think we're all on the same page with that. Yet there are, I think, unintended consequences of the full steam ahead that we haven't anticipated yet. And it's easy to say, yeah, we'll take public land and put a tiny home village on it, but I don't know what that will look like. I don't know who will be in the surrounding area. I don't know who would object to it. I don't know how some of these folks who we might get into these facilities, I don't know if some of them are going to have issues that will create problems in such a village. So, I mean, there's a lot of unknowns.
Councilmember, can I just interject by saying, I don't think it's any different than allocating money for the housing trust fund or the land trust. At the end of the day, the individual projects are still going to come through the city council. It's not like we're just giving them the money and they're going to do it without ever coming. And so my hope is kind of what has been happening historically. It's like, for example, in my district, when I was working on affordable housing development, I worked with a developer to make sure that the site was appropriate, that there was buy-in by the community, and that there was a plan in place in terms of traffic, security, all those things that usually happens through the planning process. And so I anticipate similarly, right? I don't think that you guys are just going to go build the tiny house projects and never say anything to, or never bring them to the council.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
Councilmember, that's correct. And one of the missing components in all of this is that we need a developer, right? So in other words, council can adopt a resolution that sets aside $5 million for tiny home acquisition. The resolution speaks to the location in general, right, which is so publicly owned land, so we have to identify the site. And then we need a developer because you have to have someone who's going to actually own those initially, right, or at least develop the site, and then to the resolution, potentially turn those over as a sale to qualified homeowners. So someone has to kind of facilitate that entire process, many times over.
Essentially, it's going to come to the council. So I don't think, I understand your consternation with some of the unknowns, but I think that it's going to happen.
Okay,
through the process.
appreciate that
Council,
point. Yes.
Before you,
yes.
can I just get confirmation from the sponsors that your definition of publicly owned land is city-owned land, or was it intended to be any public entity?
City-owned land at this point.
Thank you.
Okay, and it's the final couple of questions on 3D, 3, let's see. On 3C, you say, consider repurposing a facility in a disproportionately impacted area into a community development center, such as the Bank of America building. What did you mean by that, community development center?
What I meant is that we're trying to establish what we call the Southwest CDC exists already as an organization.
We want to create a physical presence and a space where people can go, get help, get the education, get the connection, withdrawing down payment assistance, understand whether new homes are being built, things of that nature. So
Got it.
just a physical space.
Okay, and then on letter D, serve Southwest Fresno residents in transitioning to home ownership and address potential dislocation and gentrification risks. How will you do that?
It's pretty simple. So we have a lot of renters in West Fresno, and for the first time, we're building market rate housing. This council has approved 1,000 new market rate single-family homes in West Fresno, in addition to about 30 affordable single-family homes. So that construction begins early next year. As that construction begins, I'm sure we're going to get a lot of people from across the valley who want to buy the homes and live in West Fresno. But we want to create this, staff up this organization that's going to help those individuals who've been renting and living in West Fresno be able to access those homes and transition to home ownership in the same neighborhood so that they don't have to move out to find location somewhere else.
And you think you can do that with the programs that you outlined here?
Yes. It's initial step, and we believe we can leverage other resources to do that.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
For all the answers.
Can I ask a
Yes, go ahead.
piggyback question? So, sorry, we haven't had the benefits since, of course, we are the ones who are going to have to implement this. I just want to make sure that I'm clear of the council's intent on the Southwest Fresno development. So when it says subject to a future funding agreement, what does that mean? So like we're not doing the money now?
We're allocating the money now for the project and the program, but we, of course, need a contract to come back to the council in the
Okay.
form of an agreement like we did today with Mint and the others.
Okay, so and is the expectation that the format of the agreement will follow what we did with as far as like partial pay up front and performance metrics, and that it's not just going to be a $1 million check?
Correct. It's exactly the same process that we did today. So you guys, I'm sure, will draft a proposal with the organization, bring it forward. If we have concerns, we'll add some benchmarks and performance. But I think it's fair to say that our money tends to be pretty well safeguarded. So we don't just give a $1 million check up front with no questions asked.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yep. And it'll be similar to Mint.
All right, just let you all run wild. So I had Councilmember Soria punched up, and then city manager. You guys get it out of your system already? I'm not gonna ask.
Paul, further question?
Okay, well, we have to go to public comment first.
Oh, public
Yeah.
comment.
I thought you guys would be quick. I mean, that escalated very quickly. So we're gonna go to the public. If you're here in the chamber, would like to speak, fill out a yellow card and bring it on up to the clerk. If you're on Zoom, raise your hands, and I do have a couple folks on Zoom. First person is going to be Brandy N.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of things that are really exciting on here that I appreciate, Chavez, what you said about prioritizing local vendors for the tiny homes, as well as having it in all districts. One of my asks is that these would be in high opportunity areas, that it would be near well-resourced areas, that we give people a chance to have be in a place that would help them succeed. And I want to ask that in this, I know there's not a lot of details on here, but that there would be priority for our unhoused community. We have a lot of people who are waiting in the shelters, trying to get into housing and cannot exit because there isn't enough housing, and I know everyone's aware of that. And so I'd love to be able to see that on there, because even in projects such as the conversion of the motels to low income, a percentage is set aside for those in the shelters, as well as for those who are currently unhoused. There are people who I've come across, including a young woman who is a nurse. She started as a CNA, and she was asking if there's anything available. She is currently unhoused and having a hard time finding anything with her income. So I asked that there would be a priority for that, not only for those who are unhoused, but also with that built in a program to help assist them into this for outreach, so that they know about it. Everything that is needed to help them get from the process of learning about it to being able to get into a home and work through the process, including outreach. Regarding the down payment program. And I appreciate the criteria as far as owner occupied first time home. Regarding, I asked that in addition, while this is focused on middle class, that there would be, the council would look into what gaps there might be as far as down payment programs for those who are low income, and see how those gaps might be met and how the current down payment programs are working for people in their community. And I again appreciate the accessibility that's being provided by the Southwest Partnership Plan, as well as opportunities to increase development. I again ask that there be continued inclusion of those who are having the hardest time being able to get in these, and that these would be in places that are well resourced. Thank you.
Next on Zoom is going to be Lilia Becerril.
Sí, buenas tardes, consejo.
Buenas tardes.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí, la
Sí,
escuchamos,
ok.
señora.
Buenas tardes, a miembros del consejo. Estoy escuchando ahorita la proposición que están proponiendo para nosotros la comunidad y quiero decirle unas cuantas palabras al señor Redfield. Lamentablemente nos tiene muy subestimados muy abajo a nosotros los inmigrantes de bajos ingresos. No debe de pensar así. Yo me voy a poner como ejemplo. Tengo 22 años que tomé una responsabilidad con una casa, y no una casa pequeña, una casa de 4 recámaras, y tengo la seguridad que primeramente Dios pronto la voy a pagar. No le puedo decir que muchos de nosotros la podamos terminar, pero ténganos una fe, poquita fe aunque sea. Téngalo por seguro que nosotros como migrantes luchamos día a día para tener un sustento y tener un techo y una comida en nuestra mesa. Así es que por favor considere lo que está diciendo en este momento, y vuelvo a repetir, somos inmigrantes de bajos ingresos y trabajamos muy duro para tener una casa para nuestras familias, y no una pequeña familia, una pequeña casa, una casa grande que se puede tener para las familias, y no una casita de una recámara. Porque si vamos a luchar todos parejos por la igualdad para todos. Y discúlpeme si soy un poquito fuerte, pero sí me molestó un poco, señor Renfield. Gracias a los concejales que están apoyando este proyecto de ayudar a las familias de bajos ingresos.
I'm going to summarize that. Good afternoon, Council. And I'm hearing this motion that's being made, and I just wanted to say a couple of words to Mr. Butterfield. Unfortunately, we are very low income, and we are immigrants. But here's an example. I had the responsibility of a 4-room home and the possibility that I will pay it, but please have faith in us. We fight day to day in order to have shelter and put food on our tables, but please consider it. We are immigrants and we work hard for our families, and not just for a small home that has just 1 bedroom, for a bigger home with at least 4 bedrooms, bigger houses, and we are going to fight, but everything has to be fair. And I'm very sorry if I'm being rude right now, but I was very upset at the comments that Mr. Butterfield made. Thank you.
All right, any additional folks? I don't see anyone in the chamber. I don't see any additional folks. Oh, Lisa Flores on Zoom.
Well, good afternoon. I just want to say I look forward to buying a tiny home. In fact, you know, I would love to live like in an eco-friendly little tiny home village of not more than 50 people where we could all, you know, get to know each other. And in fact, I think that eco village should be in Gary Bredefield's district, because I would love to be Gary's constituent. I think that you guys are going to be doing something very cutting edge, and I would really, really hope that you focus on the quality of life issues that you're going to be providing these communities. You know, a veterans village, like I said earlier today, would be really good by the vet hospital, so they wouldn't have to travel far. You know, there would be a really good one near Fresno State. You know, just think of all the possibilities of what sort of theme enclaves you could create, and the positivity that there would be at least 7 tiny home villages in Fresno, 1 in every single district. You know, and I'm sorry, Gary, that you've made those comments, you know, because it's not really a good Christian thing to say. And to be a NIMBY is just so beneath you. Anyway, I look forward to signing up. I look forward to finding out some information about this. Kind of a little excited. And I'm also looking forward to seeing how you're going to transition the homeless into this form of housing. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Des. Des, are you with us?
I'm not sure if you referred to me.
Oh, sorry. Please identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Hope Valdez. I'm a one, hard worker in the community too. Most of you know me. I just got here. I don't have the whole information, but I was wondering if you, like I say, I'm just got here late. But I got confused on the information you were talking about, $5 million in the tiny house and $1 million for the Southwest for the families. And I don't know if it is this is clear. These programs supposed to be for people they need help in the community, not until we can create a middle class. Can you please help me on that? Thank you.
Hope, we don't typically respond during public comment. It would be your opportunity to speak to us. City Clerk, is she still on? Okay. All right. I don't see any other folks on Zoom. I don't see anyone in the chamber. We'll come back up here to the dais. I do have Councilmember Bredefield punched up.
Yeah, I just have really one quick question, and it's really, it's for the item number 1, and it can also apply to the mayor's down payment assistance program. I'm thinking of a person, let's say, that is homeless, but also drug addicted. What is to prevent on your program, because I'm not seeing it from A to H, how somebody who is a drug addicted homeless person wouldn't be able to get the down payment assistance, have less than $120,000 and be able to get that to move into a place, and then there's no accountability and there would be a problem.
Remember, to get a loan from a bank to buy a home, it's a very strenuous process. So you would first have to qualify for the loan. So if they don't qualify for the loan because they don't have the income qualifications and whatever verification that has to take place, it's not easy owning a home and going through the process. So they would go through that same process.
So
they would have to be qualified through whatever.
Okay, so you're relying on, even though the city and other resources could put the down payment down to get a loan, they would still have to show obviously some source of income.
Yeah.
They may still be able to have a source of income because there are people who even are drug addicted who are getting government checks that might meet their ability to make a payment for a loan, still run into that situation. But I guess you can't account for all circumstances. But that's the one thing I'm concerned about. We're putting down all the down payment for somebody. They have a drug addiction. They're getting government checks.
Well, they would have to, remember, they would have to still go through the homeownership education program. So if you have someone that goes through the education program so that they can meet all the qualifications, it's a process. And if I'm thinking about the types of individuals that you're thinking about, I don't know if they would really, put themselves through the entire process in order to qualify. And I remember even just when I was buying a home, the significant hurdles that
Yeah,
exist.
absolutely.
So for someone to, that you're talking about to get through that process, I think it would be very difficult.
Okay, it's something that I was wondering about when government is putting down a lot of money to get somebody into let's say, a tiny home that doesn't have a significant mortgage. They still have credit because they're getting checks, they're getting an income from government, and there are a lot of people that do get those, even though they're homeless. That's a concern that I have. But fair enough point. There is some oversight in terms of giving a loan, and hopefully, that isn't the situation. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
All right, let's call the question and take a roll call vote.
Actually, Mike is now offline. He just let me know, so we don't have to do the roll call.
Fair enough. Any opposed? Hold on for what? What's happening? Mayor, take the W. We didn't-
No, the fourth, we're going to take it. I just wanted to make sure that you guys were well aware on the fourth item. The fourth item, I think you have up there. I just wanted to have Matthew come up and share some things because in terms of this committee being formed.
If I may, we're losing one more council member in about 2 seconds, so can we take the vote and offline on the other stuff?
The makeup of the committee?
It's on the resolution.
I think.
I just wanted, I wanted to make sure that you folks have all gotten and read the operational plan for improvement that Matt did on our planning development department as it pertains to system structures and staffing. And that was sent last year, and then another copy was sent in September with the improvements, the red carpet report, because I think it's important to see some of the changes that have been made briefly. One of them was on staffing. We added actually 16 positions, filled all of those, as well as 5 vacancies, so 21 added positions on the staffing side. And then there's some other things that I think Matt should come up and talk about briefly. Won't take long, I promise you. And I do think it is good for this committee, though, to meet and to meet with the administration for the review of municipal codes that we think could expedite our system as well. But you have the authority over those municipal codes. So with that, Matthew?
We fully intend to meet with the administration.
Be very brief. Just to say, thank you, council. Again, going back to last year, we interviewed 140 current and former staff members, other cities, and actual customers, so architects, developers, et cetera, to understand really what we needed to do to improve our processes within the planning and development. We broke those down within several areas of staffing, structures, and systems enhancements. Mayor touched on some of the staffing improvements. Systems, we've rolled out things like, for instance, customer service, anonymous customer service surveys. We fully integrated a thing called Bluebeam into Acela that allows for redlining. It saves time on plan checks. We've, in structures, we've actually made DRC optional now, so it's not a part of the process. The Development Review Committee typically is required, it has been in recent years a requirement for folks putting forth projects to meet with them to get the buy-in of all key departments, fire, planning, DPU, DPW, et cetera. That became something of a normalcy that takes additional time. And so we've made that optional. And so folks can go straight to plan submittal if they so choose. All these things that we've done, you'll see on the bottom, if you can scroll down, Brianna, I just want to cut to the chase. We've, at Director Clark's wonderful oversight, we've made the following reductions in times, both on the building side and on the planning side, as you see there below. So as an example, 4-day time reduction for commercial permits over the last year, 8-day time reduction for early issuance, or that's essentially at-risk permits, 3-day time reductions on mechanical permits, 5-day on multifamily products, permits, 3-day reduction on pool and spa permits, et cetera, et cetera. You can see all the timelines that we've reduced as a part of our implementing this plan. After we implemented it last year, the department, we've been meeting every month to make sure we're implementing the recommendations, and we've seen tremendous change. So just want to share that because I know it's the intent of the council to make sure that we're moving in the right direction. I used to be on the other side of the aisle at Habitat, so I understood the concerns that we had as developers in this community, but I can tell you that there's a good faith effort and great outcomes with what we've already implemented and plan to continue to implement. So I would just encourage everyone to read that document and the updates, because we provide a full update to council in September with the progress we've made. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Matthew, one request. There was a study that was done before your time with Mayor Lee Brand's administration that the planning folks from Clovis did right before you guys came in. Do you have a copy of that, or does Jennifer Clark have a copy of that? It was done by Mr. Orlando Ramirez?
Yes, yes.
Who has that report?
So it was not a formal report. The city actually hired Orlando to work with staff at the front counter
Right, I'm
on
familiar with
customer
that.
service.
Can you just provide a report to that to the entire council so that we have a copy of that as well?
Sure, it's in an email, but absolutely, I'd be happy to share it with you.
Thank you.
And we are grateful for the update, and I will say that it's always a work in progress, because even though we've seen all these improvements, or at least as you've tried to quantify them, I still get calls every day. Every day we get calls. I have the folks from the Sikh Institute, which I'm going to be calling on you guys. They've been waiting on a permit to build just a what is it called? Like a shelter for outdoor gathering. It's been a year and a half.
Yeah.
So
let me touch on two quick things, and I'll get out of here. Some of these are really dramatic reductions. For example, on the concept plan, it went from 73 days to 10. That's how long it takes now. From 73 days to 10. On the pre-app, it went from 71 days to 24. But here's what I've learned in the short 2 years that I've been here. Because I came in ready to overturn a lot of things in terms of planning development and so forth. Here's what I've learned. Oftentimes, when complaints are made to us, and I have them looked into by our chief of staff or whoever is going to be the ones doing that, I oftentimes find that it's not necessarily on the city. It can be on the engineer or the architect for the builder, but the builder's unaware of it. And then when we point that out to them, then they recognize, oh, they didn't get told all of the information. That happens a lot. The other thing is, it's not just the planning development department, although we still have room for improvement. We have fire department involved in the review. We have the city attorney's office involved on occasion. We also end up having our public works. So sometimes we find out the error's not in planning and development. So as we continue with this process, like we hired a number of fire inspectors. So anyway, I just wanted to say that it's very complex. You guys know it. Take your vote. Let's get out of here.
Thank you.
Oh,
Roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know, city clerk's busy. Oh, hey, there you are. What are you doing down there?
we don't.
All right. Any opposed to approving item 4A? 4A. All right, item passes 6-0. That'll conclude the public portion of this meeting. City Attorney, if you could read off the items we'll be hearing in closed session.
In closed session today, we have conference with labor negotiators, unrepresented employees in Unit 2. Conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Nelson Esparza versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, People versus Nelson Esparza. We do not expect to have reportable items after closed session. Thank you.